Hello to everybody joining in. We're going to get started shortly here, just doing a couple of checks. If we are live on YouTube right now, hello to everybody on YouTube. All right, I think we are officially live, everybody. Hello, everybody. How is everybody today? This is Neil with Portal to Ascension. So I'm happy and blessed to be here with you. Welcome to day 2 of the Portal to Ascension conference. And today we are going even deeper into a lot of amazing awareness and information. You think that yesterday was amazing, which it was, but now we're going even deeper and deeper into this whole, cosmic awareness, esoteric information, ancient civilizations. Think of yesterday as a pre-show to the next 3 days, because yesterday was short, compared to the next 3 days. We're going until like 6:30, 7 o'clock tonight, Pacific time. So we got a full 9 hours of epicness. And here's Brother Omar. How you doing, brother?
Fantastic, brother. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning, man. How you feeling?
Yeah, fantastic. I'm excited. I was just looking on YouTube to see if we're live, and we are live there.
We're definitely live.
Yeah, I was up at like 4 o'clock this morning, and then I was up again at like 5:30, and then finally I got up and I was like, whoa, today's going to be a good day. It's going to be a long one. So looking forward to that.
So
Hi,
today,
Joan. Good morning.
Hey, Joan.
Good morning. Oh my goodness, so excited.
I'm excited for your presentation, and I've had some feedback. A lot of people are excited for what you're going to share today.
Really?
Yep. So, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go over a couple of logistical things for everybody joining in, and then I'll do your bio, Joan, and we'll bring you on, okay?
Absolutely.
So, okay, I'm going to share a screen right now and just go over the schedule with everybody for today, just so that you know, and we will put the schedule in the chat room multiple times throughout the day, and also it will be in the comment section of the YouTube. Firstly, if you would like to follow us, if you would like to share the YouTube, you can go to youtube.com/portal2ascension. It's right there. Go ahead and share it with everyone. We're also live on Facebook. So facebook.com/portal2ascension. I was actually removed from Facebook, my personal profile and Instagram at the last conference. Actually, very interesting. Day 2 of my last Portal to Ascension conference was the day that I was kicked off social media. And then yesterday, I came onto Clubhouse, so I've come back to social media now. So it's pretty synchronistic. So what we're doing is we're trying to build a YouTube channel. Okay, everybody, we're trying to build a YouTube channel because most of our reach has been completely eliminated by Facebook and Instagram over the last 6 months. So if you want to support us, the best way you can really support us is to go to our YouTube, youtube.com/portal2ascension. Click the subscription button. If you really want to take it a step further, click the notification bell and you'll get notifications, especially for the next 2 days when we're going to go live. So you can go ahead and do that and share that as well. Now, the schedule for today is we're going to start today with Joan of Angels, and that is followed by, at 10:50 Pacific, Celestine Star, and Joan is going to be interviewing Celestine. Right after her, we have Jamie Janover, who's going to be speaking about ancient civilizations and is connected to the unified field theory and geometry mathematics. After him, Peter Sterling cannot make it, unfortunately. He has some family emergencies he has to handle. So I'm going to step in for that part right there and do a little mini presentation on the connection to Greek and Indian gods. So I'm going to step in and do that at that point at 12:30 today. And then we have Wayne Perry following after that.
If you want to have a conversation, I'm here with you, Neil. And then
let's do that. We'll do like a somewhat slides and a conversation for that section. Yeah. Okay. So then we have Wayne Perry, who's going to teach us how to use a voice as a sound tool, as vocal therapy, followed by Laura Eisenhower herself, who Joan of Angels is also going to be having a discussion with, and she's going to give us some amazing downloads as she always does. Then we have Brendan from Paradigm Shift Central is going to be interviewing and discussing with Chief GOLDENLIGHT Eagle, who is the founder of the Star Knowledge Conference. He's going to be speaking about indigenous wisdom and the connection to the star beings. And after him, we go into the son of Alan HYNEK, Paul HYNEK, who's going to be giving us an update on UFO disclosure awareness. And then lastly for the day, the Ascension panel, in which JJ and Desiree Hurtak will be there. And we will also have Billy Carson, Deborah Giusti, Mirabai Devi, and Meg Benedict. So it's going to be a full day, everybody, starting now all the way till 6:30. We'll probably I'll go over day 3 and day 4 schedule with you a little bit later in the day. But let's see if make sure I've told you everything I need to tell you. Oh yeah, one last thing. Tomorrow we are starting at 11:40. Okay, YouTube land, Facebook people, and everybody on Zoom. Tomorrow we start at 11:40. It's the only day we're starting a little later. So we'll get an email. You should have got an email already, actually, for day 1 replay. I sent that last night. Today you got an email for this. Tonight you'll get an email for the replay of this. Tomorrow you'll get the access link for this event. That's how it's going to work. Okay. All right, everybody. Are you guys ready to take off for today and get into our first presenter?
Yeah, I was gonna make a suggestion, Neil, that because you've been, removed from the social media, Facebook and Instagram, and because there's like thousands of us, because you have this Portal to Ascension army, what we should all do is take the Portal to Ascension URL and share it to all of our social medias, Facebooks, groups, personal profiles, pages. On Instagram and any other social media that you belong to. Let's just blitz the entire system with portaltoascension.org and teach Facebook a lesson.
Let's do it. And I'm going to post the YouTube link right now in the chat room. Were you talking about YouTube in particular, or?
No, I'm talking about portaltoascension.org, right? Like your website. We should just blitz social media with that because they're denying you access to we have access. So I think that the entire Portal to Ascension army should just blitz Facebook with portaltoascension.org. Yeah, let's do that today and teach Facebook a lesson. Let's do that tomorrow and the day after, and then until the fall when we do this conference again.
Definitely. So yes, if what Omar said, go ahead and share. If you can share our website as much as possible, that would be amazing, just to get it out to as many people, especially because we're launching a new website pretty soon and we want to get as many people on there. I also have posted my Clubhouse in there, and I'll talk about social media and my detox from social media and my re-entrance into social media a little later today, because there's a lot of fun information there. So join me on Clubhouse at Ascension Portal. And no, I'm not saying go to YouTube and leave the Zoom room. I'm saying if you have Facebook, you can just go to Facebook or some social media, whatever you have, and share the YouTube link so your other friends can come and join us on YouTube as well. And the people on YouTube right now, if you could do that, the same thing as well, and share it to everyone, that'd be great. Okay?
And also folks on Facebook that are watching, share it, blitz it.
Let's get this out to the world. All right, so let's do this, everybody. Joan, I was going to read from your bio, but your bio's in first person, and I would have to change it in the moment in first person. So I'm not going to read from your bio, because I was going to do bio and then me, but I'm just going to do specifically me now, okay?
Okay.
Myself. So everybody, I'm extremely excited right now to introduce you to Joan. She can probably tell you a bit about her history in regards to her career with all this conscious awareness that she's been putting out there. But I'll tell you about my experience. My wife and I met her around 2012, 2011-ish. And we became friends in that moment. But over a period of a few years, our relationship started evolving. And at this point in life, she's become one of the closest people to us, not only a support of Portal to Ascension and a support of my wife and myself's relationship, but also giving advice and being there whenever we really need her. Plus, her information that she shares is so empowering. The way she hosts, when she MCs with individuals and does interviews, it's just so present and so grounded. And then her awareness in regards to, spiritual development and her connection to the angelic kingdom, her artwork as an artist, drawing portals to the different realms, including different angels. She's really multifaceted and continues to really not at this point, I'm not surprised, but for lack of a better term, continues to surprise me, because there's always more and more that she's coming out with. But I really, at this point, most of my events that we do like this, I really can't see it occurring without Joan to be a part of it. Not only does she bring this beautiful energy there, but just our dynamic and the way we communicate with each other is really, I honor that quite substantially. So everybody, I'm excited to introduce you to my wife and myself, Soul and myself's really good friend, Joan of Angels.
Wow. Okay, this is really exciting. Let me change my view right here so I can actually see myself. Hello, everyone. Greetings from the Desert Heart Sanctuary, where I paint angels, divine beings, and talk ascension, talk out of the body. I want to introduce you first to my companion here, Yvonne. He recently has told me that I'm not to have any more appearances without him. He is the brains behind us. I guess I get the downloads, but he has the wisdom and the information. And he's been with me ever since I met Neil in 2012 at his Portal to Ascension conference. And this guy came home with me. He's changed my life. He is a tall white, but as you notice, he's in gold because he's an ambassador. His name is Avon. Okay, thank you very much. And that's enough for Avon. So first, let's call on the light. I'm the first speaker here. I want to just bring in the highest energy if possible. Take a deep breath with me. That's right. And let it all out. And let's just all center together. Dearest angels, departed loved ones, our spiritual team, our guides, the master beings, the spirit, the star beings, all of those who are here today. So excited that we are getting to raise our vibrations to be with them and ask us to continue in our upward ascension in understanding and walking more towards the light. So guys, my name is Joan of Angels. I haven't always been Joan of Angels. I'm also Dr. Joan Hangarter, a chiropractor for 42 years. And so I'm bringing you wisdom of 42 years of helping and healing humanity, really, of helping each and every one of us step into our highest potential. And so I act as a guide. I call myself an Ascension Master Trainer. That's what my guides told me a few years ago on New Year's Eve, that I am an Ascension Master Oracle. And what does that mean? I help all of you younger ones in particular get to your highest level to clear away everything that stands in your way of achieving mastery this lifetime, not next lifetime, but this lifetime. So we're so grateful for your presence and so grateful for this opportunity to share with you some wisdom that Avon said to me last night was very necessary. So I'm going to share my screen with you. Here we go. Far out. Okay, it's so weird. It has to, there. Okay, so here we go, guys. So to be one of the chosen ones, we must choose. In 2013, at one of the bottom moments of my life, and I was literally on my hands and knees begging Spirit, how am I going to redeem myself? How am I going to do this work that I came here to do, this vision that I've had, that I'm here to heal and inspire the planet, that I'm here to actually raise the vibratory frequency of every single soul on this planet before I leave. And that's a commitment that I made. And it was like, it wasn't happening. And it was like, how am I going to do this? And it was Halloween night, 2013. And I had a little painting party at my house. And one of my friends said, Joan, paint angels. And I said, absolutely not. I can't paint faces. And she said, you might want to feel into it. And before you know it, not only was I painting angels, but my guide said to me, will you paint 33 angels in 30 days? And I said, no. Never say no to your guides. But it was like, oh my God, that's so much work. Fortunately for me, they asked me again, Joan, paint 33 angels in 30 days. And at that moment, I understood that if I listened to the voice of Spirit without questioning, without asking what's going to happen after, that my life would change. And sure enough, when I finished the 33 angels and they were up on the wall in the angel portal, the angel loft, a book fell off the bookshelf, and two different pages. The first one was, your call for angelic assistance has been heard. And the second one was, to be one of the chosen ones, we must choose. And so today's presentation is about this choosing. What does that mean? So I know I don't have to tell you this, but we are still in that dark night of the soul. The last 12, 18 months, it seems like forever, we know what's going on. There's been a huge shift that is forcing each and every one of us to go inside to that place where truth resides, to that place where we know who we are and what we came here to do. So the grand initiation is we are in this cocoon. COVID, corona, it means light going viral. And we are in this cocoon where we have had an opportunity to decide which way we are going to go. Are we going to step into our highest frequencies, our leadership, what we came here to do this lifetime, or are we going to go the other way? Are we going to allow fear of getting a disease or fear of whatever to take over? So every person has to choose right now. There is no middle ground. And even choosing, listen, you choose to take the vaccine or you don't. That's the bottom line of a choice. You choose to wear a mask or you don't. You choose to step into your highest power and be that leader that you came here to do, or you don't. So last summer, I went into a little bit of a funk and I heard this voice loud and clear. And when my guides speak, they speak to me on the right over here. And they said the following. They said, Joan, right now you're the only Joan of Angels on the planet. And it's true. If you put Joan of Angels in, there's me. There's a Joan of the Angels. There's a Joan of Arc, of course, but not Joan of Angels. And they said to me, but you, to be one of the chosen ones, you must use what you've been given or you will lose it. And I say this to each and every one of us too. Us, because I'm included in this. So they said to me, you know, to be where you want to be, you have to use these gifts, these skills. And that was like a wake-up call. So consider today our wake-up call. Ascensions is all about how we personally, in the end, choose to handle that dark night of the soul. So I found this and I thought this was really true. COVID really just made people think for themselves. This has been the most amazing initiation on our planet. It's happening globally. We each have more of an opportunity to either be pushed over the edge into craziness or into rigidity, fear. Those are what I call the non-magical people, the muggles, or stepping into your own power, as I've been saying. So it's been forcing people to deteriorate or to grow. Now, what is the spiritual ascension? So the point of this presentation is to remind each and every one of you that you have these tools for mastery inside of you. You have come down here encoded with a special mission. You know, you have your own activation codes, those moments of your awakening, but you also have your mission and all the tools that you need to do this mission, which I think is pretty cool. It's only a matter of knowing what is in your ascension toolkit. Now, this is very, very important because we're talking about raising vibratory frequencies. Now, when each person on the planet knows their own vibration, their own tone, 8 billion, 7.5 billion of us, then Earth will resonate at its own harmony. We will hear the soul orchestra of Earth, of which we are a part of, rising. So what does it take to get 7.5 or 8 billion people awakened to their own vibrational frequency? Each and every one of you has a part to play in this. And as we go through this, I'm going to share a little bit about my own story, okay? So a few years ago, it was 2016, and I was in a plant medicine ceremony, and I now do plant medicine shows, but it was a plant medicine ceremony, and I was on mushrooms and ayahuasca, and I was having quite an epiphany. And in the corner of the room was a band of angels. And they said about me laying down there, kind of in my little fetal position, they said, she's a member of the invisible tribe. And the other one said, well, she's about to become visible. And the next thing I know, I was in India, and I was crawling around in the gutter. People literally were walking by me, walking over me. They didn't even see me. And I was in the gutter. Well, I guess I was becoming visible. I had a copper tin or a tin can in my hand and some tarot cards on it and a couple of copper coins. And I was running after people going, "Don't you know who I am? Don't you know who I am?" And it was this excruciating pain that at that time I had become suddenly an invisible one. And I had woken up to this horrific story of being one of the untouchable ones in India. Now, years later, I met a man from India, a very high being from India. And I told him this story. And he took my hand and he said, Joan, you need to know that is a story of your redemption. You had been a renowned Brahmin in India, very renowned. You were on the top tier. You understand what that means? The top tier of religious leaders, religious authorities in our country. Had you passed at that stage, you would have become one of the ascended ones, one of the gods. He said, but no, you had a fall. And that fall was what caused you to awaken immediately, because you were struck down and immediately woke up as an untouchable one. And the crime that I had committed was the crime of ego, was the crime of thinking that I was better than all of those people. Look at me. Look at me. I'm a renowned Brahmin. I could take you to the kingdom of heavens. I lost that ability, my humanness, and I lost it all. And I lost it all, by the way, until this lifetime, when in 2016, I was shown that in that plant medicine ceremony. And a few months later, I was gifted this high being who explained to me how I had lost my ascension potential. I had closed my heart. I had lost that feeling of joy. Now, ascension is really hard to define, but you know you're in it when you're in that bliss where your heart is singing with such happiness, with such joy, that you and the planet, you and the world are one. And those moments are not always everyday moments. Those moments could be like the moment I met my second husband, Peter Hangarter. Okay, I'm still Joan Hangarter in that professional world. When I met him, I was at a seminar, and I saw this choir-looking boy. I was not brought up Catholic, so he looked like a choir boy to me. I saw this choir boy man out of the corner of my eye, and I said, oh, he's not my type, and I walked up past him. But when I came back and I caught his eye again, I heard the Hallelujah chorus. Yep, right there at a hotel in San Francisco, very crowded. My girlfriend's with me, and I stop and I stare at this man who I don't know. I hear the Hallelujah chorus singing in my head. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. And I knew that I was going to marry him. Yep. And that is exactly what happened. So that is that feeling of overwhelming gratitude and happiness and joy. And when that happens to you, you know that you know that you know that you know that you're on the right path. So there is no middle path anymore. You're either going to go for ascension or you're not. Meaning that this ascension is going to happen with or without you. Do you want to be with it or do you want to be without it? And what is it going to take for us to up our game, to be that person, to be that being of so whom we claim? For the mastery of spirit is our destiny. Each and every one of you on this show, on this Portal to Ascension conference is part of this ascension, and we're going together. So the splitting of humanity, yes, I call it the muggles or the non-muggles, the magical people or the ones who won't change. the ones who are insisting on being at the lowest vibratory frequency. You have encoded in you your mission, your message, your tools. And guys, today is the day to bring them out and to make your commitment that this is a day you are committing to your highest purpose. You are committing to be that who you know that you are, that who you came with an open heart to be. Now, I'm not going to lie to you, planet Earth is the hardest planet there is. And I like to tell people that we as volunteers, because I know all of you are volunteers or walk-ins, you chose to be here. But as part of choosing to be here, we also get to choose in every moment what are the vibrations that we are going to choose to live in. Now, years ago in 1975, I first moved to Los Angeles from New York. I had gotten my master's in counseling. I'd had a very bad breakup, and the only option for me was to move to Los Angeles, to move into an ashram, a spiritual community, with a teacher by the name of John Rogers. And I was ecstatic. I was a nice Jewish princess who knew nothing about soul travel, knew nothing about extraterrestrials and star beings and meditation to get to the heavenly realm. So I was quite taken. I became a minister and I became an initiate until 1979 or 1980, right when I was graduating chiropractic school and when I was getting ready to move up to Northern California. And I had an opportunity to meet with some of John Rogers' staff and do some healings. And I realized, without ever being told, that John Roger was suddenly acting like a jealous lover to one of his staff members who had fallen in love with a woman, believe it or not, outside of the ministry. Well, she was in the movement, but she wasn't in John Rogers' inner circle for sure. And John Roger turned into a raging, angry, jealous lover. Now, no one said those words to me. I never need to know that. I'm an intuitive. I pick it up because I know. And that's what makes me such a good oracle. I know. I see little pictures. And I knew at that moment. And so in 1980, when I got up here to San Francisco, I broke away from my spiritual teacher. Now, I had been an initiate, so that means you have a soul contract with your teacher that goes from past life, this life, future lives. It goes beyond time. It's a forever commitment. I broke this commitment, and I sent him a letter, and what I got back was a box this big. And as an initiate and a minister, you had to send monthly reports about your ministry, your connection with spirit, how well you're doing, right? And I'd had a tough time. I was in chiropractic school. It wasn't the best of my years. But in the corner of every page in red, he would circle things and he'd highlight something like, see what a loser she is. And then somewhere else, she will never make it. Loser. I guess that really still stuck. So the whole thing he sent me back in this, he went through every single letter and he made the most horrible comments, okay? So I had to, of course, burn all that. It was quite a shock to my system. Quite a shock. Now, 3 or 4 years later, what starts to come out, now I'm no longer involved, is that it turns out that John Roger had been accused of molesting many members of his staff, promising them spiritual favors in exchange for allowing them to be raped or drugged, et cetera, in exchange for spiritual favors. I tell you this because many spiritual teachers or many people don't even know when they slip out of that harmony. I've seen it in other spiritual teachers. I've volunteered with one wonderful teacher. His teachings are so profound. He stands up there and he does puja ceremonies, meditations to the divine, and you know that you're in the heavenly realms until you hear him berating his staff and calling them names. And I point this out because this too gets in the way of our ascension. Dolores Cannon says it best. She says, we influence, we come to help, we do it by our positive vibrations. The negative ones, we know that, hold us back. The positive ones lift us up. I'm asking, and Yvonne said to me, he was very clear. He said, Joan, we have all these wonderful people on the conference who are going to talk about the Galactic Conference, the Galactic Councils, the Ascension process, all of the extraterrestrials, the star beings. He says, you are going to talk about what goes on in your heart as we transition as humans with fifth dimensional and beyond consciousnesses, as we transition into the angelic realms, of which I'm going to be talking about all next week on Friday. I have a 2-hour conference. Neil will show it in a few minutes, where we're going to talk about calling the angel brigade, stepping into your high angelic frequencies and raising the vibrations of your third dimensional human bodies. Yes. Okay. Now, why am I bringing this up? Because this is where we come from. We come from that sense of shame. When these feelings come in, okay, that fear, that desire, feeling disappointed, that anger, or that sense of pride, which managed to force me off that wheel of incarnation where I could have been one of the great ones, and I turned out now to have gone through my own trials to reach this point. But he said to me, you know what, the good news, Joan, is it's 2016, because that's what it is. He says, you're here in America. You're painting angels. You've just had visitations with Krishna. You have been reborn. And that is what I'm telling all of you too. Look at how you have stepped up and gone beyond your lower frequency, three-dimensional lower vibration to get to even that place of courage, which is the turning point. Because it takes courage. And when those angels came to me in 2013 and they said, paint 33 of us, put us on canvases, and then we'll tell you now, they brought me up from shame, from guilt, from fear, all the way up to the next levels. And of course, this is where we want to be, and this is what I want to talk to. Each of us has that ability to be part of the solution on the planet. When you raise your own personal vibrations, your own personal vibrational frequency, when you do everything you can to do that, then you move your energy from trust and optimism. I'm going to show you a little bit better one if you can see it. I love this. I like it better this way. If we can move from courage to neutrality, to a willingness to acceptance, to love, to peace, to joy, and enlightenment, we have an ability to change the entire planet. Now, Yvonne reminded me last night that we do these meditations where we send our roots down the center of the earth and our antenna up to the heavens. These are amazing meditations so that we can connect and align. But it's more than just amazing meditations, because when we do that, we can raise our vibratory frequency from wherever we are up to that 700. So sitting here with me now, imagine your roots going down to the center of the earth. Imagine your antenna going up to the heaven, and then imagining an etheric electromagnetic grid that goes from all of those antennas around the planet where each and every one of you are, where we are, all thousands of us that are going to be listening to this, hundreds of thousands of us, with our guides and our angels and the star beings and the ascended ones. We are creating a grid sticking out of the earth, high 700 vibrational grid that can, because of our energy here today, collectively send a grid around that planet of 700. Why is that important? Guys, only 15% of the world is above 200. Do you realize that? That means 85 Okay, only, like, are you kidding? Are you kidding? We have a lot of work to do. Okay, we have a lot of work to do. 12 of us, okay? Oh, we'll start. One individual at just level 300, and I know all of you are at least 300. We counterbalance 90,000 individuals. We get up to 400, 400,000, 500, 750,000. But look, if we get up to 700 today, if we do a little process where we raise that vibratory frequency up to 700, we will counterbalance today 70 million individuals that are below 200 who are game. And I know all of you are going to raise your hand. So right now with me, again, sending those roots down. I'm speaking fast because I know we have a lot of other speakers. Send those roots down here and up here. And imagining now that they are going around that planet. Now, let me show you how to do that, okay? I call it the discernment scale. On a scale of 1 to 10, this is so easy, you could do it wherever you are. You imagine a horizontal line. You have a clock hand. To the left is 0, half dead, all dead, okay? Moving up, 3 is about courage, 5 is sort of in the middle, 10 is turned on fire, high vibrational, and it is that highest frequency. So right now, even to make it easier, I even gave you a dial. You can imagine turning that dial up all together now. So it gets up to that 10 or up to that 700 in this languaging here. And when we turn that on and we put little angel clips to hold it in place, and now we envision that earth and us circling that earth from those grids. My grid is connecting to your grid, connecting to Neil's grid, connecting all around this planet, infusing that planet at 700. We are now impacting 70 million souls. And so it is. And so it is. Now, before I finish with this, I want to share with you my latest work. I have several shows. One's called Miracle Mondays, but this is my latest one, 420 Spiritual Living, and you can find it on my YouTube channel. And it is important because we talk about how plant medicine can raise your consciousness, how you can step into higher dimensional beings. You can meet them. You can step into that consciousness of 700, of healing and inspiring the planet. And so that is what I do, guys. And I invite you, number one, to come to my event next week on Friday and learn how we can release any of those fears that we have, because, of course, all of you probably had that memory of being burned at the stake. We get to let go of anything that stands in the way of being that truly high dimensional being that we are. And so I invite you to join me. I'm Joan of Angels. You can find me at my website, joanofangels.com. You can, there it is. Calling all angels. Your mission is waiting. It is time for you to be activated so you can step into the highest vibratory frequencies. So that why? So that we can turn around and start raising the field around us. All right. And that's what I have to say to you today. I'm just so excited that I had a chance to share with all of you. So, any questions? All right. Okay, good. Phew.
Joan, we have many comments, no questions, but a lot of gratitude.
Thank you. You know, last night Yvonne spoke to me. He always speaks to me, and he said the following. He said, there's many speakers who have such, like the one coming up, who have such insight. He said, but your mission, Joan, is you really, I call it fluffing your wings, okay? My job is so personal. I help you personally know your place, what you're here to do, and how you're here to do it. So come and join us and be a part of that. And so it is. Now, I have 2 more minutes. I'm a little bit ahead of time. Who knew that I'd speak so fast? So if there's any more questions, I will take it. And otherwise, thank you so very much. And also, I do want to ask you to sign up on my YouTube channel if you haven't. My 420s, it's on 420 Spiritual Living is the name of the show. It's on my Joan of Angels channel. Please like and share it and subscribe it. I really can't, I want it like bigger. Last night, many of you did sign up. I hopped up over the 200 line. Now I want to get over 300. So thank you very, very much, because this invisible angel has now become visible. All right. So enough for me. Thank you so much. I love all these sharings, and thank you. I do feel amazing. In fact, each and every one of you are amazing. And that's what we're sharing today, our amazingness. Now, little separation here. Woo! Do a little hallelujah dance. I did my thing. Thank you very much. I hope you received it well. We are about to share another amazing person, another besides myself and besides each and every one of you, Celestine Starr. I met her in my home area of Marin County, where she was a superstar there. But her work is as director of the Galactic Earth Council. All right. She's been an ultra terrestrial and a heavenly emissary for over 40 years, offering galactic wisdom and knowledge to many of us. She's guided by the Heavenly High Spiritual Counselor as an ambassador. She's here to assist in the reintegration of Earth's humanity, of course, with our benevolent ultra-terrestrial ancestors, star kin. So we're going to find out all about them. She's the author of the Galactic Earth Council book, which is actually a roadmap for those beings, each and every one of you, who are being called to awaken to their galactic origins. Many people have experienced Star's guided sacred skywatch circles, her celestial ascension sessions, and her galactic ascension workshops. And one more thing, she is a sacred wisdom teacher. So it is my honor, Celestine. Why don't you unmute yourself, unhide yourself, and become visible? There she is.
Bingo.
Wow. Very prophetic. I'm thinking like become visible. That's so interesting. That's my new theme word of the day.
Yes. Thank you, Joan. Wow. Just amazing. Amazing. I love your energy, just pouring out the love, the wisdom. And thank you for welcoming me.
Thank you so much, Celestine. We're so excited to hear your story. Why don't you just start with telling us who you are and like how you came in contact with these beings?
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you, Neil, also. Neil Gar, you are just amazing. So I just want to take a moment to thank you for bringing us here today. So my name is Celestine Aisha Starr. Aisha is my name from the constellation of Sirius. And I have full memory of walking through the Stargate to be here in this planetary system, and especially for this time. Been here on this walk for a long, long time. But I came into what is interestingly a metaphysical family. I needed to be brought into the mystery school, a place where I could learn and be given the pieces as I grew. So from the time I was born, I was deep in arcane magic, hermetic knowledge. We have an Egyptian background, Native American. So the esoteric sciences, alchemy, all these things were given to me spoon-fed to myself and my brother as we grew. And some of it was very easy for me, and others was the struggle. So it wasn't, like I had an easy life and all of a sudden everything was there, Really, I was in like a university, a group of people who were very intelligent, highly intelligent, and they knew what they were doing, moving nature, intelligence, and power. So I would say I spent my life exploring the cosmos at a very early age. So you had astrology, astronomy, the esoteric sciences. That was my schooling. It was like Harry Potter. So we had a near-death experience at 6 years old. And so when you're doing metaphysics or you're working with the elementals, those become intelligences. They're giving, I was given this wisdom to connect with fire, water, earth, and air, to see the wind and actually take a moment, it was ingrained in me. And I actually acknowledge that these elements have intelligence. And you could see it in a lot of the shamanic, tribal systems where they're teaching this. And once you have the experience of communicating with thunder, communicating with water, and having a response, then you're there. So you become, in a sense, connected. So I was connected to this, and I ended up at the age of 6 with a near-death experience, went through the light, and as I went through the light, I became aware of a dimensional field in which there was other beings. And I first came in contact with 2 intelligent blue beings. They're still with me, they're still guides. And after the reading of my life, I then went further into an expansive experience. It was state of being that was so holy that it cannot be brought into human words. And those that say don't know, and those that know don't say. It's one of those things where it's the unsayable, the unspeakable. And so you might call it, the closest I could get to is the Godhead, So the vastness of beingness, but yet that minute individual consciousness still resides with me. And then coming back into this life, I'm giving you some of the information that connects me to our talk. So I've studied the transformation of human consciousness probably for about 40 or 50 years. I have it recorded, at least from the 70s. I started working in optical and quantum science. I was an optician and later became integrate into the neurosensory development with Dr. Downing, which is laser technology in the brain to adjust the hypothalamus and the circadian rhythm. So always kind of the healing track. And as you go into the healing track, you find different things about frequencies and sounds. So I worked in conjunction with radionics and laser technologies, the understanding of multidimensional consciousness. So that brings you up to date, a holistic intuitive healer that is clinical alchemical hypnotherapist, but now reaching beyond that, reaching on beyond into the quantum field of consciousness and working with people to reclaim their origins. And so I hope that answers your question there, Joan.
Second, what an incredible background. Okay, to have this consciousness. You're saying that you've always felt like this.
Yes, I've been in contact with other consciousness for a long, long time. Space people, immortals. I've sat with the immortals. When you bring your consciousness, your frequency up to a certain level, the immortals begin to appear. And so.
What is that like? Tell us what that's like. I really want to know.
Yes. Yes, you do want to know.
Yes. Because I feel them.
Yes, you feel them. And to have them appear is just extraordinary. So the year began in 1985. I was, coming out of San Francisco, having done the mothering and all of this. I needed a break. And so I was guided to the mountains. And in the mountains where I was guided was the ultra-terrestrials had their life. They lived there, and unbeknownst to me. But I was just looking to get away and, heal myself, going into the deepest woods. suddenly began to notice, there were ships going by and this and that. And as I began to keep going into this forest that we call the Buddha Canyon, Native American Vision Quest land, all of a sudden, you would get this sense of feeling that somebody was there. And I began to do trance channeling in 1985, and I continued in the forest up in Middletown. This is the country where I was at. And I began to purify myself, and to the point where I was basically eating very little and living off of tinctures, and putting this beautiful supplements together. And my consciousness and my beingness was so illuminated. The first immortal that appeared was Tai Li Po. And I was sitting in meditation. And as I looked into the forest, the leaves began to move and morph. And as it moved and morphed, it became more and more to the shape of a human, and more until this man was before me. Now, I was, in a sense, freaking out, because it's like, oh my goodness, there's a man here, and what is it, is he going to harm me? Is he going to help? What's going on?
It was like kind of physical?
It was physical.
Like you could touch him?
He was, yes, he was probably, 10 feet from me when he appeared. And he just stood very, very quiet. And when I stopped shaking and trembling, he said, "I am Tai Li Po." And in that moment, I felt so much love and relief that he could speak to me. And he spoke directly to my heart. And we had a beautiful conversation. And he gave me encoded numbers, because he was connected to the I Ching. And so that was amazing that it was the literal Tai Li Po. And so when he left, I went to verify, because I'd never heard of this being. My girlfriend, who was studying the I Ching, that was her practice. Even though I had studied it, I was not aware of this person. And she said, "Oh, yes." And there it was. So that was the first.
So he just disappeared after he gave you these codes? And
yes, yeah, he just kind of faded out very gently. And that was the first. I've had Yoshi Sojo. She rang her bell and taught me many things. Babaji, Meher Babaji, appeared with myself and another friend of mine. We were in deep prayer. Mother Mary, Mary Magdalene. These are very high beings. Yes.
I think it's really beautiful. I've had these visions with some of these high beings, but not physically, not except once. Actually, I want to rephrase that. Once I was lying outside at my sister's on a chaise lounge, clouds are above, and I closed my eyes and I felt a touch.
Beautiful.
And I looked up and there was a cloud that looked just like Archangel Michael, big lips, gorgeous eyes. And I knew it was him that had touched me. So I'm thinking that's the kind of encounters you take people through.
Well, these are just natural experiences. And I was just up in Seattle with a beautiful group of women. I was doing some work there. And in our last and final prayers, we had feathers appear as in the clouds, like angel clouds that turned into feathers, and all kind of activities in this one area, in this beautiful sister's home, Sandra, Hadassah, and Raquel. And in our final prayer to Mother Mary, she appeared in her rainbow body. So we, took pictures, of course. And, so what I tell people is keep your head to the sky, because it's there to show us the way. Mm-hmm.
Can you, I know you have a new book. Well, it seems
yes.
new to me. Do you have it there that we can see it?
Yes.
And the reason I want you to talk about it a little bit, like what can we find in this book? Like what are you talking about in here?
My goodness. The first part of this book, it's called The Galactic Earth Council, the Reintegration of Earthkin to Starkin. And the first, part of it is my biography, my journey. As you were asking me, who are you? How did you connect with star beings? Our family in New Mexico connected with a group of beings. We went into their spaceship as a family. It was very interesting.
So it was a soul family kind of experience. That's
important. The
important
whole family experience, yeah.
We could.
It was the nuclear bomb testing in the area in New Mexico that we were in, and so. But I tell the background of Native American. This group that I founded, the Galactic Earth Council, we were guided to come together by the oil spill in 2010. So it opens up with the oil spill, and the fleet had appeared in the sky in Marin here, thousands of ships. And I said, the oil had been spilling into the ocean of the Gulf of Mexico for over a month or two. And when the fleet had appeared in Marin, I said, we're in trouble. You know, there's a council going on. And one of the ships stayed over my house for 3 days. And when I went out and finally said, okay, what can I do? What are you here for? And they said, gather as many humans as you can and bring them to the mountain. So that's what I did in 2010, July the 11th. We had about 30 people, and the star people came. They needed us to give them permission to assist in stopping of the oil leak. And after our prayers and spending time with the High Spiritual Council, the Galactic Star Federation, they left. And 2 days later, there was a mysterious apparatus, 22-ton apparatus that was placed in the ocean and stopped the leaking. So we like to say we were useful in that. We're not sure, we're not going to claim yes, but that was the beginning of the Galactic Earth Council. So we're going on 10 years. The book covers that experience. It covers my experience, how to look for the cloud, the cloud beings, the beautiful sacred circles that we do. We have intent, and yet we open ourselves to experience what they have in store for us. Each grouping that I would bring, I would spend about 28 days before I would give the circle the sky watch. I did it in Native American style. So we do rounds, we do prayers to the mother, and then we speak about who we are and our level of consciousness connected. But while we're speaking and connecting, you have the Galactic Starfleet showing their technologies, showing holograms, getting people's synapses open, because a lot of people can't see them or are not aware of them. These are our star kin, our star relations. And so they work really hard to break that barrier. They've actually drew a silhouette of San Francisco in a cloud and then parked their starships behind the silhouette. And it's here in the book here. So you'll see, for those people who like pictures, you'll see pictures of the group. You'll see stargates. I have actual stargates that was given, you'll see stargates. And actually they gave me a picture of a starship. There's the silhouette at the top left. And then there's the star. So when I asked for something for humanity, they immediately sent in this beautiful starship, came in with a fireball, and you can see the fireball, and then it opened its field and became seen and let me take the picture. So you'll have a chapter, we have a chapter, Voices of the, let's see, we have a chapter that is the actual reintegration, the reintegration revealed, in which all of the frequency of the earth is rising, which enables us to open our synapses to see into a deeper interdimensional field. Our field, our resident field, is interfacing with the field in which they live. They call it septicles. And so the permission for our star kin to interact with us has been given. And the process of working with us, like in the star, in the circle where the synapses is awakened, and all of the people who have been in the circle experiencing these starships, their technologies, the different forms, you know, between the scout ships and the terrestrial ships and the galactic ships, understanding that they live here, they've been here forever, they've been a part of the evolution of this planet. We are the signature form of the planet, although we have galactic consciousness. Each one of us has come from a different place. And we've entered into this physical form. So the chapter 11, which I do study groups, tells about that. They give their history of Earth and the reversed ones, the consciousness that we are struggling with as we evolve and awaken. And then we have the voices of the Galactic Earth Council. So they get to tell their story. It's not just about me. And you have lots of channelings and pictures and things to assist you in understanding that Earth is becoming once again a galactic planet. I'm so excited about that.
Right. This is so exciting. I was talking about my plant medicine world. I was like in my 60s when I first did my first plant medicine, so it was pretty intense.
Many of it.
But the second or third journey, I started to see writing on about 5 people there on their forehead.
Wow.
And yeah, intense writing. And they were Sumerian, you know, it looked Sumerian to me. And when I went home that night, I one of my roommates was a remote viewer. So I said, okay, I saw this writing on Heather's face and on all these other people's face. Could you, on their forehead, can you download it and translate it? And sure enough, hardly, you know, like this is in the world of the magical. He transcribed it perfectly, like what was in my head. You know how like you want to take photos of your head?
That's amazing.
And then he translated it, and it said, we are calling for a gathering of heaven and earth and of the Galactic Council. And that's why I have chills as you're speaking, because the writing, and it was only about 5 people. It was like, we are calling for this gathering of heaven and earth.
That's beautiful. I love that story.
And that sounds like what you've been facilitating.
Yes, it's to step into that role very consciously, but naturally. And when we go into council, what I love about it is I'm just facilitating, but everybody is equal. We share our information. We share without fear, you know, or ridicule what is going on with all of us. And it's been beautiful. And each person, no one's been abducted or injured. And I have to say we've had the best fun. We're screaming.
No one's been abducted.
No one's been abducted, but we're all just in love. And you know, I've had experiences with the not so friendly. You know, I spent time. I was married to Ernest Robert Hunt, who was Special Forces, Special Operations, and he ended up security over Edwards Air Force Base. And you know, we've come in contact with those that are here to exchange power, information. The Galactics call them the reversed ones, you know, and had that experience. And so there is caution, you know, there's caution. But in the circles that we give, it is always the illumination of light. And everyone is prepared and safe, and the opening of the consciousness for each person, it changes their life. So when we come down to from the mountain, and we carry the messages, because each one has a theme. So we focus on a particular theme, but they come down and it's like taking it into the world, you know? And they gave to me the understanding of the galactic origins, how important that is for us in this time, is to go back to the first time that you came to Earth. And that has been mind-blowing for me, to take people from all walks of life, young and old, you know. I even had a gentleman who was American Airlines. It turned out to be, he had been in Area 51, but taking them back to the first time they see their form, because you're going through a time barrier that's 10,500 years ago.
Or possibly more.
Literally a barrier where the interference from beings from other galaxies, it was forbidden. And by what they call the radiant one is the creator source. And so to take people through regression, and I go, oh, that's why, you know, chemical hypnotherapy, you know, trance work, but this is encoded. So when they get to the place from which you come from, you get to see the textures of the land, you get to see your people, you get to experience, did you come by yourself? Were you a scout? Were you a leader? So many people, you can't make it up. And their form, they have one certain form, many transform into another form when you take them back to where they came from. So it said, okay, well, here's your clan, you meet your people, you know that you came here for this purpose, this is your contract to Earth. And how does that match up with the present time? You know, we put them in a higher state of consciousness so that they can bilocate and we can work in any dimension. There's no time barriers. Then we take them back to where they came from. And, you know, some emerge into sound. Some are light, they essence, they're a group of light beings. Some have definitive form, but each is very much in their divine state. Now you have the understanding of their divinity. And the quest is letting go of contracts, agreements, or modifying them. And do you want to join with the present self, who is an expression of the creator, or do you want to stay a guide? And many say, I want to do the integration. I want to do full integration. And when they come in as fully integrated as a human, you have your human, you have your divinity, and then of course, the radiance of the one. You have the Holy Trinity, and you have the Philosopher's Stone. So imagine hundreds of people passing through that initiation and embodying in truth what divinity is for them. I'm so honored. It's a part of what is happening to bring us into that unified mind in strength and knowledge, you know. So that's a part of the work here.
Wow. You know, very profound, Celestine. Honestly, I just.
It is.
It is. And I know that right now that the Galactics are working even more with us, kind of in the unfolding. So can you discuss that a little bit? Like, what do you see happening now with the unfolding?
What I see happening now, so, you know, we entered the phase in 2020, which was a phase of mortality. So it was about understanding we're here for the eternity. And each person, each human was given the deepest initiation of touching their mortality, which is kind of coming out of that phase. And the next phase, okay, so those who were in extreme fear or, you know, believed the imprint that was put out and the engagement of the biological energies, and some left out of their bodies, some stayed, but the initiation of understanding that we're here for eternity, so not to fear death. And there was a split off of timelines from what I understand. And I could see that, you know, there were those who were going over the cliff because they, you know, they bought into the fear of, you know, we're actually if you are in fear, you can control the population. Have to do this, stay in your house, don't be separate, wear the mask, you know, all this control factor. And then you have those like you, Joan, and I, and Neil, and all of those who are higher consciousness, where we go, wait a minute, this is my world, and I'm sovereign, and this is how my world is. So we moved kind of through that phase. And so you have the two timelines, one's kind of evolving and one's going, you know, further into the control factor, the reverse consciousness, right? So where we are now is very interesting. We've turned on the 5G, and what we are not aware of is that it can go up to, some of the towers can go up to 6G. So they're weaponized. Make no doubt, and the way I understand this is the Galactic Star Federation, which is here in the Bay Area over the City of Light, I have not seen their ships. They disappeared. They disappeared probably around March, and I became very, very concerned. They rolled out the vaccinations and everything, which is on and on. And I did this transmission for Tanador, who is the being who connects with me through the High Spiritual Council. So you could find that on YouTube, the transmission, the latest one. But as this started rolling out, the Syrian Council appeared. Okay, so I was not seeing the galactic starships. I was not, which I see on a daily basis. I could tell you where their imports and outport exits are. I could tell you, you know, from here all along the coast up to Shasta. I was not seeing them. So eventually the Syrian Council began to do maneuvers to get my attention and talk to me. And they let me know that the 5G does affect the starships. And so they're reconfiguring the mechanics of the starship so that there won't be any interference. Now, what is happening, they call it a differential. Differential means war. And you have to understand that there are groupings of our humanity that believes that they own the earth. And they're coming from a place of invasion of aliens, kind of spreading more fear. But the truth
I've heard this.
Yeah. So the truth is that they've lived here since the beginning, and we need them here because there's energetic energies and balancings that we're not aware of that they're able to do that we are not able to do because we don't have the technology. So it's beneficial to have certain groupings, and they did have contracts and agreements with our government in order to have their airspace and have their place of living, such as when I was up in Middletown and up in Clear Lake and those areas, and even down here in the Bay Area. And so the Syrian Councils came in to help upgrade the starships and also to stand ready. And you have to understand, if these higher beings were going to take over the earth, they would have done it a long time ago.
Right.
And so that's a clear no-brainer. But if they have to shut down the towers, they will not be able to be used again. And we use them for our communications. They use us, you know. So what they did was they pulled back, and they're waiting. You'll see the vapor trail of the white vapor trail of their ships of the Syrian Council. They're here to deal with the manipulation of the genetic engineering going on with humanity. That's a big no-no. And using nanotechnologies without our permission or knowledge. And so that's kind of been in the workings. And you'll notice the barge that was in the Suez Canal, that was Bill Gates's evergreen barge. And that was not only run aground, but also they offloaded it and destroyed a lot of the equipment and the technologies that was going to be used to literally wipe out some of the agriculture and put in the nanotechnology, so we would be dependent upon GMO food, you know, that turn on the towers and destroy the land or destroy and put it up into the air. So that was run aground, and I'm so grateful for the different countries who assisted in that. You know, Turkey, Egypt, Quantum.
I know about that. So one thing that you've been referring to the Syrian Council, and then you've been referring to the Galactic Council. Are they? Is there like a Pleiadian? Like, are there all these councils a little different, or?
I would say yes, absolutely. You have the High Spiritual Council, which goes beyond this dimensional field. Interdimensional vastness from one galaxy to another. They reach into enormous connection, and they connect with the Prima Ultras. I speak about it in the book. The Prima Ultras would be the first outreach of consciousness from the sourcial beingness. You have the Prima Ultras and the supreme forces that kind of hold the universe in oneness. And then you have the High Spiritual Council, which actually was a part of the formulation of this galaxy. They call it the Sheshata, this galaxy. So the formulation, think about that. Having that much intelligence, interdimensional, that's why we need them. And in our grouping, in our area, in our solar system, we have the Galactic Star Federation. And I've gotten information about, oh, careful, they're demonic, whatever. But no, the ones that I'm working with directly are connected in a very high place. So they are distinct. They have starships, they have terrestrial ships. Not all the ships that they were using in their workings were able to go out into the galaxy. They didn't need that. So they have a fleet of ships. And the High Spiritual Council also has modulated forms of consciousness like Tanandor, who can be in light embodiment, such as, you know, Archangel Michael. He's more of a light essence or energyless essence, and they can come all the way in, you know. So you have these different levels of consciousness working together in unison. The Star Confederation, like Ashtar Command, which I had contact up in Middletown, right? They actually helped, they assisted in the building of the geyser up there. And Ann Baker, whose husband was the foreman for building up the geyser, they would appear to him every night, and she would see this glowing being outside of her window. She's totally, perfectly of a flamboyant, esoteric nature, just very grounded. So when she told the story, she's a part of this solar cross. So we have, yes, the Galactic. 5G, 6G towers, we have the Space Force that was developed by ex-President Trump. And these things go back into, you know, I want to take it back to Tesla. And if you want to dive into Steiner and some of the mystery schools coming out of MIT, connecting to the UFO papers, all of this, you know, so the weapons, the space weapons have been turned on, and there's contingents that are working to try to get our leaders to turn them off, because we do need them. Whether they like it or not, we need the ones who can help maintain our solar system and the balance of the electromagnetic field for the Earth, yeah? And so as far as the nuclear weapons, my brother worked at the Concord's weapons station. He was a part of writing the computer programmings for the weapons around the world. And he would often speak of the ships coming over and just shutting down the electrical system and hovering over the base for, you know, 3 or 4 days. And so what I really got, and you hear this in other reported incidences where ships will come over and the electrical systems would not function, but definitely they have a control over our nuclear weapons. And I do believe there's actually a time when they went around the world and actually shut down these nuclear weapons on a level. So when I hear the presidents and North Korea talking about it, I go, okay, they're posturing, but it will never happen, because when they set off 10 nuclear weapons at one time, atomic weapons, excuse me,
Right.
in the 50s, they split the sky. We literally, as humans, split the sky in two, and I was there. I was 7 years old. And I looked into the sky and you could see black on one side and regular sky, shining clouds, everything on the other. It was like looking into the matrix, and the warbling of the two together, it took, probably a week or so before it came back into oneness. The Native Americans freaked out, and as soon as that happened, we had the huge ships coming in, the flying saucers. So we actually broke our barrier. We ripped the grid.
Oh, that's what happened.
All of this to blame. Yeah. So when we were taken as a family into the ship, we were tested, because not only did we have nuclear weapon fallout, but we had DDT, cocaine in our drinks, opiates in our cough syrup. We were just completely the people of the chemical age. So yeah, they said, don't worry about that. They're not going to engage us in war. There is not going to be an invasion. So please, June 24th, whatever you see, just recognize that our space program people have their own technologies, and maybe you're just seeing that in the sky.
So you're saying that perhaps the Space Force,
yes,
that we have, has, of course, all those ships and weapons as well. I know I'm hearing a lot of talk about the false flag, a false alien invasion happening June 24th.
Yes, coming up.
Very interesting you mentioned it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just, and I'm glad to just speak it. And it's not to stop it or take it down. This is between the higher powers to make these decisions. But I just want to speak and put onto the table that my experience of over 40 years has been one of extreme blessing, and that we need them, because there's things going on with the increase of the gamma rays, the atomic rays, our weakening of the sun, these huge solar blasts that are happening, our electromagnetic field. We need them because we don't have the understanding or the ability to help balance out the energy fields. We can take this opportunity to evolve ourselves, because as we're hit with these radiated fields, our right brain and our left brain are activated. And for those that are ready, we awaken and evolve. So having those who are in leadership understand that there needs to be space for evolution of the human species. We're getting ready to be revealed. It is going to be revealed whether they like it or not. I say the word Simperith, that means divine plan. Whether they like it or not, we are going to be put in the space of understanding we are not alone. That's already happening. And we can wait on the higher power to say, yes, figure it out, boys. It's time. And so in this awakening and realizing there are others and opening to that field, we become one species. And now we look at that one species and we look at who we are, how we have developed, and what's for the future. And right now we're very primitive. When I have gone across the river to different places, I've been in the cities of light, I have been in the archives, I can tell you that there is so much joy and so much waiting for us. And just give us a break. step aside, let it happen, you'll be able to still have all that you need in your life. And so that's my plea to humanity, is to recognize.
To recognize that. Okay, so what is your plea exactly that we can do?
To allow humanity, our course, to evolve. And by holding back information that is needed, we are not alone. It's evident. There was, a lot of sightings. And now, because there's false sightings, there's confusion, they've pulled back. They're not going to be a part of it. They're not going to be a part of the confusion, which is beautiful. So my plea is to recognize that in evolving to a galactic consciousness, a unified consciousness, to understand who we truly are as a species, we are primitive compared to other species and other planetary systems. And when I say primitive, I'm looking at the balance of the reverse consciousness, which is hierarchical control, working with fear, having to claim everything for themselves, being under oppressive thumb. And then you have the balance of those who are evolved and are ready to awaken to the higher consciousness, to access what we already have within our being. When I came back from the oneness at 6 years old, I was fully operational. I was able to access so much information that it was hard for me to be a 6-year-old going to school.
Wow, right, like a human?
I couldn't talk because I was just getting, now I can utilize it. I had to shut down certain parts of my brain and ask to be shut down so that I could function in the world. But just imagine, as we begin to access more and more levels of consciousness, which I'm teaching people how to access their primal awareness, and their divinity, and these parts that we're going to need for the next part of our journey as a human conscious. We are a vibrational tone. We are a vibrational tone that matches the earth. But as we change the earth with chemtrails and all kind of human detriment, we change the tone of the earth, and that changes the tone of the whole solar system. It's like throwing a pebble in. So my plea is to allow for those of us who are part of the evolution, and those who are waiting and ready to evolve, give us the space to do this. Be a human being. Stop the war, stop the distraction, stop to watch the birdies, stop the smoke and mirrors. Give us time to regroup as a humanity, because we are going, when the veil comes up, that's what we have. We got to get it together.
So do you think the veil's going to come off next month when they have, quote, full disclosure? Well, what the government will do, limited disclosure, but
we should
or a false flag. Do you think that's going to take the veil off from our memories, or because so many people?
Your veil is totally off. Your veil is totally off.
Well, my veil, I'm not worried about. Okay, I'm not worried about my veil. I'm a veil remover.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to happen no matter what. But what the Space Force has in mind is not going to be the end game.
Right, because that's human designed, the Space Force, right?
When the High Spiritual Council comes in, and they have the most beautiful fleet that you've ever seen, they're the ones that have inscriptions. Their ships are extraordinary. You feel the power of creation coming through them when you're out there. You just, oh my gosh, everybody's on their knees. I just get everybody on the ground. Just get on the ground. I don't want you fainting over. And they give it to you. So when they come out, there is beauty, grace, love, power. But they come out with, it brings tears to my eyes for us. And they see us as their star kin. We are relatives. They're so excited.
Right. No, we are.
So the connection for them to step out, to me, it's got to be grander. they're not going to play the space invasion game. So I know this without a shadow of doubt. It's going to be beautiful. So we may go through that little phase, and yes, they'll announce, oh gosh, it's an invasion, whatever. Some people will believe, some people not, they'll bring out their military guns and they'll, shoot whatever, maybe lasers and whatever. But, that.
God, I didn't even think of all that. Right. I didn't even prepare myself for all of that. But I know that even the ships, they have trouble evading all of our equipment and military now. And so it's more dangerous for them to be seen as well. So we have a lot happening on the horizon, and everyone wants to know the following.
Yeah.
How do you help remove that veil so that they can all feel a part and meet the council and be a part of this great work?
There's several ways that they've shown me, and I like to do one-on-one. I do at times do groups, but the main thing is there is a specific enactment of taking you to the first time you came to Earth. That's
like a regression. Is that?
Yeah, the Galactic origin. We call it a go session because they come in and it's encoded, and so they get to experience themselves as a galactic being. There's no doubt in my mind. I mean,
that's the best feeling in the world. Okay.
Yeah, look at your hands. And
it is.
Describe to yourself what you look like, right? Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, the memories, so really giving yourself permission to receive the information, go into the center of the earth and ask the Mother Gaia to give you the codes for yourself. You can meditate into the core, the central core, and the center core of the earth is a high resonant field. It's only used for the highest good, even though it can be imprinted with energies or information that would cause distortion in the mind. When you go into there and you're in there and you ask for the codes, you're opening your synapses, you're giving yourself permission to remember, but be prepared because, if you're there by yourself, if you're doing this by yourself, I would probably set up a crystal grid or have some kind of protection around you because you're going to be open. So the protection would be imagining a mirror with the old side out. That makes you invisible and that closes your psychic field. So really grounding, maybe doing a mirror around you, reflected side out. They could see you, but they can't come in. You can use this anytime. That's just basic psychic 101. Then entering down into the center of the earth and open yourself as a divine being. Om Tat Sat. I am that. I am that I am. Opening the heart, because the heart is the projector, and really allowing yourself, giving yourself permission to receive the DNA and codex through the mother, and going down into the Mother Earth, and then receiving the codes. You'll know when you have received the codes for your life. Perhaps it is a place for you to receive the codes and then coming up into the earth and into your being without opening your eyes and asking to see the visions or to feel who you are, where you came from. Just sitting in meditation, maybe having some music playing that's 438 hertz or 528 to keep you in that resonant field and letting yourself see who you are, what you're all about. The other way that I can offer is taking people into a flame, taking them directly into the council. And so that with that, we would work with you and place you in the flame of flames. The flame tells you which council. I'm with the council of the golden flame. I can enter into the council room through the flame and be present with them. And sometimes they'll follow you back and you'll notice lights turning off and on. That tells you that they're really there and you can have an associated relationship with them. Depends on who you are and how ready you are for this work. And always, because their work is about service, when you open yourself up and you say, okay, what are my contracts for Earth? Why am I here? And looking at your original contracts, whether you want to modify, keep, or let go, really important. So those are the key things I can give you.
Wow. Okay. Just so you know, I'm going to go back and listen to this on YouTube later. And when we're finished for the day, and call in my codes. I find it real. And you're going to hear it. So people want to know how they can find you, by the way, to book a session. Just extraordinary. So let's answer that one.
And Neil's been putting it up for me. Thank you, Neil. GalacticEarthCouncil.com. You can sign up for a Go session or a celestial activation. If you're someone who is very knowledgeable and just needs to talk to somebody, I'm there for you. And for you, Joan, I would love to offer you a galactic origin session. So you could just, I mean, you know who you are.
Oh my God, yes. So, you know.
Go through the encoded one, you know.
Whoa. And, you know, it's so interesting. We activate each other. Like, you know, so many of us in the work have a certain component, certain pieces. But then I'm just going, oh my God, you know.
I'm doing the same.
We love it. That should answer that. That's not an intuitive reading. That is a full-fledged, this is your, and I do, you know, I do these sessions to help people remember, but I think we're missing a link. There's something in there.
Well, not only do you have access to why you came to Earth, but you have the embodiment of who you are. And most people transfigure into that being, and then you go back to, you know, where you came from. And sometimes it's to a starship, sometimes it's to a dimensional field, and you create your own Merkaba. You know, there's all kind of levels going on here. So
I love that. So we have a couple of questions. The first one, the other one was the name of the book and where it's found. I'm sure I saw it on the chat, but just
the Galactic Earth Council Reintegration of Earthkin and Starkin. You can find it on Amazon.com or my website, thegalacticearthcouncil.com, and you can order it straight from me.
The Galactic Earth Council. And can we like raise our hand to be and say are we automatically members because we're here and we're interested in ascension, or is there a process? Well, I have painted, so I paint the Angelic Council. I'm going to find that painting and send it to you. I like it. But is there like, can we all join, or is there, you know, a secret?
Let me just check in, because I don't want to do this haphazardly. You know, it's not like, oh, everybody is now a part of the Galactic Earth Council.
No, you're right.
It's a very serious, you know, it's a clearly we do the work. We're here to do the work. What I would say is I'd like you to connect with me personally, and you know, of course, Joan, you and Neil, I'll send you your boarding passes.
Oh, I love that. Okay, so it's about getting a boarding pass. Okay, so guys, now she's
we have meetings, we have study groups, we're an organization. We've archived everything. It's not a play game. It's a real council that we've been working with the Galactic and the High Council, the Star Confederation, and the Galactic.
So you actually meet regularly.
Yeah, we're all connected.
Okay, there's a 3D thing component to the guys.
We are so grounded.
I'm a Pisces.
We have archival, you know, this is a historical group, because we started with 30. We're still pretty much, but we have people around the world, and it's, you know, so yes, if you intend to be with the Galactic Earth Council, you can certainly be with us.
I love that. Okay, so we have another question here, and it's more like, what do the star family think of the sacred fungi? I guess of mushrooms.
They are in love with nature.
Yes, and mushrooms.
They are of the ones. The High Spiritual Council are the ones who actually help formulate the earth. I am told that the Pleiadians were the ones, along with the fairy kingdom, and they really bring it down to, they terraformed the earth after the fiery moment. They call it the greening area. This is the greening area. So they have great respect for the the terraforming, the maintaining. The fungi are an intelligence that go from planetary system to planetary system. There's many different colonies of the intelligence. They see it as not just one, the one that goes under the earth and kind of goes through everything. They have it in the sea, you have it on land, and you have it in the air. There's particles in the air that are connected to the fungi, and so great respect. They would do things for us in our sittings when we're doing our prayers to the mother. All of a sudden we'd have 100 dragonflies appear, and then they disappeared just like that, so they're right there with us.
Wow, I'm on board. I definitely want to have my go done, my galactic origin.
Go, yes, go session.
Go. Everyone needs
you and Neil anytime, baby.
The truth is, it's a crime. It's criminal that we do not know our galactic origins, and that the truth about who we've been, even as a species, has been kept from us and our galactic family. So this is really good.
I want to speak into that. And, nothing happens without permission. So each person's here to be an expression of creation, and we are the story of creation through our own lives. And so they don't go after the reversed ones, but each person, if you open the book and you say, why did you agree to that? Why did you create it? Then you find out that they needed to not awaken till a certain time. Some are studying the lower nature of humanity. This earth used to be a very high level transient place where people would come for education on learning. It was extraordinary. That's why education is so important on this planet to humans, because we were the place, and I see that vision for humanity again, where beings would come from all over different places to be with illuminated beings. And I see that hopefully happening again. So
I want to, first of all, I want to thank you so much, Celestine. I now remember meeting you in Ojai one day and finding out that was, and I had totally forgotten about that. It was such a random thing. I was like, wait, who are you? And now here we are. It's been years.
Here we are, darling.
It's just really, and your presentation has been very inspiring, so grounded. Even in the fact of a galactic council of star beings, the groundedness of your presentation and of your life's work is just, even our audience just really loves that. I'm going to open up the floor after thanking you to the rest of our panelists who were being asked to speak about the vaccine situation. I have my own thoughts about it, but I'll give you a second if you have anything you'd like to comment on that, and we can open up to the other panelists.
Follow your heart, but know that there is nanotechnology in all of the shots. So you have to make a decision.
Right.
Some people are being pressured, and, let it be your own private walk. No matter what is in the vaccine, it's really your body, your truth, between you and the creator. The creator is the only one who could take you off this planet in truth. And you have to make that decision for yourself.
I love that.
There are other technologies, so you don't have to walk in fear. They've released the truth about the treatments, the pre-hospital treatments. That's always been there, but they just didn't let you know. So if you haven't taken it, take a look at the treatments. We also have sound treatments, radiation, radionics. I've been maintaining my body, my resident immune system for years and years and years. And really, the quantum science is here. So that's what I say. You're not going to die of COVID either way.
So,
yeah, they have to give you the COVID to give you the shot. They have to give it to you so your RNA will integrate it. So just think about that.
Okay, so that's a great perspective. And my perspective as a chiropractor has been that you can have health coming from within. And I don't take outside things to the best of my abilities. And I didn't vaccinate my children either, much to the chagrin. I found out later that the doctors at Kaiser would take my kids to the side and say, well, we would vaccinate you if we could. But natural healing. But the truth is that whatever we take in our bodies, we can hold it to be for our highest good. And as Celestine says, there are antidotes as well. But understand that it is a personal decision. And that's what I wanted to address in my presentation. We cannot sit on the fence. The truth is do I want to allow this? Do I want to be coerced, or do I believe in it? Like if it's because you're being coerced, then that is another issue, okay, of personal freedom and where do we stand. But yeah, this is a personal decision. You're going to have to check in with yourself, everyone, truthfully. And know that you can use your I am consciousness to align this with your body and to take your own protocols as well, without any judgment, because there's judgment on both sides. But should it be, should we be forced into a society of those who have been and those who haven't? I'm firmly against that. So there you have it.
I agree on that one too.
Firmly against it. We are one people. The yellow star just doesn't seem to suit that. And actually we are one people. And that gets to the next discussion of our ascension, is knowing that there is a consciousness on planet Earth where we can align with every human for the highest good of all concerned.
Unified consciousness.
You are my sister. We came.
So envision for the Earth, take us to the higher through your own envisioning of, free water, just freedom, beautiful planet, that our skies are clean. We could do better than we're doing. We could do better. And ask for the leaders to step forward. Envision that the leaders step forward. And it's through your envisioning, because each individual person has their own world. And so you are the power of your world. So envision your world and we'll join you in envision a better world for all.
And so it is, guys. Be that light. Thank you so much, Celestine. You are just amazing.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it back over to you to keep going. And thank you, Neil. I love you.
And thank you, Neil. We love you. And our watchers talk. All right. Sweet.
Wow, that was fantastic. What a great conversation. Thank you very much, Celeste and Joan. That was incredible, eye-opening, and mind-opening conversation. They really enjoyed it, and the crowd here on the Zoom room really have had a wonderful conversation going on, and as well on YouTube and Facebook. So thank you very much for that. And guys, please share the stream, give it a like, and help us fight the thought police. Next up is Jamie Janover. So I will quickly read Jamie's bio. Jamie Janover has long been interested in the intersection of science and all things considered spiritual and metaphysical. So when he first came across Nassim Haramein lecturing at a music festival, all the dots connected. Ever since that time, in the summer of 2002, he has been delving ever deeper into the world of unified physics and ancient cultures through the lens of Nassim Haramein's theories, sharing resonant information in presentations he delivers while on tour as a musician. Jamie Janover was taught by Nassim Haramein how to deliver presentations on his unified field theory in 2008 as one of the Resonance Project's original 12 emissaries. In 2012, he became the Resonance Project first ambassador and took over for Nassim in teaching 3-day delegate programs, which have since become an online intensive course with thousands of students from 77 countries all over the world. Janover has delivered more than 250 comprehensive presentations and a dozen delegate program weekends on Nassim's work at private events, conferences, and festivals worldwide in places as far-reaching as New Zealand, Egypt, India, Canada, Indonesia, Spain, Costa Rica, Australia, Portugal, Mexico, and all across the United States of America. Welcome, Jamie. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here with you guys.
I will pass the baton over to you, and we'll see you in a bit.
Right on. Neil, do you want to do this interview style at all, or do you just want me to present?
Hey, brother, yeah, if you could present. I just have background noise right now, so I just figured it would be better if you presented.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you have the slides, right? We discussed via email.
Yeah, I can share screen.
Okay.
So here we go, everybody. How's it going? I'm going to just
sorry
kind of
interrupt there, Jamie. If there's any questions that pop up, I'll jump in and I'll ask you those.
Okay. All right, let me get Keynote going here. And all right, you guys seeing my space? You guys seeing that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's on.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to try to do a very condensed, brief version of what can be an extended set of information, because what we're trying to review here is the history of civilization and the history of science, of trying to figure out where we are, how we got here, what everything's made of, where everything's going. And those are the giant questions that everybody's been asking since we evolved to the point of having a consciousness that allows us to ask these questions. So that being said, it's kind of an infinite amount of information, and I have 40 minutes. So this is the super speed dial version, condensed version of a presentation that I actually have on Portal to Ascension, space-time geometry in ancient civilizations. And just right away, just by saying that, you have to say, okay, what do you mean space-time geometry? You mean there's a thing called space-time? What is that? And then there's geometry, which is the study of the structure in space. So space-time geometry would suggest that there's a structure to space, that it's not just random, or it's not just nothing. Because I think when most people think of space, and you look up at the sky at night or even the daytime, there's a lot of space out there, right? We look up and we see all these stars. People were like, what is all that? Where did that come from? Where am I, right? And since those questions started being asked, there's been a divergence, right? There was the main way of knowing things, which was fundamentally spiritual or religious or philosophical. I don't know how all this stuff got here, but my guru or my leader or my authority figure or my parents or whoever it is, when you're a kid, say, here's the deal. This is how things work. And then a long time later, we invented the scientific method, which was a little bit more like, I don't know. And instead of guessing or having faith in some description that I got from somebody who lived before me, maybe I'll try to figure this out. I'll collect some data. I'll have a hypothesis. I'll compare my data to my hypothesis. Scientific method in a nutshell, right? So once we got to that point, then people like Copernicus and Galileo looked into the sky and said, hold on a second, how can this be all happening like this? I don't understand the stories. How is everything connected? Where did all this stuff come from? And so you can ask this question, if there was one thing that connected all the things, what would it be? The short answer to that is space. And people think of space, I think, usually as outer space. Obviously, space is everywhere. Even at the quantum scale, space is there. The material world, everything we call matter, is made of atoms. We've never found any matter not made of atoms, and atoms are made of mostly space, a vast majority space. So if you want to try to figure out how everything in the universe works, you might want to pay attention to the space and how that all connects. And is there any way to describe this space? Is it random? Does it have a structure? Does it have a dynamic? Does it have a density? Does it have a pattern of energy flow? So this is where you can start to like get down to the nitty gritty, right? This guy, Henrik Casimir, it's actually not Henrik Casimir, found out in 1947 or something, very decades ago, maybe space has a structure to it. Maybe space has an energy to it. And so there was a theory that if you took two finely polished plates, so finely polished you could get them a micron apart from each other, you could effectively stop all of the long frequencies of the electromagnetic spectrum from getting between these plates. It's a very simplified short description of an experiment that couldn't even physically be done when he thought of this. It wasn't until 1990 at Seattle University that they managed to do an experiment like this with a ball and a plate. Long story short, energy is not empty. I mean, space is not empty. space is completely full of energy of all kinds of different frequencies of the electromagnetic spectrum, not to mention things like muons, just like tiny little particles that fly through space. Right now, as we sit here, there's television stations, radio stations, all these different frequencies of the electromagnetic spectrum passing through us. And we don't really perceive very much of that because we can only perceive 1/10 billionth of the information riding on the electromagnetic spectrum. So we did a lot of experiments, a lot of different physicists kind of evolved their thinking on how the universe works. Eventually you get to Wheeler, Thorne, and Meissner writing this book, Gravitation, in the 70s. And this kind of became the Bible of Einstein's field equations, because Einstein is kind of the father of gravity, the father of space-time. He had the profound insights onto the nature of space-time and thinking about space-time as a fabric that might curve and all this stuff. Fast forward through a lot of description that I don't have time to get to, there's a physicist named Nassim Haramein who looked at Einstein's field equations and said, I think there's something missing here. Let me dig into this further. And so, man, to try to encapsulate this problem, okay, physicists looked at space. They said, is there energy? Yes. How much energy is there? There's so much energy that it's almost an infinite amount of energy. And the physicists went, oh no, we can't just come out and say there's an infinite amount of energy in space and it's everywhere. We're going to sound like a mystic. We're going to sound like a spiritual being or a religious person. We don't want to do spiritual. We want to do science. So we need to like make it finite. We can't just have infinities and all this stuff. Infinite times infinite is infinite. I mean, that's kind of how it is, but physics needs numbers. They're like, okay, it's not an infinite amount of energy. Let's just like say it's a lot of energy. It's really, really, really full of energy, but it's not infinite. So we're going to round it off. That's what this renormalization is here on this slide. They basically rounded off infinity and said, okay, that's full enough. We'll just say that it's, really full. It's actually 10 to the 93 grams per cubic centimeter. And that is such a ridiculously large number, you guys. You can't really even think of it because it's a 1 with 93 zeros after it. Imagine if your bank account had 93 zeros on it, right? This is exponential growth. Every time you add a zero onto a number, it's 10 times bigger. 10 to the 93 grams is so dense in terms of the amount of energy per cubic centimeter that if you took all the regular matter of the universe, the stars, the planets, the gases, the asteroids, and you squashed it all into a cubic centimeter of space, the density of that cubic centimeter would only be 10 to the 55 grams. So right away, all of us should be really confused right now. Like, what? The whole universe in a cubic centimeter is 10 to the 55? And you're telling me empty space is actually 39 orders of magnitude denser than squashing the whole universe into a cubic centimeter? Apparently, that's what's happening here, that space is actually infinitely full, basically, of energy, and that matter is kind of a specific vibration that happens inside this medium that we call space that has had so many names over such a long time. They used to call this field that we're talking about, that is space, the ether. And the ether was super magical sounding. And so right after Einstein came along, scientists, physicists, they got rid of the ether because, again, it was kind of too mystical. It was a little too magical for them. And they wanted to make this more finite. Now, Nassim looked at these densities, he looked at these structures of space at all scales. This is the most mathematic kind of chart that I'm going to show this whole time, but it's an important scale, a chart that shows the scaling law of all organized matter from the smallest thing that we can measure to the largest thing. And that's the Planck's distance, the Planck length, the smallest little oscillations of space that happen and build things like protons, all the way to the observable universe where we can't see past a certain threshold because the light is moving away from us as far as we can tell. Might be an illusion. This is the Big Bang in a nutshell, right? There was nothing. There was all of a sudden a singularity that is an infinitely small point in space. How that got there, every kid will ask you. No scientist and no theologian can answer that question, right? There was nothing, apparently, as far as we can tell. There was then a singularity, and then that thing blew up into a giant explosion, which somebody sarcastically called the Big Bang, and that name stuck. And that's where we still are in terms of our cosmology, that space started forming, and then it got bigger and bigger, like somebody blowing up a balloon. And now we see these galaxies moving away from us, and that's the observable universe. Well, inside that scale, there are these structures that appear at different sizes and they clump around these various sizes. For example, things like atoms. There's not a lot of structure between an atom and, say, a molecule. And there's not a lot of structure between a molecule and a biological organism, like an animal. And there's not a lot of structure between things that are the size of animals and trees and things like that, and moons or comets or planets. And then there's another big jump to stars. And then there's another big jump to galaxies. Well, all these things are centered by stillness and have spin going around them. And essentially, they're black holes. And black holes are not just vacuum cleaners that suck things in, they also radiate information. So Nassim Haramein's physics says that a proton is a black hole, a star is a black hole, a galaxy is a black hole, supermassive black hole, right? That keeps the coherency of the smaller black holes that are stars spinning around it. The universe itself is likely a black hole inside of a much larger black hole. So it's scalar dimensions to infinity. And so he started plotting all these and realizing that there are these very specific relationships happening there. So this proves that there has to be structure in space. If there was no structure in space, the universe wouldn't be able to organize itself so incredibly coherently so that there's a linear relationship between the size of a structure and the frequency of its spin or the frequency of its vibration. There's a direct linear relationship between frequency and scale. That's proof there has to be structure or organization in space, because this is the entire structure of space from the smallest to the biggest. So then Nassim's like, okay, what do I figure out? How do I figure out what is that structure of space? It was around this time he went on a vacation to Mexico and he saw this pyramid in Chichen Itza. And looking at this pyramid, you can tell whoever built this was really good at geometry, because not only did they make it perfectly symmetrical and make it very beautiful and have the perfect number of steps that when you add up all the steps plus the top, it adds up to 365, the number of days in the year. In addition to all that, the most difficult thing is to do what you're seeing right here, which is at 5:41 p.m. on the equinoxes, there's a shadow cast by the edge of the pyramid where the sun hits the staircase and it looks like a snake. And they put a snake serpent head at the bottom of the staircase right there. So to do that, you have to know that you live on a sphere, that you go around the sun, that there's an angle to the Earth. You have to know what that angle is. You have to know about precession. You have to know about the equinox. You have to know quite a bit of astrophysics type information, more than you would probably be able to gather from putting a stick into the ground and looking at the shadow and all these kinds of theories that come up. So then the question is like, how did they know all these things? Because they started putting pyramids all over the place in Mexico that represent a very specific relationship of geometry. And there's a researcher that came along in the early part of the 1900s, I believe, and started studying Mexico for 30 years, Peter Tompkins. And he wrote this book, The Mystery of the Mexican Pyramids, and showed that the Maya and the Aztecs, the folks that built the original pyramids in Mexico, were trying to show us this relationship between a sphere and a tetrahedron. And the sphere is the most basic form that the universe is making at all scales. Everywhere we look, it's spheres inside of spheres inside of spheres. And the most simple geometry you can make with straight lines, the simplest of the 5 Platonic solids, is a tetrahedron. So there's already an important relationship between these two geometries. If you put a tetrahedron perfectly inside of a sphere, it's going to intersect that sphere exactly at 19.47 degrees latitude. And by doing that, you've bisected the sphere exactly 2/3 below and 1/3 above. Or the other way, if you put the tetrahedron oriented in the other direction, making a star tetrahedron inside your sphere. So the interesting thing here is that that city, Teotihuacan, is exactly at 19.47 on the sphere of the Earth. And no, the Earth isn't flat. No matter how much it seems like it's flat and people have perceptions of things being flat, if you were a bacteria on a bowling ball, you might think the bowling ball is flat also, because it's a scale relationship that causes that illusion. I just need to throw that out because there's a lot of misinformation about the flat Earth thing, and I am not one of those folks. I will go on the record saying that the universe is hollow fractographic. In other words, the universe is making spheres inside of spheres. There is no such thing as flat. There is no flat. Even the flattest thing you can see, if you put an electron microscope up to it, you'll notice it's made of atoms, and atoms are not flat. So therefore, therefore, the idea of 2D, the idea of flat, is an idea of human beings, not an idea of the universe. Anyway, to move on, the biggest mountains that we find on our planet are 19.47, like Mauna Kea in Hawaii, the biggest mountain on our planet, which is actually taller than Everest if you measure to the seafloor. And then Olympic Mons in Mars, the largest volcano in our solar system, is at 19.47. The big red dot on Jupiter is at 19.47, and it's been there since we invented the telescope over 350 years ago. So we know it's foundational. We also even see increased sunspot activity on the sun at 19.47. So we know there's an important relationship between the sphere and the tetrahedron. We also have these anomalous activities that happen at that latitude, especially known as the Bermuda Triangle, next most known as Devil's Triangle. Notice there's a triangle off the west coast of Australia. Isn't there a plane that we're still looking for right over there that we couldn't find? The biggest mystery of all time, biggest search in the history of human beings. Yeah, it's in the middle of that triangle. So that could be a coincidence, but we see commonalities of this angle and of this latitude in fundamental relationships in physics that hold true anywhere you are in the universe. For example, a wake, whether you're going through air or water, happens at this 19.47 degree angle, no matter what speed you're traveling. So Nassim started looking into this because tetrahedrons are so foundational. Maybe tetrahedrons have something to do with the geometry of space. And sure enough, they do. I mean, Buckminster Fuller was a huge pioneer in this work, and he figured out that there has to be structure that has to be perfectly balanced, that is creating a tensegrity grid, if you will, in the field of space. And so Buckminster Fuller came up with this figure right here known as the isotropic vector metric. And it's 20 tetrahedrons making a larger tetrahedron, which is very equal and opposite. It's very balanced, but it's not perfectly balanced because there's structures in the middle that don't have a counterbalance unless you take another tetrahedron and you put it into the first tetrahedron. When you do this, your 20 tetrahedrons in each combine, and you get this 40 tetrahedrons making a star tetrahedron. This is balanced and equal and opposite. This might be a theorized structure to space-time itself, because here's the thing. How is space completely full, but we perceive it as empty? Like, I can move my hand, and yeah, I know I'm in atmosphere. I can feel the air if I move my hand fast enough. But if I was in between galaxies and I moved my hand, would I feel anything? Is there a viscosity to that? Is there an energy density to that? We already know it's completely full, but it doesn't feel like it. It feels like there's nothing. That's got to be one of the biggest anomalies in the history of physics. And the only explanation that really makes a lot of sense, the most sense, is that the structure of the space is so perfectly balanced, so equal and opposite in every possible way, that no matter where a force is in that structure, there's an equal and opposite structure in the space itself that counterbalances that force, and all forces counteract each other into what you would call a 0-point field, otherwise known as the ether, the plenum, space, the vacuum. You could call it God. You could call it mana, prana, chi, quantum foam, source field. Call it whatever you like. There's this one field that connects everything, and we call it space most commonly. And that one thing is what all matter rises out of, all forces rise out of, all perception rises out of, consciousness itself rises out of. And so this is perhaps alluding to the structure itself. And this is, simplified, right? There's no lines in space. There's no tetrahedrons being made in space. Kind of like when you look at a nautilus shell, there's the spiral. It has an underlying geometry of phi triangles that kind of organize that spiral. You don't see the triangles, you just see the curves. In the same way, you don't see the geometry of space, you see spheres being made. And all these spheres perfectly packing together, if you put all the spheres around each one of these tetrahedrons, they perfectly pack together, and it creates a grid that is the fundamental pattern of the universe. Inside of a tetrahedron, a star tetrahedron, those gaps that were in one isotropic vector metric meet the other and come together to form this geometry in red, what Buckminster Fuller coined as the cube octahedron, or the vector equilibrium. And this is the only 3D geometry that's in a perfect balanced state, where all the lines, all the vectors from the center to the edge are the same length as all the edges. And so this gives you a sense of how you would get perfect balance, but this is just one octave. Now we need to have that structure go infinitely bigger and infinitely smaller. So if you start packing more tetrahedrons onto this thing, and you add 4 more tetrahedrons to each of the 8 points, and you add 24 more tetrahedrons, you get to this, which is a 64 tetrahedron grid. This is the first octave of what becomes infinite octaves of perfectly balanced vectors or perfectly balanced geometry. You get a cube octahedron inside of a cube octahedron. Just like in music, you have a note, you go up 7 notes, and your 8th note is the octave where you started. This is an analogous pattern happening in the structure of space, where you have a pattern and you have 7 more that go around it, and you get to an octave, and now you've got the same structure repeated exactly twice as big. So once you keep on packing these over and over on top of each other, then you get to 512, and it keeps going and it keeps going infinite. And so this is the fundamental tetrahedral array that makes the structure of space-time itself. This is a way of looking at this, like I was describing a moment ago here, about the octavization of frequency and vibration in music, and then the octavization of geometry happening in the structure of space. Again, this is the theory developed by physicist Nassim Haramein, and his foundation is called the Resonance Science Foundation. And if you want to dig deeper into all of this stuff, you guys, you can take a free course that's available right now at resonancescience.org. And it encapsulates Nassim Haramein's lifetime's worth of discovery and exploration into these fundamental relationships in the structure of space-time. And he's developed a unified field theory that really encompasses all the observations that we make, showing that there is a connection between gravity and the rest of the forces. In physics right now, the most accepted theory is called the standard model of physics, which is great at describing the particles and their relationship, but gravity is not included. And that's very important, obviously. This theory that Nassim has developed includes gravity. It explains this mysterious thing that we call dark matter, which I don't know if I'll have enough time to go into. But long story short is dark matter is not really a thing. They think it's a type of matter that they just invented out of thin air that they needed to invent to fix problems in the standard model of physics. But I think the problem, and this is where Nassim goes deep into it, is that renormalization of the vacuum energy, that rounding off of infinity, is why they think that they need dark matter, and why they think there's extra mass around galaxies holding them together so they don't fling apart. And that is a fundamental problem that they've basically gotten rid of the energy density of the fabric of space. And then they scratch their head and wonder why 95% of the universe is missing. It's a big issue, you guys. Physics right now is pretty good at describing about 4 to 5% of the universe. The another 95% is missing. And instead of going back and saying, nah, maybe our equations were wrong, maybe we're a little off about this, maybe we shouldn't invent a new type of matter, maybe we shouldn't just invent forces out of thin air like the strong force that holds protons together. Maybe that's not the way to go. Nassim calls it physics as you go. As it turns out, the strong force is actually just good old regular gravity. And it doesn't seem like regular gravity because this is gravity acting at the quantum scale, dealing with black holes that are the size of protons, spinning at the speed of light, causing mass dilation to happen. So the mass goes through the roof because you're spinning at the speed of light. Thank you, Einstein. And that's the strong force. So Nassim is basically tied together a unified field theory that describes gravity and electromagnetism and gravity and how they all relate, and tying together the math of the big stuff, cosmological sized math, that's Einstein's field equations, and then the math for the small stuff, which is not the same as the math for the big stuff. When they applied Einstein's field equations to quantum particles, didn't work out. So now we have a theory that encompasses all space, from infinitely big to infinitely small, all forces, gravity, electromagnetism, and actual unification in physics, the thing that Einstein worked on until he died. An infinite tetrahedral array has the geometry of expansion, 8 tetrahedrons pointing out is a star tetrahedron, and the geometry of contraction, gravity, 8 tetrahedrons pointing in gives you the vector equilibrium or the cuboctahedron. And so this infinite tetrahedral array, which is really infinite sphere packing, when you put a sphere around each one of these tetrahedra, then you get the fabric of spacetime. This fabric of spacetime is not flat. We shouldn't be showing kids this picture anymore, because no, the Earth isn't flat. Spacetime isn't flat like a trampoline where the moon is falling into this thing. That is super simplified. We're flattening the description of spacetime. Black holes are not just a funnel with no equal and opposite structure. Black holes don't just curve. Einstein said spacetime curves. But this is where Nassim was like, what about the spin? Every single thing in the whole universe from the infinitely small to the infinitely large is spinning. So why aren't you saying that space-time curls like water going down the drain? When you pull your plug in the bathtub, the water doesn't go straight down. There's a change of density, right? The air goes down and spins in one direction, and or the water goes down and spins one direction, and the air goes up and spins in the equal and opposite direction. And this is what happens with space-time and black holes. This is why everything is spinning from the infinitely large, from the universe down to the Planck, which is the tiniest little vibration of the electromagnetic spectrum. 10 to the 60 Planck spherical units make up a single proton, one with 60 zeros after it. And this perhaps is the geometry and the dynamic of the atom, of the magnetic field of the Earth, of the sun, of the galaxy, of the supercluster, of the universe itself. It turns out that space-time curls like water going down the drain. Then it goes out along the equator. It goes in every direction, but more concentratedly along the equator of the structure. And then it curls back in. Just like stars get flung out to the edge of the galaxy, then they get caught into the halo of the galaxy by the magnetic field of the supergiant black hole in the center of the galaxy, and then they come down back to the center of the galaxy and get flung out again. And we've seen stars make this path in our own galaxy. We now have confirmed, and this is, 20 years after Nassim predicted this, that there's a supermassive black hole in the center of the galaxy. So all this comes together in this unified field theory. I don't have time to go into all of the details, but here's some torus images to give you a sense of that dynamic of the infinite in and the infinite out at the same time. This is the fundamental pattern of the universe. This is what you're doing right now, whether you know it or not. The energy field of our bodies, of the magnetic resonance coming from our heart and from our brain, this is a field that we hold, that the Earth holds. And as things spin, there's a Coriolis effect where things on the surface then spin. And so this is endemic to all space-time, spinning vortices with smaller vortices spiraling off of them in a kind of a hologram, a holofractographic or a holofractal structure that we call space-time. We see it in 100-kilometer across structures like hurricanes. We see it in 100 light year across structures called galaxies. We see it in 100 micron across structures like the energy field surrounding a carbon particle. This is the fundamental pattern that we see being mimicked by nature at all scales. We see it in turbulence. We see it in algae blooms. We see it in space-time in the form of our galaxy spinning with these arms. Our sun is in about a third or 2/3 of the way out, and we're in between arms, and we're moving as we go, and the sun is moving through the galaxy, and the planets are spinning around the sun as the sun is moving. So the Earth is actually making a helix path as we travel through space-time, the same pattern as the DNA molecules that encode all of our genetic information throughout our genealogy and our ancestry. This is a short animation from that movie Thrive that Nassim Haramein is featured in the beginning of the movie, talking about this pattern of the stars traveling into the halo of the galaxy back down to the center. So basically everything is centered by stillness, everything is centered by singularity, everything is a black hole. The sun is not just sitting there with the planets spinning around it. The sun is moving through space, and Nassim had to make this very simplified animation about 17 years ago or something now, and it's obviously not this simple. The planets don't move at a 90-degree angle to the sun. It's a 60-degree angle. Each orbit of each planet is a different size. It should be more like this. Other people have taken this animation and built upon it. I think this one was made by DJ Sadhu on YouTube and was inspired by Nassim's animation, and he improved upon it. it's funny to me that we can make that movie Avatar, and yet it's not common practice to show all kids in like preschool, hey, here's the local dynamics of your environment, just so you know, this is what's happening. You're on this planet right here, and we're going around like this. We're still showing kids a model of the sun, and that like, oh, I'm 10 years old, so I went in 10 circles. Feel like Groundhog Year. We shouldn't simplify things like this for the kids anymore. I think the kids are ready to get the real picture, a much more clear and ornate and detailed view where things aren't flattened anymore for them. They can understand dynamics, they can understand spin, they can understand that there's a pattern to the geometry between Earth and Venus over an 8-year period, which is what we're seeing right here. So fundamental patterns, fundamental geometries are created by these spheres and the interaction, like the music of the spheres, right? Now we know that there are these massive bubbles of energy coming out of the central black hole of our galaxy. So here's the dual torus. I thought it was really cool that NASA somehow chose the same color as Nassim's animation from 15 years earlier. That was nice, thank you. And isn't it cute that the galaxy looks like your baby picture? We started out as a sphere, and then you become 2 spheres, and you're literally a dual torus. One hemisphere is spinning like this, one hemisphere is spinning like this. And then you divide, and your cells eventually become 64 cells after they're 4 cells initially, and you have a tetrahedral bond between them. Then you're 64 cells, and you are a cuboctahedron, or you are the vector equilibrium. This shows you this relationship of the spheres and the tetrahedrons. It's not easy to see in a simple 2D picture, but this one's nice because it shows the spirals going out in equal and opposite directions, and where they overlap, you get the nodes of the star tetrahedron. That's kind of a nice sealing together the static line geometry that doesn't actually exist, but is the underlying pattern with which the spin and the spirals are organizing themselves. So you have to really think of it as bubbles, as tetrahedrons with spheres around it. And when you get to see that like this is from Marshall Lefferts, the guy who did the book Cosmometry, and he's one of the Resonance Academy faculty members. This shows you the vector equilibrium, the lines. It shows you the torus, the green sphere, and it also shows you the accretion disk, the equivalent of an accretion disk in a galaxy, the plane along the equator of the dynamic where there's more concentrated energy, all in one image. And then you can say that a tree is actually a dual torus, and you're only seeing 1/2 of this. And the quote here from Nassim, which is, biology is the feedback mechanism for the universe to learn more about itself, which is a powerful way of visualizing yourself. Because guess what? We are the universe telling the universe more about itself right now, just by doing this, just by you learning, just by us taking in information. We're the feedback mechanism to make more structure, more organization as time goes on. Biology changes stuff a little bit more quickly than geology or cosmology. And I'm talking all biology, right? From the microorganism to the dinosaur. Doesn't matter the scale, doesn't matter what planet we're talking, all biology. Now we're starting to get into it, right? All these spheres around all these tetrahedrons is making this fundamental pattern, and this dynamic we can see, and these structures we can see in biology all the way to cosmology. So sometimes large cosmological structures look like biological structures, and the overlapping of cells, the organization of our cells is happening in the structure of space, which is fundamentally tetrahedral array, which is spheres overlapping, the flower of life. That symbol that you've seen everywhere, from Coldplay albums now in the mainstream to ancient civilizations, like on the side of a 67-ton megalithic granite pillar in the Osirian temple in Abydos in Egypt, that pattern is everywhere. And nature is mimicking those flows and these geometries, and water is part of the key to this, because the water molecule, especially when it freezes, gives you a clue as to this geometry. And water molecules perfectly packed together are tetrahedral in their lattice. So I'm just showing some examples of the fractal structures here of nature. This is what the ancient civilizations built upon in their architecture. And these fundamental patterns happen often having to do with ratios like the phi ratio 1.618, the golden mean. This is Rafael Araujo's brilliant work. He's an architect who started to analyze nature and try to show the underlying geometries of how nature builds itself. And now we're adapting this to our technology and doing things like solar arrays that adopt the same field patterning as fundamental nature patterns. And here we are seeing cymoglyphs, which are still images of cymatics, which is making frequency and vibration visible. And it shows similar patterns to sacred architecture that we find in Catholicism, in Aztec, in Egyptian, in Hindu. It even looks similar to the CERN particle accelerator and a top-down view of DNA molecules. So we see fundamental field patterning looking self-similar, and it goes way back into ancient civilizations. This is a 3,000-year-old set of platonic solids found, I believe, in Scotland. So the ancients knew about this fundamental pattern. This fundamental pattern can come out of what we call Metatron's cube, which is 13 spheres, a center sphere with 12 others around it, 12 around one, which is very highly symbolic in ancient civilizations and even in the Bible. And if you connect the centers of all these spheres, emerging out of it comes what are called the platonic solids, the 5 regular solids, where each side is the same and each vertex is the same angle. And we've only found 5 of them, although Michael Evans, kudos to him, the 3-sided platonic solid, not straight lines, but curved, right? It's a single point and then 3 lines that then join. So it's like a petal. It's the petal that forms when you overlap spheres around each other. So it might even be more fundamental than these structures. So I think of there being actually 6 platonic solids, even though one of them has curved lines. And you could argue that these actually all have curved lines too. Michael Evans has taken all of these geometries and shown if they breathe out and all the lines curve out, it would have a different structure, a different name, and then they can all curve in. And so these things might breathe in and out. It seems like it does, because there's nothing that seems totally static in the universe anyway. This was written by my friend Marco in Spanish. That's why the cube is in Spanish. And this is showing if you spin a cube, you get the orientation lines of the dodecahedron. So this is fundamental to all structure. Here we have the first image taken of a molecular structure. This was done by IBM, and you can see those are individual atomic bonds happening right there. I have very few minutes left, so I am going to do a quick flash through here to the Great Pyramid, which obviously has a very pronounced
Jamie,
geometry
just real
to
quick,
it.
brother, you can go a little over because our next guest is not going to be able to make it.
So how many more minutes?
How much do you want?
Well, I could take up the next speaker's time if that helps you.
You can do like 15 minutes because we'll do a little discussion after that.
Okay,
about
15 more minutes? Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I'm like, which part of infinity do I cover in 15 minutes? Okay, so ancient civilizations. I'm going to concentrate on Egypt now because I've been there a few times and I'm going back soon. And this is perhaps the most fascinating, most mysterious piece of architecture on the planet. You can put any skeptic standing in front of this thing and be like, okay, is this here? They'll have to be like, yeah. And then you say, okay, how did this get here? Now, all descriptions that you have from traditional Egyptologists, pretty much every single one doesn't add up. Like, I've heard that they said, oh yeah, Khufu built this, the pharaoh, in 20 years because he was, oh, I'm going to be the pharaoh. Well, I better start making my tomb because I want it to be finished before I die. And so they used to say, oh, that was a 20 or 22 year period. Recently, I heard it was a 30-year period. Okay, great. 30 years. Sure. Go on the long side. Okay. How many blocks are there? Roughly 2.3 to 2.5 million. It's hard to estimate exactly. Let's go on the low side, 2.3 million. If you divide 2.3 million blocks divided by the number of days that there are in 30 years, and you divide that by the number of hours, you're basically having to lay a block every few minutes. So how are you carving these blocks, moving these blocks, placing these blocks, aligning these blocks perfectly every few minutes for 30 years until you get to this, where the top block, you guys, the top block is 1 centimeter off the center of the axis of the 13-acre base. And that's after however many thousands of years. The Egyptologists will tell you this is 4,500 years old. And man, that is tough. That is really tough, because we don't have very much evidence really to prove that this was a tomb for Khufu. I mean, Khufu's boat is found next to this thing, but Khufu could have been like, I really like the pyramids. let's fix them up, and bury me next to it. I don't think any mummy has ever been found in any pyramid. I mean, some old documentaries show the pyramids, then they show the mummies, and you think the mummies came out of the pyramids. We know the mummies came out of the Valley of the Kings. That's where all the pharaohs are. Oh, look, there's my background. This is a great spot where you can stand on this dune that now, unfortunately, has a restaurant on it. They just built that in the last year. For anybody who hasn't been to Egypt since COVID, they've built a restaurant basically where this picture was taken, where you can see all 9 pyramids on the Giza Plateau. There are the 3 big ones. Then there's the 3 little ones that are off the end of the Menkaure pyramid, the 3rd of the big ones. And then there's actually 3 very, very ruined pyramids over by the Great Pyramid. So you can actually see all 9 pyramids from here. The Great Pyramid, you guys, is not the pyramid on the left. It's mirrored in my background thanks to Zoom. This is the correct orientation that you're seeing on the screen. The middle pyramid looks like it's taller than the Great Pyramid, and it still has those casing stones on the top, but the Great Pyramid is actually taller at 481 feet or 482. No one's exactly sure what used to be on the tip of the Great Pyramid. Here's another shot from near that spot where you can see those smaller ruined pyramids. If you ever get a chance to go to Egypt, you guys, you should definitely go. The Egyptians are awesome folks, and the food is awesome, and it's actually very safe. And it's the most fascinating of all the ancient sites, I think, in the world because of how anomalous it is. Cairo goes right up to the plateau, and then boom, here are these pyramids. You can just get in a taxi from the Cairo airport and go right to the Great Pyramid and walk 200 meters and pay, I think it's $20 now, and you're inside the Great Pyramid in the King's Chamber. It's not difficult. Go to the airport. I'm going to go there pretty soon, I think, TBD exact timing, but the Great Pyramid is sitting there, and it's just begging us to figure out why it's there and why it's that shape. If you put tetrahedrons together, and do I have a 64 tetrahedron?
Jamie, real quick, around? Brother, you can actually have 20 minutes from now, okay?
20 minutes, okay, sure. I can chew up as many minutes as you give me. Do I have a 64 sitting here? Seems like all I have right now is a star tetrahedron, but in any case, inside of a 64 tetrahedron grid, you get these faces on the outside where there are these cavities, and the cavities that form in a tetrahedral array are octahedrons, one of the Platonic solids. And a pyramid is not a tetrahedron. It has a 4-sided base, not a 3-sided base. So this is actually half of an octahedron. It's the resonating cavity of the structure of space-time itself. That could be a coincidence. Anything can be a coincidence. But when all these different things start to line up, the geometries and the technology and the space-time data that we have from recent physics, it starts to paint a picture that ancient civilizations knew the structure of space-time. They knew the geometry. They even may have known the speed of light because the Great Pyramid of Giza's latitude is the speed of light in meters per second. And if you take a circle and you draw it around the base of the Great Pyramid on the outside, and then you inscribe a circle and you put a circle on the inside and you subtract the length of one circle from the other, you get the speed of light again in a vacuum. So they've described the speed of light in a vacuum and in air, both in different metrics within the Great Pyramid. That could be a coincidence, but I highly doubt it. By the way, I was showing you here that the pyramid used to be completely smooth, covered with this alabaster covering, and it got mined off the pyramid, and they used those rocks to make churches and temples in Cairo. We can find some of those stones still in Cairo today. This is the main entrance. It was blown with dynamite by a British researcher, finding these giant chevron rocks. This was the original entrance. The new entrance is that little hole that you go through. This is showing some of the interior of the pyramid. This is where you can see that it was very advanced technology, and it had to have some sort of structure, or it had to have some sort of purpose. Maybe it made energy, maybe it was a water hammer. There's all these different theories, but we don't have evidence that it was a tomb. We don't have evidence that Khufu was buried in here yet, but there have been recent discoveries showing that there's another void above that giant void that's called the Grand Gallery, which is, massive and has steps in it now, but it's an anomalous thing. We don't really know why the King's Chamber is there. We don't know why the Queen's Chamber is there. We don't know why the subterranean chamber is there. This is the only statue ever found of Khufu. This is a slide from the great Graham Hancock. If you're not familiar with Graham Hancock's work, I strongly advise you to dig deep into all of his work and his books and his website. He's been an inspiration. I kind of think of him as being the Nassim Haramein of archaeology, because like Nassim Haramein, Graham is not a PhD in the field that he's studying. He's an independent researcher that looked at the field and said, a lot of stuff that you guys are saying doesn't make a lot of sense. So I'm going to dig into this. And so Graham started with the sign and the seal and wrote about the search for the lost Ark of the Covenant. And that opened up the floodgates, because then he started to have to say, well, now I have to look at the Sphinx. I have to look at the Great Pyramid. Why would Khufu only have a 4-inch statue of himself and not say, oh yeah, by the way, I built this, and put his name on the pyramid? There's no hieroglyphs on the pyramid, even though there's hieroglyphs all over Egypt. And the pyramid is not just 4-sided, it's actually 8-sided. And a gentleman that I work with, one of the Resonance Academy faculty members named Robert Edward Grant, has just come up with a new theory about the angle of this indentation being 0.432 degrees, 432, which shows up all over the place in ancient knowledge and is a very important frequency in vibration and in music. We should be tuning to A432. I should do a whole presentation on that at some point. There's been new discoveries made in frequency and resonance and geometry that shows that 432 is absolutely fundamental to geometry and to the structure of space-time. And perhaps the pyramid builders were trying to tell us that by indenting these faces just slightly. You can only see it on the equinox with the right lighting from above. When you're standing in front of the pyramid looking at this, you really can't see this indentation. It's a brilliant piece of engineering. You can kind of see it here on one side. So we still don't understand what exactly the pyramid does and why it was built, but there are very fundamental relationships that happen mathematically. It's expressing pi, it's expressing phi. I encourage you to check out the work of another Resonance Academy faculty member named Alan Green. And Alan Green has figured out that the Great Pyramid of Giza actually encodes over 80 physics constants. Everything from square root of 2, square root of 3, phi, pi, Euler constant, all these different constants. Even it expresses, I'm sorry to Rich Jarvis who made this slide. It's the wrong pyramid. It should be the Great Pyramid. That's the middle pyramid. Apologies to Rich, the great Rich Jarvis of Welcome to the Golden Page. Check out Welcome to the Golden Page. Great insights into the relationship of geometry and frequency and light. This is showing you that the inclination angle of the face of the Great Pyramid of Giza, which is 5184, and then the apis angle, which is the corner edge angle of 41.99 degrees, are within the range of where you see a rainbow from the angle of the light hitting your eye. That could be a coincidence. I doubt it. Here's what I was describing earlier: the circumference, the outer circle minus the circumference of the inner circle, drawn in relationship to the base of the Great Pyramid, gives you the speed of light. And they were using cubits at the time, but how did they know to place the pyramid at this spot so that after the invention of longitude and latitude, somehow the latitude of the Great Pyramid turns out to be the speed of light? It's unbelievable. It doesn't seem like all these things could be a coincidence. The longest straight line you can walk on the planet without going over a major body of water is Western Africa to Eastern China, and Giza, where the plateau is, where the pyramid is at phi, at 1.6 to 1 golden mean on that line. Here's where they found the void above the Grand Gallery. This was thanks to the Scan Pyramids project, 3 different teams from 3 different countries with 3 different types of muon detectors, detecting muons that fly through the earth, don't interact with the matter of the earth, and fly out the other side. And then very occasionally they bump into some atoms, and you can catch those with very sensitive detectors. So they put detectors all around the pyramid and the outside of the pyramid and found a couple of different voids, one behind the original entrance, one that's about the size of the Grand Gallery, above the Grand Gallery. And then there's actually another one, a notch up here. Here's the Great Pyramid, like right up around in there. There's a notch that they found as well. So even just in 2017, they're discovering new things about the pyramid. And I have a feeling there's more chambers to be found. Check out the Real Da Vinci Code video made by Robert Edward Grant and Alan Green. You can find it on YouTube. You can find it on their social media. And it shows that perhaps the Great Pyramid was encoded by Leonardo da Vinci in his Vitruvian Man. And the lines that you find on the Vitruvian Man actually map chambers. And there's other lines that are up near the head that might indicate chambers higher up in the pyramid that we have yet to discover. That is the theory anyway. Here's the Scan Pyramids project looking at this whole mapping that they did using 3D goggles and virtual reality. This is the muon scan that they did that shows that void. And this is the this is what they want to do, is send a little blimp through a little hole that opens up and it flies around that chamber and films it and then lands back on this pole, and they pull it through so they don't have to destroy the walls of the chamber. I went to Egypt with Nassim Haramein here, shown speaking in front of the Middle Pyramid in 2017. Here we are standing at these blocks in front of the Menkaure Pyramid, the 3rd pyramid. And the blocks that Nassim is standing next to are about 80 tons. And the great Robert Schoch, who's a geologist that did the dating of the erosion on the Sphinx, dating it to perhaps 10 to 30,000 years, he thinks the erosion of these blocks that you see on the top layer, you see how the top layer is more eroded than the bottom layer, based on the amount of rainfall in the Giza Plateau, he thinks that these could be eroded for 80,000 years. And then anybody who's in archaeology or anthropology goes, wait, 80, there's no way that people could move stuff like that 80,000 years ago. Supposedly we didn't know how to farm yet. Like we didn't even know how to feed ourselves very well. But yet the anomalies are all over the world. And if you start going into the stuff in Peru and all over the world, you'll see that there's evidence that technology was advanced thousands of years ago. All bets were taken off when they found Göbekli Tepe, for example, in Turkey, which is 12,000 years ago, gigantic, massive pillars that are many dozens of tons that were aligned with astronomical events. So the story we've been told of the ancient civilizations being primitive and not understanding very much and making up a bunch of stories about beings and all this stuff, a lot of that is probably not accurate. And it's probably a lot more complex than we've given the ancient cultures credit for. This is a stone at the base of the Middle Pyramid. That's a single piece of flooring. Why would you do this? Why would you build stuff with stones this big if it was that difficult? Maybe it wasn't difficult. Maybe they had some crazy technology that made it easy. Look at the scale of this thing. When you go and look at these stones, when you go to Machu Picchu or Ollantaytambo in Peru, when you go to Chichen Itza, when you go to the Great Pyramid, it just begs, like, how did they do it? Then they get into all these theories. Oh yeah, they had these platforms, you know, they built platforms and they were pulling the rocks up like this, or they had a big ramp and they were pulling up these rocks up the ramp, except the ramp would have more stones in it than the pyramid to get it to the top. So we have no evidence that any of these theories work out. You can't just drag, you know, hundreds of tons of rock on these ramps with vine ropes very easily. They told us that they were slaves that built this thing. Now they think, oh no, they were farmers. You know, the biggest thing that we can lift is the bridge of a cruise ship, and this crane doesn't move. So moving very hard, heavy objects is not as simple as just, you know, this little pulley mechanism, and that there were like, maybe there were ramps inside the pyramid and they turned the corner by turning them with these pulleys and all this stuff. There's all these theories about how this stuff gets made, but none of them really account for physics. They floated the blocks on a giant lake and then they floated them up these chambers with water inside them. I love that theory. Then there's like, oh yeah, maybe they resonated the blocks with sound because we can make styrofoam balls float with sound, you know, or water can float with sound. Or here's the best thing I think we've ever made float with sound. But this thing doesn't weigh very many grams. It doesn't weigh hundreds of tons. What was the real purpose of this? Christopher Dunn thinks it was a power plant. You can check out his book, The Giza Power Plant. Nikola Tesla may have known about this power generation property of the Great Pyramid, pulling electrical energy from the aquifers below the Great Pyramid, connecting it and channeling it and concentrating it out the top of the Great Pyramid. Maybe it was sending energy up and it could be seen from above, from space. Maybe it was creating an electrical field that they could get energy from. Tesla with the Weidencliff Tower in Long Island and send electricity wirelessly through the air to everybody. And of course, the power brokers at the time didn't want him to do that because they wanted to sell copper wires and telephone poles to people. That's how we ended up with the structure that we have today. But this might be pointing back to an ancient type of technology. Notice the Ark of the Covenant is in this picture. I won't have time to get into this, but the Ark of the Covenant, according to the Bible's dimensions, they lays it out in exact cubits, the same measurement system that they used to build the pyramid. The Ark of the Covenant fits in the sarcophagus in the king's chamber. Now, that could be a coincidence, but it's pretty accurate. It's pretty close. And there's the story of Moses taking the ark out of Egypt and getting chased with it. And the ark having all these properties and these kind of powers of being able to, you know, take down the walls of Jericho and heal people. And if you weren't pure of heart in the eyes of the Lord, and you tried to touch the ark, you might die. So maybe it had an electrical charge to it. Maybe there's something here having to do with energy production. Maybe water came up from the aquifer into the pyramid and made a giant water hammer. That's an interesting theory. We know the ancients had advanced technology because we find the Baghdad batteries that are still have a very low level of electric charge. I think there was 13 of these found in Persia, I believe. We see this ionic current that forms just from structures that are pyramid shaped, whether it's the Great Pyramid or another. Here's a kind of a photoshopped version of the King's Chamber with the Ark of the Covenant in it. Robert Edward Grant was in the King's Chamber and noticed that there's an embossed Alpha Omega on the sarcophagus rim. This is a new discovery, very fascinating, and the geometry, the measurements of the embossed Alpha Omega itself relate to fundamental geometries having to do with the King's Chamber itself and the Great Pyramid itself. I don't have time to go into all of those details, unfortunately, but there are pyramids around the world. We're going to jump from Egypt now to China. And the Chinese government has planted spiky trees onto these pyramids because I don't think they want Western archaeologists to come in and discover an alternate history to Chinese history, as much as the Egyptians don't want to find out that maybe the Egyptians didn't build the pyramids, that the pyramids were built thousands and thousands of years earlier, and dynastic Egypt discovered the pyramids and said, oh, these are awesome, let's try to build something like that. And they started with the step pyramid in Saqqara, and then they did the bent pyramid and the red pyramid, and they got better and better. This is an alternate theory to Khufu built the Great Pyramid and his son built the Middle Pyramid, and Menkaure, his son, built the Third Pyramid. We don't know, but we can see that the Great Pyramids in Giza match the layout of these pyramids in China, which match the layout of the pyramids in Teotihuacan in Mexico, which match the layout of the orientation of the stars in the Belt of Orion constellation. This could be a coincidence, but it seems like it might not be. And if this isn't a coincidence, then the whole story that we've been told since we were kids about the evolution of civilization is incorrect, because these cultures had to have had either communication with each other or all had same communication with another civilization that was like, okay, here's the deal. Here's how space-time works. Here's how geometry is. Here's how energy works. Here's how you can harness energy with structure, with piezoelectric effective crystals, with massive granite columns, with tuning forks, i.e. obelisks. There's so much to unfurl here, and we're just starting to crack this open in the last couple of decades. Up until a couple of decades ago, these things were not being talked about very much. And, dare you start to suggest that these folks that built all these pyramids, by the way, that orientation that I'm showing you of these 3 different sites happens between the sites themselves. If this is a coincidence, wow. Really? You guys just happen to lay your pyramids exactly like the stars in Orion's belt, and then these sites are also slightly off at that same angle on the surface of the Earth? Doesn't seem like a coincidence. Same thing with their traditions, right? This is like the grand gallery, the ceiling being this arch that is these steps to it. That creates a resonance of the frequency of the sound in that chamber. And then mummification is another thing that is not just in Egypt. They found mummies in China, Mexico, all over the place. Here's a Chinese mummy, right? You've got the Fu dog in China guarding the entrance to the Forbidden City, kind of like you have the Sphinx guarding the Giza Plateau. Both of them are said to have knowledge under their paw. Like Edgar Cayce said, the Hall of Records, the Akashic Records could be underneath the paw of the Sphinx. What is this Fu dog actually guarding? What's he got under his paw? Oh, it's a proton. It's a 3D flower of life showing you the fundamental space-time structure of everything, where protons are what make matter. And if this is the pattern of protons, then this is the pattern of all of our reality. All material structure is essentially 3D flower of life, little oscillations of Planck spherical units of oscillation at the Planck length, 1.616 times 10 to the negative 33 centimeters. That's a decimal point with 33 zeros after it, 1616 centimeters. It's so small that 10 to the 60 of them fit in a proton. And here we have the Chinese showing us this in detail. I've been showing this slide for years, and I finally got to go to the Forbidden City and get a better shot of this, of the same thing. I bought a selfie stick from one of the vendors so I could get my phone right up to it because there's a little fence around this thing. But boy, he's sitting on a flower of life fabric on a square pedestal with a square carpet that's turned at 45 degrees, creating a square on a square, like the windows of all of the cathedrals in Europe. So we find commonalities of geometry and field patterning in ancient civilizations around the world, from the ancient West to the ancient East to South America. All over the planet, we see similar geometries being encoded into ancient civilizations' architecture, their monuments, their documents, their traditions, their philosophy. And this is key because right now on this planet, we have various, let's just say, orientations of faith. Call it religion, call it spirituality, call it culture, call it nationality, call it whatever you want. There's a lot of differentiation between belief systems of people on this planet. And when you get down to the essence of these belief systems and where they originated from, like the origins of Taoism, the origins of Hinduism, the origins of Buddhism, the origins of Islam, the origins of Judaism, the origins of Christianity, all those religions encoded at some point in their tradition the fundamental pattern of the geometry of space-time in one way or another. Kind of like how all these different musicians in all these different cultures around the world play music, and all the music is different, but they're all using the same fundamental principle of sound and vibration and frequency to organize musical sound and create patterns in the vibration of the structure of the air that hits your ear, that you translate into electrochemical impulses in your neocortex, and you go, oh, cool, that sounds good. That's an incredibly complex process right there, but we're all operating in the same field. And so taking that lesson from music or dance or art, maybe everybody could pray in a different way, because it turns out that the Torah and the Bible and the Quran are all encoding the same fundamental information and expressing it in a different way. And if we could all land that as a culture, then the Israelis and the Palestinians can stop firing right now. You guys don't need to fight each other. There's no reason. It's all the same one thing. I'm getting really sad. damn it. It's so frustrating to me, you guys. Like, I can see, thanks to the ancient civilizations leaving us all this stuff, that we're all in the same boat and we're all trying to figure it out together. And we all have different expressions. Like, I can play dubstep and somebody else can play bluegrass, and it's fine. And we're not going to shoot each other. Like, I don't like that style of music, maybe, or like, I don't want to do opera, or I don't want to do, you know, death metal or whatever it is that I don't play. But I'm not mad at those people, right? Like, let them play whatever music they want. I don't care. Like, let everybody express themselves how they want. All this to say that I feel like if we look back at, and this is in the garden in the back of the Forbidden City, underneath an urn, here's another proton, basically, flower of life sphere. I showed this picture to Nassim and he goes, oh yeah, that's cool. They had to tie it down. I was like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Like, maybe they had to tie this thing down because it floated on its own. Notice in all the entranceways of all the temples in Egypt, there's a sphere or a disc with wings. Sometimes it's a circle, but really on a nice archway or a nice entrance, it's concave. It's actually showing you that it's a sphere with wings. Really? A sphere with wings? So, oh, you're saying that there were arcs that flew and they came from the sky, and the sun gods mentioned in the Bible had arcs and they could fly on magic carpets and things that were in the sky, like the Vimyanas in India are talking about these same kinds of ships. Maybe they didn't have the terminology for spaceships and they were describing it in the way that they could describe. So yeah, this is starting to go towards, you know, that forbidden topic of, oh no, you're not going to start talking about information that came to our planet from not our tetra, from off of our tetra, off of our planet, extra tetra real information, what I like to call extraterrestrial information. Like, oh no, a physicist, a geometer, an anthropologist, an archaeologist is going to start talking about what? Extraterrestrials? No, you're insane. Now, thank you, Pentagon and CNN and the pilots that were not getting noticed. And so somebody went directly to Congress, and then Congress eventually was like, hey, Pentagon, we want a report on UAPs, unidentified or aerial phenomenon, or UFOs, which is now all over the news. Like today, this week, 60 Minutes last Sunday, what is this? Only 5 days ago, or 4 or 5 days ago, 60 Minutes, the most mainstream Western news program on the planet, did an extensive program on essentially UFOs and talking about what is going on. What are these Tic Tac devices? The most recent one, the video came out yesterday showing one of these Tic Tacs going into the ocean and the pilot going, look, a splash. So all bets are off, you guys. It's okay to talk about extraterrestrials now. Phew, because like Nassim Haramein started talking about this about 30 years ago, and he got banned basically from physics. The physics community was like, oh no, we're not looking at your equations because you're talking about extraterrestrials and that you're crazy. And Nassim knew that he's not crazy. And yeah, that we're not the only biology in the entire universe. I digress. I Ching, right? You've heard about this. How many hexagrams are there? 64. What are they made of? Either solid lines or broken lines. To make the geometry of space-time, you need 6 solid lines to make a tetrahedron and 6 broken lines to make the equal and opposite tetrahedron. Once you have 8 tetrahedrons, you can put 8 of those together and get a 64 tetrahedron grid. Oh, I do have a tetrahedron grid. Here's a 64 tetrahedron grid. To get to this geometry of space-time, I have to put it in front of me. This is 8 star tetrahedrons put together. And to get that most geometric, most foundational geometric information, to build that is encoded for us right inside of yet another ancient tradition known as the I Ching. So this probably isn't a coincidence if this is there. And, you know, you can go into the Bible too and look and find the Tetragrammaton, which is made of the 4 letters of the great name of God in Hebrew, Yud He Vav He, which add up to the number 72. And that's one tetrahedron, but you put another tetrahedron there, 72 plus 72 equals 144, the 144 faces of God. How many faces are there on the outside of a 64 tetrahedron grid? 144 faces. So that doesn't seem like a coincidence either. Again, anything can be a coincidence, but when they all point in the same direction, the chance of that being a coincidence is beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's where I got with this, studying this, which is why I got on such a mission to try to explain this to people in presentations around the world for Resonant Science Foundation, for Nassim Haramein, and now I'm helping Robert Edward Grant and Alan Green to get their information out as well. All these guys are cracking various parts of the code of space-time itself. Here you see that a yin-yang is actually encoding for us the dynamics of a dual torus, which is basically a black hole. And the ancient Chinese had known this. Obviously, they encoded into their I Ching. They encoded it into the yin-yang. And here we see an I Ching written in a sunflower phi spiral pattern. This is found in the Shanghai library. Somebody on Facebook saw this, took a picture, sent it to me. I really appreciate that. Whoever sent that to me, I forget your name, I apologize. But we see this pattern everywhere in ancient civilizations, including the flower of life on the side of the rock here in the temple of Osiris, the Osiris temple in Abydos. This is down several hundred kilometers from the Giza Plateau, down the Nile Valley. This is very strong evidence for advanced technology. Notice the ceiling blocks are about the size of these columns, which have been estimated to be over 60 tons. And the ceiling was 2 stones thick. You can see in the back there that it was double layered. And so a lot of these stones are missing now. But I don't know if you can see it very clearly, but at the bottom of the stairs there, if you go to the right, you'll see that the stone sitting on top is tongue and groove on top of the other stones, which means they had to lower that. It's not like they could just get it up there just barely and then slide it over. They had to lower 160-ton, stones before the invention of the pulley, before the invention of the wheel, supposedly. How were they doing this? We don't know, but the evidence is there that they had advanced technology to be able to somehow construct this temple. It's so old that it's been buried over geologic time by the sands of the desert, and it was only later discovered and dug out. Seti I found this temple and said, wow, this is epic. I want to build my temple right next to this. So his temple is up on the surface of the sand where it is now, right next to this, which is down below. And, traditional Egyptologists say, oh, isn't that cool? They dug a hole and built a temple.
Jamie, not you have like 2 minutes, brother.
Not realizing that this is way older than dynastic Egypt. So I highly encourage you to check out this site, because this is where you find these blocks that look like they're pillows, that are puffy, that are perfectly cut and perfect aligned. And if you just looked at this wall standing here in Egypt, you would be like, oh, I'm in Peru. And wait, I'm not in Peru. This looks exactly like Peru. So we find these kinds of constructions all over the planet. This is that column, which at the top of the column on the left face there, you can see 2 flower of life symbols. I was lucky enough to get down there right before the sun went away, and I got this shot in the last moments of light. The first time I got to go there, it was quite a feeling, because I've shown these pictures again for years in presentations, and I was happy to be able to get there and stand there. This is what it looks like when you're standing right underneath them. They're quite high up. There is Greek graffiti that you can see around the corner, but it's much thicker. And so here you see Nassim Haramein standing with the great Egyptologist Muhammad Ibrahim with a cast on his arm, because he had broken his arm at this time. This is in 2017, fall of 2017. And then you've got Foster Gamble in the hat behind him. He's the guy who did this Thrive and Thrive 2 documentary. I recommend checking those out, the Thrive movement. This is the graffiti around the other side. This is the flower of life. And notice how precise it is and how detailed it is. The ancient symbol happens to perfectly match the theorized geometry of the fabric of the vacuum, quantum vacuum fluctuations by a unified field theorist, Nassim Haramein, in modern times. That could be a coincidence, but it's doubtful. It's doubtful. Here's the quantum gravity and holographic mass solution that Nassim Haramein came up with, showing that there's 10 to the 60 Planck spherical units on the inside of the proton, and there's 10 to the 40 that terminate with flower of life tiling patterns on the outside. Each one of them has a quantum wormhole that goes off the proton and connects to 10 to the 40 other protons. And this is the quantum wormhole fabric that connects space at all scales, from the quantum to the cosmological, so the universe can talk to itself and keep its coherency and learn more about itself over time. So ancient Egyptians, ancient Chinese, ancient civilizations all over the world knew space-time geometry. And there you have it.
Beautiful, brother. Thank you so much, Jamie.
Thanks, Neil.
Beyond epic, brother. Just the way you deliver all that information and how you can fit it all into such a concise time and still explain it so well. I really appreciate you, man. Thank you.
I've had a lot of practice. You know, it's like playing drums.
Yeah.
And when you first start playing drums at a party when you're in junior high school, and you go do gat do. The people look at you like, "What are you doing?" They all stop dancing. And you're like, "Oh, right. I have to like keep this going." Right. So as a drummer, when you're doing a presentation on Zoom, you want people to be like, "Okay, boom, boom, boom." You don't go
exactly.
It's hard to fit it all into a short time, though, because as you can see, each one of these civilizations, you could do like 8 hours just on one site. You could do 8 hours on one building. Right.
Exactly, dude. Which is why we're doing another event with you, which is going to be what is this? September 4th. Not for a few months, everybody, but we're going to be bringing Jamie on for a workshop. It's probably going to go over 2 hours because you usually do, but I have it down for 2 hours there, and you can get more of Jamie Janover. Excited for this one, brother.
Yeah, Jamie,
and you know, I've got a whole bunch of stuff on Portal to Ascension from past talks too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lots of stuff.
Jamie, we had
a link in the chat, actually.
Interesting question come up in the YouTube chat, and that came up when you were talking about the pyramids being dynamited. The question was, how did they know where to dynamite the pyramid to begin with, and did they get it on the first try?
It's hard to know the answer. I don't know exactly the answer to that, but I would guess that there was some indication on the outside that there was probably an entrance there, because maybe the casing stones looked a little different. I've always wondered that myself, but if you're going to go there and like you have the time and the effort to start dynamiting the thing, you probably do a pretty full-on investigation to figure out where you want to start digging first, to try to find. And I think they blasted and got to that point where they saw those chevron stones, and that's where they were able to first go in. I'm not exactly sure the history of why it eventually got closed off. I was able to go walk up to those chevron stones last year. I was in Egypt in March or in February of last year, right before COVID hit. I got back to the United States about a week before the declaration of pandemic hit. So I was fortunate to get in and out of that. But during that visit at night, I was able to walk up to that chevron with Alan Green, and we looked for, I didn't have time to show all this, but Alan Green's course in the Resonance Academy, the Shakespeare game, is going to cover this. There's an incredible inscription up there right underneath the chevrons. Like it's kind of like a little seat. And it has the name of God essentially in ancient Coptic script embossed into the rock. So it's a profound spot right there, and I'm curious to see if they're going to allow people to go and try to find the void that is supposedly right behind that entrance.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that answer, Jamie. Appreciate it.
Jamie, appreciate you, brother. If you could stick around and maybe read some comments in the chat. I know there's a lot of people engaging there, but I really appreciate you. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, my pleasure. So you're talking on YouTube?
No, in Zoom, but definitely on YouTube as well. We have like 70 people on YouTube, but in Zoom right here, there's a lot of people leaving comments. So if you can stick around and read them, that'd be awesome.
Great. Okay. Well, thanks for having me. Keep it up. You guys, Neil is just like such holding it down so hard for this community, and the number of presentations that he's hosted and the amount of information he's been a part of propagating through the internet is phenomenal. So
it's crazy.
Serious props to Neil, everybody. Support Portal to Ascension. We need more folks like you helping to move everything forward. So thank you again.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Okay, talk soon. All right, everybody. So now we're going to get right into our next presenter, and you can see him right here already, Wayne Perry. Hey, brother. I'm just going to do a little introduction on you, and then you can take it away. So everybody, you're about to experience Wayne Perry, and Wayne has been applying the diagnostic and therapeutic principles of sound healing and subtle energy medicine to his practice as founder and director of the Sound Therapy Center of LA, Los Angeles, established in 1992. This was the first sound healing facility of its kind in Southern California to offer private services, workshops, toning groups, and sound therapy products. At STCLA, Wayne has a private practice as a sound therapist and vibrational healer, where his specialty is using the profound therapeutic capabilities of the human voice towards optimal health and wellness. This leading edge modality also includes diagnostic voice analysis, charting, and specific wellness determinations for each individual. And we've actually done, I think, around 4, maybe even 5 events with Wayne on our website, in which he's basically assisting us in different tools and techniques to use our own vocal cords and our own voice in order to harmonize and heal ourselves. So I'm excited to have you on here, brother. How's it going, Wayne?
Great, Neil. Thank you so much for that nice introduction. It's always nice to be here with you and all the wonderful people that seem to be aware of Portal to Ascension. It's great to be here.
Thank you. Well, it's all yours, brother. Are you sharing slides, or are you just going to do camera only?
Yeah, just camera only. I don't really have any slides.
Okay, go for it.
All right, welcome everybody. Looking at those pictures of the pyramids brings back memories of my 1997 sound healing tour of Egypt, and we did a lot of stuff in Egypt, and I did sound healings on 65 people from different countries inside the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid of Giza. That's certainly one of my wonderful memories from the past. Those pyramids bring up. So yeah, as Neil mentioned, I've been doing this work for 30 years internationally. I've been traveling the world and as a certified sound therapist doing both diagnostic and therapeutic work. And it's interesting to look back here at, now that, I kind of see things over the last 30 years. There's kind of good news and bad news. When I started doing the sound therapy work and opened up the Sound Therapy Center of Los Angeles in 1992, in the spring of 92, after doing various sound healing for a year or so. And it's the first facility of its kind in California. And looking back, I think I can see it as good news and bad news in a sense, because 30 years ago, people would laugh at, sound healing. They say, yeah, your sounds are really going to heal my tumor or my arthritis, or, they had serious health issues, and, nobody knew much, not many people knew much about the power of sound therapy and vibrational healing. And so it was kind of challenging, to say the least. About the only clients I had were seniors that were fed up with allopathic medicine and taking drugs and looking for some alternatives. And that's about the only clients I had to start with. It was kind of an uphill climb, but over the years, being interviewed on various radio and television shows worldwide on CNN, they did a 20-minute feature on me back in the late 90s. And, there's just been a lot happening. But the good news and bad news that I'm referring to is that, the good news is things have changed over the last 30 years. Most people are aware of sound healing, sound therapy, vibrational healing. It's accepted as a major alternative and holistic healing modality. So that's, the good news. I don't have to struggle so hard. At least people know what I'm talking about most of the time. But the bad news is sort of that, at least in California, I don't know about other parts of the world, but here in California, it seems like everybody's a sound healer. They do a class, read a book, Google something, and about sound, and they get interested in it, and they, start calling themselves sound healers. And they're generally nice people, but they're not really qualified to do sound therapy, in my opinion and my experience, to some of these people. In fact, some have been friends or colleagues of mine, and doing sound baths and using various instruments, bowls and bells and gongs and forks and didgeridoos, and and I have all that stuff. I've got 4 didgeridoos and forks and bells and bowls. I rarely use them anymore. You know, I used to use them 25, 30 years ago for a while, but I don't use external instruments anymore. So to just explain a little bit about, you know, what I consider the best perspective on sound therapy and its, you know, successful and effective usage. You know, anybody that's calling themselves a sound healer and doesn't know how to do diagnostic work is not much of a sound healer. I mean, you have to understand to work specifically with each individual. I run across a lot of these, you know, so-called, you know, sound healers, and it's like they're just throwing stuff against the wall to see what'll stick. And then whatever sticks, they follow that. And it's sort of like a hit and miss process that they do, and trying to find stuff that works and helps people. And, you know, and that's how sound baths developed, which are not very useful in my opinion, because first of all, you know, like I said, these people, I'm not judging anybody. People are nice people and well-intended. I have some friends that, you know, do sound baths and, you know, various sound related work, but, you know, and they're generally well-intentioned people trying to, you know, support people, but they don't really understand that if you give somebody frequency that they have an excess of in their brainwave pattern, you can exacerbate any chronic health issue, physically or emotionally, you know, and you don't want to be making it worse. That's one of the reasons I gave up the use of sound machines almost 30 years ago. I only used them the first 5 or 6 months of my practice after investing over $4,000 in subwoofer speakers, multimeters, and self-management auditory device. And I found, you know, not only experientially, but from the research, although it was the most effective sound machine on the market, it just didn't compare, as the research showed. You know, when they monitored test people using 3 criteria and introduced every conceivable kind of sound on the human body and measured the results with fluctuations in blood pressure, oxygen saturation, and an electroencephalogram to monitor brainwave patterns. And basically through those 3 criteria, they introduced every conceivable kind of sound, from music sounds, musical instruments, sound machines, tone generators, industrial sounds, synthesized sounds, environmental sounds. I mean, every conceivable kind of sound. And at the end of the research with the all the, you know, the people in the test group, it was obvious the most profoundly effective sound, there wasn't even anything that came close, were the multiples, harmonics, and overtones within the human voice. And so that's why I've switched for, you know, over 25 years, you know, close to 30 years I've been doing this work, to using the ultimate healing instrument, the human voice, which is sitting right under our noses, and it's free. It doesn't cost anything. So that's the, you know, one of the many reasons I'm so passionate about sound therapy, is it's the most effective holistic healing modality I've researched in my 30 years. And before I wrote my book, Sound Medicine, I did a lot of research for 10 years and writing, and, you know, list a lot of the sources in the bibliography and whatnot. And so I found, you know, that from my own experience in reading books on sound in my early days, 30 years ago, there was some good information out there, but I couldn't find a book that actually taught you sound healing and the principles and practices and exercises and whatnot. So that's why I, you know, spent 10 years researching and writing Sound Medicine, which, by the way, I seldom mention the subtitle, which is The Complete Guide to Healing with Sound and the Human Voice. So it's a manual. It even has 2 tables of contents, one for the general content and the other for the exercises. So you can always go directly to your favorite exercises from the book. And there's 48 exercises in sound medicine that you can use, from chakra balancing to 20 vocal harmonic and overtone exercises, sonic meditations, chakra balancing, as I mentioned, pain release, sound relationships. You know, a lot of people don't realize how sound affects everything. You can, when you master sound and study it with a professional and learn the techniques and principles, you know, you can improve your relationships, your career, whatever it might be. In fact, I'm going to be doing a sound relationship workshop for Neil and Portal to Ascension in a few months. I think it's in October or November. We've done one before, and we've done them on brainwave entrainment and the sound analysis and all sorts of topics, which brings to mind my weekly workshops every Saturday afternoon at 1 p.m. Pacific time. I have a training workshop, and the 10 topics rotate and continue. We've been doing it for over a year now. When the pandemic hit, my weekend intensive workshops that I've done in every major city in the United States and also throughout Europe and Asia. Usually do them in Los Angeles about 3 or 4 times a year. And of course, the pandemic put the kibosh on that. And so I had to get online, which I always wanted to do and, you know, never got around to, not being particularly tech savvy. So, you know, I was forced to get online, you know, a year ago or so when the pandemic hit. And we've been doing these weekly training workshops every Saturday. And that's brought about a wealth of students from all over the world, not only in Taiwan, where I've been traveling to recently the last few years. My book was published in Chinese in Taiwan about 2.5 years ago, I think it's been, and it's kind of flying off the shelves. And I've been doing workshops in Taiwan, Hong Kong, Shanghai, Shenzhen. But now I have, you know, private client students that I do over the phone or either through WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, Zoom, various ways of doing a diagnostic brain voice sound analysis, which is vital. It's probably the single most important thing you can do if you're interested in real professional sound healing and sound therapy, because the diagnostic brain voice sound analysis reveals your vibrational pattern in your brain. The brain is the home office. And once you understand your personal frequency, and I don't do this by computer. One of my students some years ago created a program where I could do this vocal, you know, profile or analysis in 15 seconds. And he said it could save me a lot of time and money. And it was reasonably accurate. You know, it printed out a graph, a chart that was reasonably accurate, but it was like having one hand tied behind my back. I'm very whole-brained and intuitive, and you know, I'm not interested in maximizing, you know, optimizing the money I make. I'm interested in being, you know, having the optimal best service and effectiveness for my clients and students. So after playing around with it for a couple of weeks, like I said, it was reasonably accurate, but it just, you know, kind of tied my hands. So I went back to my kind of old-fashioned way of not using a sound machine or anything or a computer, using an orchestral tuner, which gives me the frequencies and the octaves and everything that I need. It might take a little bit longer, but I find that very beneficial because it doesn't leave anything to chance. I can go through 4 or 5 categories of questions that target different areas of the brain and brings forth the frequencies that are in the home office in the brain through the voice. Because if it's in your voice, it's in your brain. You know, if it's in your brain, it's in your voice. So they're so connected. And the human voice, by the way, is the only living, you know, ultimate healing instrument. That's why I call it the ultimate healing instrument, because it's the only instrument that's connected directly to spirit. There's no middleman, you know, it's, you don't need any external instruments. You know, the research I was referring to earlier, it did refer to those acoustic instruments, or those bowls and bells and forks and gongs and the didge, all those kinds of things are somewhat effective. They were actually second or third, I think a distant second in the research, but you need to know the person's frequency pattern from a diagnostic sound analysis in order for those external instruments to be effective. And most of the people I run across are using these instruments and talk about doing energy work or sound healing work, but they're not doing a diagnostic sound analysis. So how are you going to know how effective it is, or what specific frequencies and octaves and sound patterns to use for a particular individual? Because as I said earlier, every person, every individual has their own unique personal frequency pattern that's unique to them. It's like a sonic fingerprint, as it were. And so we all have this unique sonic fingerprint. And, there's not a lot of people that know how to do a proper diagnostic sound analysis. Some of the people that do, that I've run across over the years, are usually scientists and doctors. But I found that they only do it for like 20 or 30 minutes, and they feel they have enough sufficient data or information. And I've found that you need more time than that to really make sure. Oftentimes I found that people do have those frequencies. They're not missing any frequencies or notes, which is sometimes the common jargon people use. Oh, you're missing this note or tone or that one. And I kind of resent that, because you're not missing anything. It's kind of disempowering to say people, they're missing some frequency that you have everything God gave you, that you don't need anything in terms of it being missing. You need support, because certain frequencies get weakened from the environment we live in. Certain frequencies get dormant is a better word to use. So the frequencies are dormant in your brainwave pattern. They can be stimulated with brainwave entrainment. Now, brainwave entrainment is a very simple concept. I ask people if they understand or know brainwave entrainment, and I'd say about 80 to 90% of the time they don't know what it is. And it's very simple. It's just based on repetition. Repetition in sound causes grooves in the brainwave pattern to sustain themselves, create these grooves that become part of our brainwave pattern. And an obvious, or I should say an easy example to understand is how music stays in our head that we remember from childhood. We remember these songs like Old MacDonald Had a Farm, or Sally Goes Round the Roses, or Frère Jacques, Dormez-vous. These songs stick in our head, and because we've heard them hundreds of times, and they never go away. They're always in your brain. Sound doesn't disappear. It's always present. You just need to, to find it. But I'm just mentioning these examples, these nursery rhymes, patterns, things that we remember because we've heard them hundreds of times. So if you listen to something hundreds of times, it's going to entrain in your brainwave pattern. But you don't want to entrain unhealthy sounds. This is why it's important to do a diagnostic brain voice sound analysis, so you can identify not only which frequencies are weak and that can cause chronic health issues, but also what frequencies are in excess. And that's what a lot of people miss. Some of these people doing these sound analysis find that they don't necessarily pay attention to the excess frequencies, and those are just as dangerous as the weak frequencies. So all health imbalances, it's been researched, can be traced down to either too little frequency or too much frequency. We normally have a good balance of frequencies in our brainwave pattern in our body, but the environment plays a strong role in affecting that. We're affected by the air we breathe, the water we drink, not to mention the thoughts we think, and the feelings we have. All these things affect our frequency in various ways. And over the years, it can shift the pattern, and so frequencies become dormant or weak and aren't strong enough to support optimal health. And so one of the many things about sound therapy that I'm passionate about is not only I've found it to be the most effective holistic healing modality, but it's probably the least expensive as well. You don't have to spend thousands of dollars, like I did on a sound machine, unless you go in that direction, which, my sound machine went into storage 6 months after I purchased it, and I was kind of bummed out about it based upon the research supporting the use of the human voice. And that's where you get the most benefit, because there's no middleman, as I say. It's connected, directly to spirit. And all you need to do, well, probably the most important thing you can do is this diagnostic brain voice sound analysis to identify your frequencies, what's strong, what's weak, and what's in excess. The strong frequencies, we don't even need to mess with. Those are where they should be. but there's usually frequencies that are weak that can be causing imbalances that we want to identify and support. And then there's frequencies in excess that we want to identify, because those just as easily can cause health issues. So you can support and strengthen the weak frequencies with brainwave entrainment, which is based upon repetition, listening to certain vocal harmonics and overtones, which are the purest sound there is, the most powerful sound on the planet, in the right pitches and frequencies that match your chart. I do a handmade chart when I do a diagnostic brain voice sound analysis, while I have people on the microphone and using my orchestral tuner to view the octaves and frequencies coming from their brain and through their voice. I chart out the frequencies, on this chart I designed almost 30 years ago. And and then the pattern emerges. And then as the pattern emerges, I direct my questions according to how the client is responding, and also based upon what's weak, to try to bring those frequencies forth to see if they're in there, and they're just weak, we can bring them out. And that's why it takes, the way I do a diagnostic sound analysis, it takes a good 90 minutes, because, I start out with doing an overview. I think somebody mentioned a question a little earlier about demonstrating a diagnostic sound analysis. I can't really demonstrate it right now. I don't have my, microphone or tuner in front of me, but that's, basically all there is to it. I've got a microphone that I plug into my orchestral tuner, and the orchestral tuner, which is used to tune orchestral instruments like bassoons and oboes and cellos and violins and whatnot. I use it for a different purpose, not what it was actually created for, but by plugging a vocal mic into that orchestral tuner, I can measure the, the brainwave patterns through the human voice, and see the octaves and the specific frequencies. And it's a tremendously useful tool that I've been using for 30 years to do the diagnostic preliminary work is absolutely necessary to get a person's kind of sonic fingerprint or personal frequency pattern. And so that's really all there is to it. So this microphone and tuner, when I work by phone, I have the microphone and tuner hooked up to the phone or whatever it might be that we're using, WhatsApp or Facebook Messenger. And so as we ask different questions and the response, I'm recording the, on the chart that I'm using colored pens to identify the different levels and octaves until I have enough information. And through, 4 or 5 groups or categories of questions that target different parts of the brain to bring out the full vibratory response. And once I have enough information to complete the chart, then I can interpret it properly and tell you where you're strong and where you're weak physically, emotionally, vibrationally. It's all right there in your brain. And it's a very accurate process, I've found. And that's what people always tell me, that how I could know all this stuff about them just from the analysis. And it's very simple. And, once you do the diagnostic sound analysis, I send you your chart and instructions. There isn't a recording involved, but you can get recordings, CDs, downloads from my website, which, by the way, is just my name, wayneperry.com. So if you go to wayneperry.com, you'll have a wealth of information to educate yourself on. It's very easy to browse and learn. There's about, 8 pages on the website. There's one for the services that shows, the diagnostic sound analysis that I do, vibrational alignments that I do, toning lessons, consultations, vibrational feng shui. I do rooms, house, office, apartment, space clearing with sound. I mean, there isn't hardly anything that you can't do with sound, from space clearing to sound relationships. In fact, tomorrow, is my workshop. As I mentioned, I do every Saturday afternoon. And through the pandemic, the past year, I've been doing it for 50% off. So it's still 50% discount on these workshops that normally are $75 to $95 for a 3-hour workshop. when I'm, traveling. Usually it's like $95. If I do it here in LA at the Sound Therapy Center of Los Angeles, where I am right now, it's only $75. But online on Zoom every Saturday, we do it for only $38. That's like a 50% discount. And you get training. You can do 1 or 2 classes of the 10 topics that are listed on the events page of my website at wayneperry.com. You can see the various 10 topics and some brief descriptions to get an insight. They're all very powerful. I spent a lot of time organizing it as a professional training where you can get certification in sound healing by learning the proper principles and practices of professional sound healing. And that's what it's for. So you can drop in and do 1 or 2 classes and learn a whole lot from the weekly webinars. Or if you take all 10 classes, which most people do, if they do 1 or 2, they get so excited and they love it so much, they usually sign up for all 10 classes. Because if you sign up for all 10 classes, that's a 30-hour training that entitles you to a certificate of completion in sound healing. So you can, start a new career or add it as an adjunct if you have some kind of therapeutic or healing practice of some sort, whether it's, acupuncture. You go deep enough in acupuncture, you'll find it's rooted in sound. Homeopathy, you go deep enough in homeopathy, you'll find it's rooted in sound. Everything is rooted in sound. Aromatherapy, just about every useful, valid therapy is rooted in vibration, because we're vibrational beings living in a vibrational universe. So why not cut to the chase and go to the most effective and powerful holistic healing modality there is, which is sound therapy? Why, beat around the bush? And rather than using external instruments that only give you about 1/4 to 1/3 of the effectiveness, they do have some effectiveness. I won't say that they don't, the acoustic instruments, but it's not even half as effective. It's probably about 1/3 as effective as the human voice. So you can take your time if you're patient and you want to use those external instruments, you can get some benefit from it. But, I've always believed in trying to, optimize what I'm doing and the best way possible. So if you, use sound therapy properly, do a diagnostic sound analysis, it's very simple. After your sound analysis, a 90-minute process, you can, all you need is a few CDs or downloads. So you don't have to invest a lot of money. For just a couple $100, you can be making use of the best holistic healing modality available to us. So that's another reason why I'm so passionate about sound therapy, and why I, travel the world doing it, teaching it, doing workshops, or at least I did until the pandemic. They booked me in Taiwan for the rest of my life, every spring for the rest of my life. And then I started working in China, Hong Kong, Shanghai, and throughout, Asia. It was building dramatically. The people were just so excited and open-hearted and open-minded to this work. It was, I've made so many friends, especially in Taiwan, even more than China. That holds a special place in my heart. I've got some wonderful friends there, and my Asian manager, who has a healing center in Taipei, Taiwan, was booking my, Chinese dates, workshop dates, as well as the Taiwan ones. But, a year ago, a little over a year ago, I was scheduled to go in March to Taiwan, and the pandemic hit about 30 days in advance of that. We had to postpone it to 2021. Now we're in 2021, and we had to postpone it again because of, travel restrictions and problems and, so many things. And so in any event, hopefully we'll be able to continue the traveling, hopefully in the near future. But at least I'm online on Zoom every week now, so I can work with people internationally, and that's what puts me on a crazy schedule here. I did an appointment last night at 2:30 in the morning for somebody in Australia. I've got a lot of students in Australia and New Zealand, as well as Taiwan, and they're like 18 hours ahead of us. So their daytime is our nighttime. So that's why I was schedule at 2:30 in the morning that went till about 4:30 in the morning. So I don't get to bed before 5 or 6 in the morning these days, because I have so many clients in Asia and Australia and thereabouts that have, later schedule. So of late, I've been, kind of on 24/7 call. I never know if I'm sleeping in the daytime or the evening. So you can always contact me. I try to be accessible and, 24/7, because if I'm sleeping or working with a client, I have the phone off, so you're not going to disturb me. And since my hours are strange lately, I've been, working till, 5, 6 in the morning, and, getting up around 11, doing my toning and my meditation and taking care of any personal stuff as well as phone calls. And I don't really set any appointments until 1 p.m. and on. So I start my appointments from around 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon till 5 in the morning, thereabouts. So it's going to be crazy, but that's just hopefully temporary, because right now there's several people in my weekly workshops in Australia and Germany and New Zealand and a lot of areas in Europe and Asia that have later hours, and they love the workshops. So they set their alarms if it's in the morning or nighttime, or everybody's in a different time zone. But we're having a lot of fun and learning a lot of stuff, because it's a very fun and easy to learn class where I teach a lot of exercises and principles. And you can see the 10 topics again on the events page of my website, wayneperry.com. And there's a products page for, CDs, my book, Sound Medicine, downloads. There's an events page, as I mentioned, to see the events and the upcoming workshops. There's a testimonials page. I've gotten, over 1,000 testimonials over the years, and you can see a handful of them, of the people that are so excited with the success they've had with sound therapy on the testimonials page. If you want to learn, I can point you to 2 pages where you can learn a ton of information about professional sound healing and sound therapy, for free. And probably the best 2 pages to learn the most from is there's a blogs review page that says blogs/reviews, where there's some articles I've written for some magazines, and also some articles written about me and my work in some magazines and interviews with me. And so there's, like I said, a lot of articles on sound therapy, whether I've written them or other people have written them, on the blogs review page. So that's one page on the website at wayneperry.com that you can learn a lot from. The other page you can learn a lot from is the videos page. There's probably 15 to 20 videos that I've done on YouTube, on Facebook Live, at conferences, on StreamYard, from all various sources. And you can watch and view any of those videos on the video page for free. So you can get a real education and learn a lot about professional sound healing and sound therapy. So be sure and check out those pages at wayneperry.com. And you're welcome to call me. I try to be real accessible. Most people seem to take their phone number and even their email off their website. I just want you to contact them so they can get your email for their mailing list or something. I'm very accessible. I have my email and phone number probably on every page of my website. And because I'm a voice person and I prefer phone calls over emails anyway, because I get about 100 emails a day. I don't have time to go through all of them. I try to scan through them quickly in the afternoon to see if, there's some new clients, new students that won't get lost in the shuffle. But like I said, half of it or more, 2/3 of it is like spam, and it's difficult with all these emails. Plus, when I want to respond to an email of a new student or whatnot, and I have to email back them, which I do when I find them, but it's more time consuming. I've never really typed. So it takes me a while to type out a response to an email because I'm very thorough and methodical, and it's time consuming. But a phone call, I can cover a lot more material a lot faster. I can answer your questions, cover a ton of information in, 10 minutes on a phone call. So I prefer, that people call me so you can ask your specific and pointed questions and I can answer them and respond to them. So don't be shy about calling. These days, everybody's texting and emailing and hardly anybody phones anymore. It's getting more and more impersonal. And again, being a voice person and using toning and vocal harmonics and overtoning and is the brunt of my work, I prefer a phone call where I can, answer your questions and communicate more with you. So I don't know, let's see, we have some questions and answers. Get numbers, I don't even know what that means.
I think that means diagnostics on how to get your diagnostic done. And somebody asked as well, could you give an example of what that actually means?
What the diagnostic sound analysis means? Well,
yeah, like what does it look like?
Well, it's in a chart. I don't have a chart handy. I'd have to go into my files and like show you a printed out chart that I've done with colored pens. Basically what it amounts to is you're speaking into a microphone. If you're live, here at the Sound Therapy Center, you're holding a microphone and responding to the 4 or 5 groups of questions. And while you're doing that, I'm putting the information on your chart, your personal chart with colored pens until I have enough information to complete the chart. And I see the pattern, which frequencies are weak, which frequencies are in excess. The frequencies that are good, we don't need to concern ourselves with because you're going to have some that are strong. But in 30 years of doing this work, I've never found a single individual that was in perfect balance. Everybody that I've seen and tested has some, weaknesses. Some people, just have minor weaknesses, just have a couple frequencies weak, but everybody has some weaknesses because we're affected by so much in our environment that affects us, as I mentioned earlier, the air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat, even the soil is getting irradiated. It's not like it was, 40, 50 years ago. Things have been depleted and affected, and your environment, not being the most sound environment, affects our health. And that's, perhaps why, nobody's in real balance. But with a diagnostic brain voice sound analysis, we can identify what's weak and what's in excess, and then we can put it into balance. So after I complete the chart, I interpret the chart and tell you what's weak, physically, emotionally, what the correlates are. You might not have every emotional thing weak, but we go through what makes sense and what seems to be affecting you, and then how to correct it by, it's sort of like food in the sense that it's sound in and sound out. I, help people understand things better with analogies and metaphors. So for instance, with food, you can eat the healthiest food in the world. You can eat all healthy organic fruits, nuts, and vegetables and whatnot. But guess what? If you don't eliminate that food, you're going to die. There's no question about it. And then conversely, you can have the best digestion and elimination in the world, but if you don't eat, you're going to die. So, I mean, this is just simple common sense. We need healthy food in and healthy elimination out. So it's food in and food out. And I mention this because it's quite the same with sound. We need to have healthy sound coming in and healthy sound going out. And we do that, by listening to the healthiest sound there is, as I mentioned earlier, is vocal harmonics and overtones. And just listening to any harmonics and overtones will stimulate you and give you some support, but it's kind of general. And that's why it's important to do the diagnostic sound analysis to identify which frequencies are weak, need entrainment and strengthening. And then you can listen to harmonics. I have CDs and downloads in every key and every pitch, 3 octaves of sound and downloads of that particular frequency and pitch with those harmonics. And it puts it back into the brainwave pattern. And you just listen for a few minutes every day. The other beautiful thing about sound therapy that I love is we're all busy people. Nobody needs like 30 minutes of daily homework every day. Adding 30 minutes to your time schedule is kind of tough for a lot of us. You know, we're all busy people to try to fit 30 minutes, let alone 60 minutes or whatever it is, into our busy schedule daily or every other day. But the beauty of sound is the sound in, at least, doesn't take up any time, because you can do your brainwave entrainment while you're doing other things. So, you know, if you're weak, let's say in, C sharp and B flat or whatever, what frequencies. I mean, it's not music therapy, but we have to call these frequencies something. You know, we could call them ABC or XYZ or Carol, Barbara, and George. You know, there's a lot of things we could call them, but we have a pre-existing music system that's actually a perfect mathematical formula. If you understand anything about music, it's mathematically perfect. So it's the best thing to use to identify the frequencies. But that's the only, you don't have to know anything about music to understand it or use it. It's just the identification of the frequencies. That's all it amounts to. So in any case, once we identify the frequencies that are weak, and it's important to listen to them daily, every single day, because that's what causes the entrainment. That's what puts it back into the brainwave pattern and strengthens your whole body system and brings back homeostasis into the human body, the physical body, and the emotional body for that matter. And so in any case, you listen and your ears are free. So you can do your entrainment and listen to your harmonics or personal frequencies while you're on the computer, for instance. You know, most of us are probably on the computer more than 30 minutes. So you could probably do the whole thing. It might be 10 minutes, it could be 20 minutes, it could be 40 minutes, but you know, it could be anywhere from like 15 minutes to 40 minutes usually. And you could break it up in 2 or 3 times or do it all at once, but your ears are free. So it takes up none of your time. You can do it while you're getting dressed. You can do it while you're having lunch. If you have a player in your car, you can listen and do your entrainment while you're driving in your car. So it's very simple and it doesn't take up any of your time. This is, you know, like I say, one of the many, many reasons I'm, you know, passionate about sound therapy, because it's inexpensive and it's easy. You know, there's really, you know, you don't have to understand physics or music or, you know, that much of science. It's pretty laid out, and I give people an instructional sheet. So when you do a diagnostic session, you'll get not only your charts that I do by hand, your personal sound chart, but I also give you an instructional sheet that has like 6 paragraphs, 6 points of important information. The last one being toning release work. Now that's how you release the excess frequency. In case you're wondering, well, I'm talking about the entrainment and strengthening the weak frequencies. You may be wondering what we do with the excess frequencies, because that's the sound out. We talked about food in and food out. Well, similarly, we have sound in and sound out. Most of the sound in our environment is not natural sound. You know, we listen to the radio, TV, it's all computer generated. It's all, all digital. There's no vibration to the sound. It's literally dead sound. Most of the sound in our environment, except for nature sounds and, you know, birds chirping or whatever, you know, there may be a certain amount of natural nature sounds, but so much of the sound is artificial. So that's why it's so balancing and supportive to listen to vocal harmonics and overtones, which really support and stimulate the brain. And particularly if you use it less generally and more specifically after doing a diagnostic sound analysis. And then you know exactly what frequencies to listen to. And it doesn't take up any time because you can do it while you're doing other things. But then again, getting back to the release work, that's how you get rid of the excess frequencies. And you don't have to do that every day. That would be too time consuming, because granted, it is going to take a little time to do your toning release work. I mean, most things take time, but it's very simple. And it really is, if you just do it at least twice a week, that's what I find is effective. You don't need to do it every day. You can do it more than twice a week if you have the time, but you should do it a minimum of twice a week for maybe 15, 20 minutes. So if you can do a 15 to 20 minute toning exercise, vocal toning exercise, anytime, twice a week. Doesn't matter if it's daytime, nighttime, weekday, weekend, whatever's convenient to your schedule. If you can find 15 to 20 minutes twice a week to do your release work, you got it made. So that's all there is to sound therapy. You don't have to study 18 different levels of work. This isn't Scientology or some other scientific or physics process of learning. It's very simple. So you just do your entrainment, listen every day for a few minutes while you're on the computer, whatever you're doing. And then twice a week, you do toning release work. And that's what I even cover that in the diagnostic sound analysis, the 90-minute process. It's even a lot more than just a diagnostic session, because I give you an overview and a consultation. I give you kind of like a sonic prescription. And then at the end, I go over the toning release exercise with you so you can understand clearly. I go through all the steps of how to use your voice to release blocked energy with a little VVB, as I call it, which stands for vowels, volume, and breath. The vowel sounds move the most energy in the voice. You need a little volume to release the energy. In fact, that's the only time you need volume in toning and sound therapy, is when you're doing release work, either pain release or release for your vocal toning release, to release blocked energy from the brainwave patterns. And so and the B stands for the breath, diaphragmatic breathing. So I always tell people VVB, VVB, vowels, volume, breath. And that's the key to the release work. And that covers the sound in and the sound out. So I can see if there's any other questions.
Beautiful. Here. We've run out of time, Wayne, but that was amazing. Thank you. We do have, okay, you might want to just answer this one. I don't know. Did you answer the one on tinnitus already as the last question? Maybe we can do that.
Well, I've worked with people with tinnitus over the years, drummers, musicians, people with tinnitus. Like anything else, we need to do the diagnostic sound analysis to see what's affecting and what's weak, what's strong, what's in excess, and try to get to the source of what's creating any physical or emotional issue or imbalance. It's vital to do that diagnostic sound analysis. Any other important questions or anything?
Okay, we have some comments, and if you can stick around maybe and go into the chat room and just directly message people back, because I know there was a few questions in there. So if you're able to stick around, that'd be great. Otherwise, they can go to wayneperry.com and contact you there, find out your information, right?
Yeah, I'd be happy to stick around. Where would I go? Just direct me.
So do you see the chat box down in the corner? Do you see the icon that says chat?
Yes.
Open that up. So I'm going to make you an attendee, and there's a bunch of people that are leaving you questions. So you can just click on their name and respond directly.
Okay. I'll be happy to do that. Thanks, Neil.
Thank you, Wayne. Appreciate you, brother.
You're most welcome.
Okay.
Thank
Speak
you.
soon. And again, we've done many events, well, 4 or 5, which is quite a lot because it's like 3-hour events with Wayne. Secrets of Sound Relationships, Tantra Mantra workshop, Sound Entrainment workshop. We have another one coming up in a few months called Secret to Sound Relationships. It's the next one in that series, basically, where you can work with Wayne directly. I think it's going to be a 2-hour workshop with him and some really amazing information. All right, everybody, we're going to get into our next speaker pretty soon. And Joan of Angels is going to be the MC, the host for our next guest, who's Laura Eisenhower. But first, I'm going to take a moment here and we're going to do some screen sharing again for the schedule for today and tomorrow. It's a good interval. We have about 10 minutes. We have about 5 minutes. And I'm going to tell you what you can expect for the rest of today and what you can expect for tomorrow. So day 2, guys, we're on day 2. And that was Wayne Perry. So coming up after Wayne Perry, we do have Laura Eisenhower, and she's going to be up for 50 minutes and has some amazing downloads for us, not only some slides, but also who's going to take some questions. Then after that, we have interview. Joan of Angels will also be interviewing Chief GOLDENLIGHT Eagle, and he will have information about, the star beings, the indigenous wisdom in relations to the star people. And that is followed by Paul HYNEK, the son of Alan HYNEK, who is going to be giving us some updates on current UFO disclosure awareness and what's happening in the world. And then the last thing for today is the Ascension panel. And that's going to be from 4:30 to 6, but there is no hard stop on today's time. So we might go over 6:30. We might even have an after show today. I have some slides that I put together on the migration routes in Eastern India all the way into Europe that connects the Greek and Indian empires. If we have time and I'm not tired, by the end of the day, while we're phasing out, we'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and show you those slides, and we'll do a little mini one right there, and then maybe have a little poetry before we end today. So 4:30 to 6 o'clock is the Ascension panel. Billy Carson, JJ Desiree Hurtak, Meg Benedict, Mirabai Devi, and hosted by Wishing Well Productions, Transforming the New Paradigm lady herself, Deborah Giusti, who is one of our biggest supports and has hosted every single one of our Ascension panels actually for the last 4 years, when we've done like 6 of them in different locations. So that's for today. Tomorrow, guys, we start at 11:40. Okay. One more time. Tomorrow we start at 11:40 Pacific, and that would be 2:40 Eastern, and that would be 7:40 London time. We're starting a little later. All the other days we're starting at 10 a.m. And the first speaker for tomorrow is Adam Apollo, followed by myself, Neil Gore. I'm going to do a little presentation. Then we have Grant Cameron. He's going to be here with us tomorrow for a whole hour, giving us a presentation. And then after that, we have Kathleen Martin, who is the niece of Betty and Barney Hill. And she is a UFO researcher, been doing it for a long time, investigates many cases, has a lot of good information for the times that we're currently in. Followed by Trisha McCannon, who's going to be doing a little mini presentation on ancient civilizations. We're going to start bringing in the ancient history component pretty substantially starting tomorrow and going into Sunday as well. Some deep ancient esoteric awareness. Followed by that, Alan's good friend and now my good friend, Phil Gruber. He's going to be here from 3:50 to 4:30 p.m. Pacific time. And then finally, the finale for tomorrow night, the third night, is the UFO disclosure panel. Right now, Desiree and JJ Hurtak are on there. Paul HYNEK is on there. Paul HYNEK is on there. Myself is on there. Adam might be on there. We might have another guest presenter, but that's going to be a really amazing panel. And tomorrow, I really want to go deep into just the current times, what's going on, the conflicting agendas, what's happening in regards to the disclosure that's supposed to happen this month, coming up in June. So we have Grant Cameron and Paul HYNEK during the day that will actually touch on that quite substantially. But then we're going to go into a full-on discussion at the end of the day by taking questions from you guys as well. So that is it for the next 2 days. I'll share day 4 on day 3. All right, let me go ahead and bring Joan on. Joan, you there?
Yep.
Hey. All right, you ready to bring on
like
Laura?
My new background? It's in honor of Laura.
It.
Okay.
Is it your artwork?
It's my artwork, absolutely.
That's beautiful.
But if you can see, it's a complete gathering of beings. So in a way, it's that council that we've been referring to.
Maybe later on over the weekend, you can do a little mini tour, 5-10 minute tour of your art.
That would be really fun.
That'd be pretty cool.
All right.
Yeah, add a different dynamic. All right, so it's all yours. You want to take it away?
I'm going to introduce Laura. And I just have to say something, Laura. When I stared at your picture this morning, when I thought, oh gosh, I get to introduce Laura, I am captured by your eyes.
Oh.
And so, you truly represent this cosmic Gaia Sophia, and your essence just comes through. If I didn't say anything else, that would be enough, guys. But okay, so everyone knows Laura. She is the foremost and forefront of all things exopolitics, extraterrestrials, disclosure, truth, ancient history, even in the wilderness, which I find that so exciting, Laura. And she's masterfully woven together esoteric and alchemical aspects of nature with our ancient roots, hidden history, the present world, and our future potential. She is also a whistleblower, speaking out about being recruited to go up to Mars. I remember hearing some of your stories years ago. And she really is a truth seeker, uncovering very dark and necessary truths and agendas about humanity. So for more than 15 years, she has been traveling around the world, doing readings and transformational healings. So she's come to us at the most wonderful time for us here in our conference and in our life, actually. So welcome, Laura.
Thank you so much, Joan. It's great to see you.
Always love seeing you. So take it away, and I'll just pop in, and when periodically, to engage with you if you'd like.
Oh,
Or
yes.
tell
Yes,
us what, well,
absolutely.
actually, let's start it this way. What have you been up to? And
Well,
what are you presenting?
I've just joined a new platform with Conscious Vitality. And if people go to my website, cosmicgaia.org, you can find out all about it. It gives you access to other people's shows and material. And it also has a social media network, and it's all protected. They own their own servers. And so no issues with censorship or anything like that. And I'll be doing a bi-weekly thing, soon to be once a week show. And yeah, so that's kind of new, and just things, gosh, like everybody, processing the craziness of the last year or so. But live here in Montana and just with the family, and everything's good with us. But it's been a lot for all of us to see what's been going on. So I'm trying to align with, and I have aligned with some really good companies that can help mitigate some of the harmful effects of things like EMFs and heavy metals, and just products I really believe in. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. Haven't been doing that much traveling, of course, because of all the craziness. But yeah, the new platform's the biggest news, though.
Well, you know, that's interesting. So it's called Conscious Vitality. And I'm going to make a note of it too, because, you know, I'm always looking for new platforms also that have this big reach. So what's on your mind to bring to us today, you know, on this whole issue of ascension, where we are in the pandemic and in our lives?
Well, I'm going to bring in some astrological information kind of from a medical astrology perspective, so we understand how they're utilizing some of these planetary alignments to kind of work with the lower octaves and shadow sides of these planetary energies to create a lot of fear and anxiety, and you know, and what we can actually do with these sort of energetics that are available, what they truly represent, and how we can sort of ride the higher waves of what's actually available, because this is a big paradigm shift right now. So I'm going to share some of the astrological stuff and things related to DNA and our galactic chakras, and just the whole process of upgrading and allowing ourselves to upgrade, reminding people that we are extraordinary, powerful, creative beings, and there's so much more that we can be tapping into right now to offset a lot of the darkness in the world and these sort of dark agendas. So yeah, I just got a couple slides, and you can jump in anytime if you're inspired to ask a question about any one of them. And
sweet. I can't wait. I'm excited about this. And, you know, I knowing that there is a lot of dark, it's really helpful for us to know how to mitigate it.
Yes, totally.
And be our big, powerful selves. So yes, let's go.
Okay, sweet. All right. So share screen. That's weird. It's not coming up. Hold on a second. I think you need to make me a co-host, or have you already?
We see your screen.
Oh yeah, your screen is up there.
Okay, so let me just try again, because
oop.
Here's my presentation. All right. And I'm kind of starting off with a bang, without a whole lot of intro, but just to give you guys a little bit of background about concerning where I get my information. A lot of it I've just gotten through epiphanies, revelations, and downloads throughout my life. The information I've gravitated to, though, that has really helped me to bring more expression to it, is Keylontic Science and Lisa Renee's energeticsynthesis.com. And I just, you know, study a lot of different approaches from science perspectives that go beyond the dead sciences, that help us to understand our junk DNA and how that relates to the planetary grid network. So the presentation that I did with Neil with Portal to Ascension over the course of May 16th to 18th goes into great more depth, and you guys can purchase the replay. But this is just kind of like a taste of it. So currently, planet Earth's inhabitants are undergoing a war over timelines, the invading forces of the negative alien agenda, who use the artificial tree of life as a manifestation grid. So trigger events to hook us into false solutions is what we're seeing. Drugs, pharmaceuticals, and externalization of our healing process. A lot of people are kind of still caught in the trap of, where we're looking externally for things that we could be finding within. And these are what these times are about when we look at, or we think about the whole concept of awakening and ascension. We want to allow these adversities to help us to upgrade, to help us to get closer to our soul, versus giving our power more away and getting more disconnected from our soul. So building intuition, getting to know our bodies, and just sort of understanding what's kind of going on a planetary alignment level, and what's actually available in this ascension window is nice and empowering in the face of things that are causing people a lot of fear. And so when we look at the whole concept of trigger events, it's coming from psychological operations and false flags, and the use of dark technology and bioweapons. So the cover story is never the truth. What's actually going on behind has a lot to do with these deep state New World Order agendas that are looking to really compromise humans, enslave them further, depopulate a huge portion of the population. And a lot of us have been trying to warn people for a really long time, and now we're seeing it and witnessing it. And to me, it's just this very, very difficult, dark period we have to move through, because beyond that veil is something really extraordinary and beautiful. We're just going through this really intense dark night of the soul on a humanity level. But I feel that the 0-point unified field energies, the energies connected to the Andromedan core, galactic core, that's now in oneness with the Milky Way galactic core, it's giving us access to so many more dimensions, and it's helping us to upgrade in ways that we might not fully realize. And I feel that with this rising truth and these kind of activations coming through, it'll help to offset all this darkness that we're seeing, and help to alchemize and transmute what some of these weapons and methods that they're using that aren't really beneficial. I feel like it can turn a lot of that around, particularly if a person's willing to question the narrative and break free from the mind control. Of course, the mind control gets stronger when people are making decisions to put these things in their body, and just the fact that we've been breathing in the nanites from the chemtrails. But when we're aligned with the truth frequency, I truly feel, and I've seen it, I've witnessed it in my own life, I've seen it in others, we can transmute the lead of this human experience into gold. There's a lot of people who have recovered from secret space programs, MK Ultra programs and projects that are very soul-centered and very, very strong in who they are. They've recovered a lot of their memories. So what might seem impossible is possible, and we want to remember that. So artificial intelligence systems have been designed and weaponized, specialized for emotional and ultimately spiritual harassment. This is so that the emotional and spiritual energies get lowered to the level that a machine can entrain, follow, mimic, match, record, modify, and replicate that energetic blueprint. If our consciousness is above this and not in the programming, we aren't as impacted. So for artificial intelligence to really be able to infiltrate, we have to be in a pretty low frequency. And that's why they kind of warm us up with the false flags or the psychological operations or the false news, false narratives, and all this stuff to get us all in survival, to get us into a low frequency, to begin to play into new ways to divide and conquer us, which they've been pretty successful in, but not in a bigger picture sense are they being successful. So that, we're running a low frequency, which the AI, can mimic and train to keep one in a negative feedback loop. So they're kind of like, just in a trauma loop, really. And so in my bio, I talk about wanting to help people to move out of this holographic time loop. And this is kind of what I'm talking about, is the artificial aspect of it. How they siphon and harvest our energies to battery up artificial timelines, but they require our energy to be able to do it. So we have to remember that the deep state and the cabal and whatever power they think they have is all stolen power. They wouldn't have that power unless they were stealing it. And as we see with human trafficking, child trafficking, pedophilia, the targeting of, children, and just the dark technologies that siphon and harvest our life force energy through sexual misery programs and Nephilim reversal grids and the Nibirian Diadetic crystal, they're able to harvest all of this. And they require us to be programmed, because when we're programmed, we're not in direct connect. Our auric field's not protected, and they can literally siphon our energies. And a lot of times it's because of implants, but implants aren't limited to the devices. I can't remember who I was talking to about this the other day, and I should. But implants are, thought forms. Oh yeah, Michael Mornian, that the mind control in and of itself and the way we treat one another can create sort of implants where, somebody's projections or criticisms or abusive behaviors can link into some trauma patterns within our own being and sort of, create sort of a subpersonality or a disconnect. So we can't give our power away, just like we don't want to in a relationship or in an individual that doesn't treat us well. We don't want to in a system that doesn't treat us well. And the red flags are there, and it's time to look deeply so that we're not being betrayed or fooled anymore. And it's hard to wake up to having a betraying partner who might be cheating and lying behind our back, as it is to wake up to a system that is doing just that. So we got to take care of the micro world in order to bring something of value to the collective consciousness, which means we need to break the ties. We need to end this relationship and begin to look towards each other and build, from a grassroots level and from a community, level, just the resources we need to, be able to thrive, whether that's healing centers or community gardens or pooling together to stand up against tyrannical authority and the different things that they're doing. And that's been happening all over the world, and which is really awesome, because in this higher vibration and cooperation, it's really, really hard to penetrate. Also using stones and crystals and essential oils and sound healing music and all these different things, we can share these kind of resources with each other and really protect ourselves. And there's all sorts of great nutritional things that I'm getting in touch with that will help with the spiked proteins and also maybe possible vaccination damage. So go ahead, Joan.
I just want to say something that is so important, what you're bringing up. Okay, this detaching from the media, detaching from that wave that is attacking people constantly of this negativity and false information. So I just think that's incredible.
Oh, well, thank you.
Very timely. We need this.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So the concept of like timeline wars, you got the organic timeline that never goes away, that can't be destroyed. Things have gone dormant. Maybe our galactic chakras aren't fully activated and we're still kind of in that illusion that we actually have junk DNA when it's actually a treasure, and it's not junk at all. It holds different higher harmonic universes, and it gets switched on through alchemical marriage, integration of polarity, sacred union, all the way into hierogamic union. So we achieve sort of a twin flame activation within our own being, which helps us to find soul family, soulmates, and then that sort of twin flame, connection. But just like we're not going to experience higher earth energies unless we can comprehend those vibrations within ourselves, we need to switch this stuff on to begin to see a higher world, because the earth responds to us. So if we can take it upon ourselves to begin to switch on what's dormant, we will be able to perceive a world that's reflecting back these higher dimensions. So it's not all about us just switching it on, though. We have to understand that we're getting activated. There's a lot of transmissions coming through the earth, the planetary grid network, and coming from these planetary alignments out. When we look at AI timeline or artificial timeline, it's based in 10D, which is 10 spheres, which is draconian. And it's all about the reversals and the harvesting and siphoning. And so there's a lot of manipulation to sacred geometries and templates in order to give us the wrong coding, right? So it should be 12 spheres, but this one says 10 spheres. So if you look at this particular tree of life and count, it only has 10. And this is a lot of tree of life templates that people are connecting with, not realizing it's not the full picture. And so this artificial tree of life overlay has been cast upon the planetary grid network to alter our capacity to be on an organic ascension timeline. And it's created dissension in certain areas. There's been massive control over the stargates and ley lines starting thousands and thousands of years ago, but grid workers have come in and all sorts of starseed missions have come in to create corrections. So now the planetary grid network is flowing in a much more healthy way, which is breaking down these negative timelines. But, as long as people stay aligned, though, to the narratives and the propaganda and keep engaging in these false solutions, the bifurcation will take place, and it will be very, very difficult to occupy the same timeline as the individuals that are making those choices. But if they change their mind, I do feel that all this damage can be corrected and that it's not all doom and gloom, but the willingness has to be there. So this overlay grid network really wanted to put the whole human race on a trajectory of like Armageddon, end of the world scenarios, fake alien invasion, and all these different things that prevent a person from asking all the right questions. Well, lots of breakthroughs have happened. The Great Awakening has happened, and it's very much spreading all over the planet. Uprisings are happening. New platforms are being created that aren't censored. And so we're just really relating to the true template of the tree of life. And I'm going to get into that, but this is how it looks. It's got 12 spheres and it's broken up into different harmonic universes. So looking at this power versus force, David Hawkins, in this book, he has this particular model or what do you call it? Like just this chart to understand frequency, right? So the contracted energy that happens when we're triggered into fear or just some kind of low vibration, you know, begins to change the vibration and vibratory rate of like our body and what we're generating into the environment around us. If we're in a place of shame, guilt, apathy, grief, or fear, or desire, or anger, or pride, we're not vibrating very high. So all these different tactics they use in order to drop us into these low energies. That's why they have trolls. That's why, you know, there's harassment, like in that slide where it said spiritual harassment, you know, these kind of harassments that just throw us off our center and get the best of us. You know, sort of like when you see a person with road rage, you know, or just how easily people snap or get triggered or offended. You know, all these different operations have been put in place in order to pull a person in so that they're like, yeah, I'm really angry at that. Or, I mean, it's just, they kind of bite the bait and end up sinking down to these low vibrations. We certainly don't see our outer society encouraging us to have courage. No, when we have courage, we're censored or smeared. Some people are suicided, you know, just to have the courage to speak truth and to be whistleblowers, right? So to cross the threshold that we need to cross, we have to begin to just have the courage. It's much better to live as a truth warrior than allow oneself to be limited by fear. We just have to do the best we can to protect ourselves and not be afraid of death, regardless of what happens. Our soul journey is so much more important. But of course, we want to be careful and not totally put ourselves on the line. But each person, you know, has a certain calling, and it's not for everybody. But we can at least be supportive and be building community. And we all have an incredible purpose to shine our light, to speak our truth, to live our passions and dreams, to, you know, to make this work. And it's a choice to not drop in these lower frequencies, because that is when the dark technology gets the best of us. And that's where archon attachments can happen. And we're just very vulnerable. So we move past courage, we move into neutrality, you know, where we're not just being played and going to extremes. You know, we can just find sort of that middle road and not be in this duality. And we can find this, you know, center of where we can integrate polarity, where we can appreciate both the right and left sides of ourselves and our masculine and feminine traits within ourselves. And anyway, I know you guys know what I mean. Then willingness, acceptance, reason, love, joy, peace, enlightenment. And to me, enlightenment very much has to do with accepting that sometimes we're going to drop down into our lower frequencies, but also knows how to reset, self-correct, and get back on track right away. To me, that's a very enlightened approach, because we are human. We're going to fall into these places. We don't want to be, you know, judging ourselves for it, because then we're dropping in frequency. So we got to kind of accept it and allow ourselves to do that alchemical shift when we find ourselves moving into those contracted spaces, to catch ourselves, to take a breath, to meditate, to put something good in your body, and just allow yourself to move back into all of this. And it's kind of like exercise. I mean, we're kind of in this great spiritual gym. We're spiritual athletes. We need to learn how to fly over the obstacles instead of keep hitting our head against the obstacles, feeling injured and victimized and defeated. So we're gaining a lot of strength in, you know, our ability to snap out of the funks we might get ourselves in and get ourselves back on track if we feel that we've been knocked out of our center due to maybe bullying or any kind of harassment, you know. And then when we do feel triggered, we really want to engage in that, breathe unconditional love into it so that we can neutralize and raise the vibration of these things that when they get triggered, throw us down, right? So it's not just facing the everyday and the annoyances and frustrations and tragedies and traumas of the everyday and what we're witnessing. It's also cleaning house so we can begin to neutralize the traumas from even past lives and bring those into the vibration of, you know, neutrality, where we're not so triggered anymore. So when we look at the 12 strand DNA and sort of how it's broken up, we can understand, it's not just genetic coding. I mean, it connects us to the full multidimensional cosmos, and it connects us with our galactic history. So if we're just in the personality matrix, and we're running only a few strands of DNA, 3 or 4 strands of DNA, which keeps us sort of in the 3D and astral, we're really limited to the personality matrix. And very often, to transcend the personality matrix, which some might call 3D Earth, we have to break the mind control, because when we're just in the personality matrix and we're not connecting with our soul matrix, we're very vulnerable to mind control, because there's been digression of the human. We are like accepting that it's just junk DNA, and we're allowing ourselves to answer to outer authority that really wants to keep us down here, because that's how they make money. That's how they stay in power. And due to the loss of galactic memories, people don't really question. So, after Maldek exploded, the 3D asteroid belt came around, and we've been incarnating with amnesia and negative ego duality issues. But not a lot of people are just in the personality matrix. There's star seeds. There's very soul-centered individuals who have already moved through the veil. Perhaps they had a lot of death, rebirth, and transformation experiences along the way. Maybe they just kind of got it from the get-go. But it's usually this kind of initiation that brings us into these higher dimensions. So we go through sort of a death cycle and a awakening, because death always is followed by rebirth and transformation. And we die many, many deaths in this physical incarnation. And then there's the physical death. But I mean, it takes us to a new experience, of course, and there's nothing to fear there. So death, rebirth, transformation, but it's messed with by trigger events. For example, people are so afraid of this virus and so afraid of dying that they're staying in the personality matrix, getting more and more immersed in this artificial intelligence and the mind control and what the outer authority is telling us we need to do. People are celebrating getting the jab, and that's fine. Everybody's got the right to medical freedom and to do what they want to do. But I mean, it's sort of amazing to see how much people are rerouting themselves into the matrix, into this time loop, because they're really afraid of this initiation. We've been dealing with Pluto, Jupiter, Saturn conjunctions as of last year. It's now not in tight conjunction anymore, but that represented a huge paradigm shift, and an initiation as a collective. And instead of moving through that to get the upgrades and to get the truth and to really see the larger picture of what's going on, people are like, no. I'm just going to listen to the mainstream news. I'm just going to do what I'm told. I'm going to let my fear of death limit my capacity to actually understand what these times are really about, to move into this next level of human advancement on an organic level. So anyway, a lot of us already exist on a soul matrix level. That's why we're able to meet soul family and soulmates and engage on a much deeper level. We can see through the lies. We can connect to each other's hearts and souls. We're beyond the world of appearances and facades. And we just live on a deeper level. So the vibratory match and the synchronicities that come with that are not in this lower 3D anymore. We're literally functioning in a completely different dimension, while we're still grounded with the earth, but the organic earth, not the matrix, not the webbing of the matrix that catches us in this net. But we're grounded. We have a root system, and that's part of the rebuilding and restoration or rehabilitation of the tree of life, which is our true 12-strand and beyond DNA template. We've been dealing with the tree of knowledge, but knowledge has been targeted with mind control. So we haven't really gained the self-knowledge. That is what it's all about, really. To get out of this duality, we have to have the self-knowledge and remember the rest of all that we are. When we start to enter these higher dimensions, though, we face some of these things, or these are places that we used to reside before we sunk down into this lower density. Basically, Tara and Tiamat explosion in 5D Earth that sunk down into 3D Earth created the Earth as we know it. And that's why Tiamat and the artificial moon, there's a relationship there. And also parts of the body of Tiamat are part of this Earth. And Maldek and the Earth were, for a time, living expressions of this split. And that's what my research has shown. So take what resonates and leave the rest. But anyway, so a lot of us are already in this level of wholeness. I mean, it doesn't mean we can always maintain it, because life isn't easy, but we've experienced this. We know how it feels. It doesn't mean that our physical body is necessarily caught up, but our consciousness has been able to reach these higher levels. And eventually the physical will catch up, but it takes a while to go from carbon-based to crystalline and to have it all switched on. But waking up in this lower density with so many unconscious people, it's very, very difficult to shift the physical body when we're sharing space with a lot of low density. So that's why the bifurcation needs to happen, so that we can have the space to move through the rest of these upgrades. And then you got the monad matrix, and that's the 7D Earth. So these are higher harmonic universes and higher Earth energies that when we switch on, we begin to experience these higher Earths. But we're not as vulnerable to the galactic wars and all the things that happen in these higher Earths, because we've been there, done that. So when we revisit it, we have an added strength, and we have you know, an inner victory that's able to reconnect with these higher harmonic universes, despite the traumas that we experience when some of these celestial bodies that we existed upon exploded. Or, you know, we've been dealing with galactic wars since Lyra and the Orion Wars and this and that, and how it impacted, you know, these higher Earths. But when we reconnect with it, we are in a place of mastery instead of the level of vulnerability we were, because this is a free will universe and we're here to experience it and learn about power, learn about who we truly are. And it's sort of like we lose who we are and then we rediscover it. So then we got the monad matrix. And yes, there were all sorts of things that happened there, but it goes beyond our 7th chakra. It begins to switch on our dormant DNA. And I'll show you some pictures of what it looks like when we start to vibrate in these higher dimensions beyond the 7th chakra system. And because Andromeda and Milky Way galactic cores are one again, we're able to access much more. And these activations are helping us to embody our 12th strand. It's going to take some time, but that's where the trajectory is. That's what Ascension is reclaiming what we've lost, what's gone dormant. Then you got the universal mind matrix, 13, 14, 15. The 13 is connected to the mother arc, the 13th sign of Fiacus that started to come into play in 2010 when there was a timeline shift. The sun started to move through the 13th sign. The 13 represents the mother arc that is actually anchored in the core of the planet. And this is a 13D dimension, like planetary core. It's a diamond heart. And it hasn't been in the Earth body since the Sumerian Egypt invasion. That was when it just really couldn't remain here. All the Atlantean cataclysms, Lemurian Holocaust, all these different wars and battles and the targeting of the feminine and all this crazy stuff made it very, very difficult for the mother energy to be anchored in her own body as the planetary consciousness. We've been dealing with dark mother reversals and just a lot of dark history. As of 2009, 2010, that energy got anchored back into the planet in a very extraordinary way, which is creating the activations we need to move into higher Earth energies in ways we weren't able to so easily before. Because the cataclysms knocked everything off center, they were able to gain control of the stargates and the planetary grid network. And now this window is all about the fact that they don't have the hold that they think they have or that they used to have. It might look a little freaky though, because of the way this agenda is rolling out and everybody's concerns about the jab and this and that. But there's something so powerful with the 0 point unified field energy, this 13, which is the neutron window into these other universes, and also the full cosmic trinity of Mother, Father, Christ, Sophia. And this template is the true template that we occupy. So our biological vessel is the most advanced technology, and we are Christed beings. We can achieve that Christ, Sophia, Christ consciousness, avatar consciousness again, and create miracles and manifest things and have our hands heal. And a lot of people already have found those abilities. So everything gets switched on. So this tree of life, if you look, you know, the lower 1, 2, 3, 3D physical dimension, then 4, 5, and 6, 5D semi-physical, 7D etheric dimension, and then 10, 11, 12 is the avatar consciousness, universal mind matrix, pre-matter dimension density 4, and then the founder flames. This is from Ascension Glossary, energetic synthesis.com. So this is our true template. So we don't want to just be in the 3D. I mean, we want our soul. We also want our higher mind so that we can be that tree that has a root system and branches that are open, that we have access to all of it. So 5D ascension to me is the whole shebang. But the reason the significance of 5D is it's our throat chakra. It's the 5th element, ether, that is now with us as the 13th sign is ruled by the ether. 5D to me is about clearing the throat chakra, speaking truth, having our words have such power that it manifests our reality instead of spreading mind viruses that come along with mind control and staying in the lower 3D. So to me, it's all about empowered throat chakra that creates all sorts of incredible shifts in our reality and in our health. And then that alchemical shift and the fact that we're speaking truth and we're in that truth frequency, it grants us access to the rest of all that we are, and the 0 point unified field, which will help us to purify and alchemize and transmute dark weaponry and be the great beings that we're intended to be. Any thoughts, Joan? Oh, you're muted.
Gosh, there I am. I'm turned on, ready to go. So we had a question in YouTube about the artificial tree of life. So I'm thinking that because of the mind control, then you're saying that they were showing us the 10-strand DNA as the tree of life, and so we've been buying that.
Yeah, they really wanted to wipe out all the sort of templates and information that helps us to connect with the fullness of all that we are, 12-strand DNA, and how that moves into other levels and other dimensions to the point where 12 becomes 24, becomes 48 strands, and we just have access to multiple dimensions, and we can come and go from the physical as we please. So the 10 spheres shows that 2 of the main stargates have been blocked, so we can't gain access to these other higher earths. The seals and fences put in our DNA have made it really, really difficult to move beyond the 3D. And then the 10th sphere is sort of like these beings are ruling from sort of the 10D, where when the Lyran Wars happened and they attacked and the reptilians attacked, they gained some sort of foothold where they were able to be the lower creator gods, blocking us from the true Christ energy, the 0 point unified field. And that's where the Anunnaki comes in and their alliance with some of the reptilians, and just how they've wanted to be the overlords and the gods, but they're not functioning at the full capacity, and they're not in a dimensional band of energy that allows full connection to 0 point. That's why they're vampires, and they need to steal life force to have any power. They want to create loosh. So the 10 spheres also comes with a lot of reversal technologies that harvest and siphon. So I hope that kind of answers it. It's kind of, yeah, I mean, it's a lot to try. And I mean, I'm still learning. It's like, okay, but yeah, connecting these sort of dots is, yeah, I mean,
so many dots.
They're a replica of this. So if they can manipulate the earth grids, they're actually manipulating us in our energetic field.
Right.
What was that?
Right. So we have a question here from the beginning. Who are they? So can we go back to like when you're referring to they in the big thing?
So we're dealing with negative alien agenda. So Zeta Reticuli, service to self beings, Alpha Draconis, certain factions of Anunnaki, even some Nordics. So not all within those races are negative. So it's either your service to self or service to others. Service to self exploits others and steals and deceives in order to be in power, to keep us from being sovereign, so that it can harvest us, feed on us, and create a life cycle because it's disconnected from source. Whether that's through being a fallen angelic group or rebellion, they have lost that connection. And to be rulers, they have to create programmings and distortions in order to be able to be a host or be a parasite to human host. So that that's how they live. And then they use AI and dark technologies to give them the energetic supplement or food that they need. And this goes into like adrenochrome. So they have their hybrid families on Earth, their hybrid families on Earth that are connected with them, that work with them, that have targeted children, and they sell their families into these sort of things. And you get the pedophilia, the adrenochrome, and it's all because it's vampiric, because it's not operating in the fullness. So that circulation with spirit doesn't allow them organic immortality on a soul level. So they have to use machine and AI and use us as a food source to even exist. So they rely on us for their survival. That's why they're so relentless. So, yeah. So I'm just going to have to run through just a little bit, but anything else? Any more questions?
Nope, go ahead.
Okay, awesome. All right. So the seedings of the root races on this planet have been to reassemble the original DNA and reclaim that which was lost in the Lyran Wars with the Orion group. So again, we're talking about service to self entities. We're talking about fallen angelic lines and races, and just the mess that all made. And the original wars were always about, Christ or Antichrist, service to self, service to others type thing. So with all the different kinds of species there are, it really comes down to 2 distinct types. Are they looking out for the human race and the sovereignty of life and encouraging us to develop our greater ability so we can save ourselves? Or is it anti-life, vampiric and exploitive and all out for themselves and their own power? So the 12 tree grid was designed to help reassemble the original avatar DNA of the human being in the lower harmonic universes and reclaim all aspects back into wholeness. So the way this planetary grid network was set up on an organic level was to assist souls in advancing again, and through reincarnation, kind of learning how to use power correctly and gaining some experience. But it got so infiltrated that we've been incarnating for so long, and there's been so many things that they've attempted to do to trip us up, that they were able to shift the planetary grid network in order to create a false timeline, false artificial timelines. And again, these corrections have happened, and we're correcting ourselves through deprogramming. And that is the Great Awakening, truly waking up to the fullness of all that we are and consciously calling it back and engaging in healthy lifestyles to create hospitable space for ourselves to call all of this back, because it's the energy that we call back the consciousness, and the activation of our galactic chakras to switch on these dormant strands, to change our physical and advance our physical. And then the chakra system will change. It won't be so compartmentalized. It'll be much more integrated. So psychospiritual warfare is radically increased when a person is entering the integration stages of 7, 8, and 9D. And again, beyond the 7th chakra of the monadic spiritual triad, because this is when we begin to achieve hierogamos and ascension. They don't want us to have twin flame relationships or soulmates. That's why there's sexual misery programs and a lot of crazy indoctrination that distort the masculine and feminine and how we relate to it. Instead of relating it to it on an authentic level and finding it within, we learn and we watch, we read magazines, we watch movies, we watch television, and we're sort of modeled, these things, or there's trends that people end up following, or, people aren't really functioning in an authentic way. And if they dare be authentic, sometimes they're called weird or crazy, or they got learning problems and need to go on drugs, or something's not right with them because they're not following the program. Something's unusual about them. But a lot of artists and musicians, tend to have found that personal sovereignty space, and they end up inspiring people to drop those programmings and judgments and projections, because it's like, wow, people who are really true to themselves tend to be super duper creative people and are really in enjoyment of their own creative freedom to express beauty. And so very often it's easier to wake a person up through art and music and sound healing than trying to red pill them, but a little bit of both is good. Anyway, I'm going off on tangents here, but anyway, this is what it looks like. 8th and 9th chakra, it's an infinity spiral. So you can imagine if it's an infinity spiral, it's going to be activating our bodies. And the number 8 is actually connected to Saturn, but the low octave of Saturn is tyrannical authority. The high octave of Saturn is self-mastery. So once we overcome tyranny and false authority and control and enslavement, then we actually enlighten Saturn, because it rules the law of structure. We're able to have the physical vessel, which holds the structure of the skeletal system and the teeth and, the things that are the structure. We are the living structure that's able to house our multidimensional nature, our higher truth, our wisdom, our love, and all these higher dimensional energies, because we've gained self-mastery. We are now the teacher, not in the conventional sense, not in a tyrannical, controlling way, but leading by example, being an activator because one has allowed themselves to be activated. So anyway, these are masculine and feminine energies of, the gold and the silver, and they tend to try and implant us in the base of the skull. There's ethereal implants so that we can't activate this. And then again, this is when people tend to get targeted and attacked when they begin to move into this stage. And when people get targeted and attacked and they don't realize they're being targeted, sometimes they can take it very personally, feel very defeated, and then their vibration drops and they're feeling guilt or regret or shame, like I failed my spiritual path, when one has to understand that one is being harassed and targeted to drop into that space of defeat. So we have to just breathe through what, is psychic attacks or a lot of these kind of adversities, and just keep breathing through it until we're on the other side. And that's where a lot of people are right now. So this is kind of the progressions of sacred marriage that has to do with our chakras and our DNA. Level 1 is building wings, our third eye and crown chakra. Level 2, crystal lotus heart. The 8th and 9th that we just saw is the infinity spiral. Level 3, Hyros, Gamos, and Christos hydroplasmic light, 10, 11, 12, the avatar matrix, where we achieve reunion with the fullness of our 12th strand, which we used to have in the Lyran system and other experiences in our galactic soul history. So, but that shows up as like a greater love story, right? And I've talked about this in presentations where we're literally divorcing the imposters and the distortions and the falsities in the patriarchal program. We're divorcing that because it throws us out of balance, makes us vulnerable to entity attachments and illness and disease. And we're literally falling into the true love within ourselves and in creation, the authentic relationship with creation that is a beautiful love story, you know, and there is that hope and truth of a happily ever after when we do reach that. And the nature of our relationships change. The toxicity begins to fall away. We begin to detox on many levels, emotionally and physically, and we pull high vibration relationships to ourselves, and we create the boundaries we need because we've gained a lot of experience going through this madness. So I know I've got a little time, got to kind of wrap this up, but the Saturn square Uranus is what we're kind of experiencing till 2023. And instead of reading from it, I'm just going to kind of say from the top of my head, Saturn, the low level of Saturn right now represents tyrannical control, New World Order agenda scenarios. Uranus is all about liberation, freedom, connection with our higher mind. It's a very high vibrational planet and impacts our nervous system. And so Saturn, though, is like, with its desire to control us, wanting us to stay in trauma loops, which affects our nervous system, so that we don't get the upgrades that Uranus can bring. So there's a tug of war going on between Saturn and Uranus, because a squared aspect means friction and challenge. So Saturn doesn't want to let us move into this liberating energy of Uranus, which is the ruler of Aquarius. So if we think about the Aquarian age, right? So the energies of Saturn, you know, being tyrannical power and control. That's why there's worship of the dark Saturn, and just people in positions of authority are ruled by the dark Saturn. They're not just going to let us go easily into the vibration of Uranus, where we're activated, stimulated, upgraded, connected with truth frequency, which is what Uranus does. But Uranus is also a planet of shock and upheaval that leads to great awakening. So sometimes people aren't ready for Uranus. They're afraid of that vibration. They're afraid of the feeling of what they've invested in crumbling. They're afraid of maybe the system that they trusted, and the ego death that they might have to go through. So they don't like that activation. It's like uncomfortable because it just it can bring up a lot of anxiety. So it's like, okay, I'll just do what the authorities and those in the external world tell me, because that's a lot easier than to move into this initiation. Some, though, are very connected with Uranus already, and they love it. They love this activation. They love feeling the energy of Uranus. Maybe they were born with a lot of planets connected with Uranus in a harmonious way. But those that don't have a harmonious connection with it tend to just want to be told what to do. They don't like the feeling of that. So those of us that are aligned with Uranus, and we don't have to relate to it on a planet level, but who are aligned with the truth frequency, our own authenticity and sovereignty, which Uranus helps us to achieve personally, you know, we're going to do all we can to help inspire people to want to stand in alignment with this, so we can kick Saturn off. And Uranus is going to also help us to connect with advanced technologies that will, you know, help offset some of the damages, and you know, things like med beds we hear about, and just working with frequency, sound, and color, and you know, lots of other things. And I believe a lot of the people that have gotten through the secret space programs and gotten their memories back, you know, they might have had assistance from benevolent ETs as well. I mean, I've heard some stories concerning that. So all that is going to end up coming, and there'll be healing centers all over the planet. And these dark players will be held accountable, and we'll see something huge rise, because it's already risen. You know, people are banding together. There's uprisings happening all over the place. There's tours going on. There's lawsuits, and, you know, experts and doctors coming together, you know, people in their local community coming together, new platforms. Everything is looking pretty good in that way. So we just need positive, benevolent, truthful disclosure so that we can take care of our global citizens that need our help, that have needed our help for a long time. And I could keep going. So anyway, these transits and this sort of Saturn Aquarius thing is very much, what we're dealing with, what we've been dealing with. So Saturn transits Aquarius from 2020 to 2023. Hopes are being raised, and visionary ideas and thoughts of human advancement are being discussed. our inner knowingness that some sort of ascension should be taking place exists for many, kind of like, okay, the reality we are experiencing is quite different, but it doesn't mean it's not happening. This was something we were bound to have to move through. They just have accelerated it. They're freaking out. They're trying to take down as many as possible and keep some kind of food source for themselves while also creating a lot of depopulation. But anyway, whatever happens, it's going to take work and effort. That is what Saturn requires us to do. It's just going to take work, because it's not like we can just ditch Saturn fully and completely. We need to allow it to take us into self-mastery, and work on the law of structure and the structures that we can build and create that house higher principles. What we want to kick out the imposters and the indoctrination programs and all that we're seeing, and build new structures that are enlightened and providing help and healing and true wellness. The control over stargates and earth grids, dark ritual abuses taking place, and how that has kept us in digression in 3D, and also the infiltration of our media and most power structures and the programming embedded in our culture, we need to all unhook from. And once we do that, we work closely with the earth and the abundance of the earth and our greater abilities that we can all pull together to really be a community and build just the unified field here on earth and unity consciousness. So medical astrology, you guys can play this back and kind of look at all the signs and the organs that they connect to, but you'll see the 13th sign of Theicus here, and that just came in as of 2010, and it represents creatrix connectivity, pure transparent crystalline light, divine mother, and the cleansing power of cosmic love, recoding the DNA. This is where we're getting the upgrades, the 13th sign, and it's ruled by cosmic ether, the 5th element. So that's where the 5D earth is. These activations is the fact that the mother energy is here. Activations are taking place. It's rooted in the core of the planet. And of course, the divine mother, the cosmic mother, and 0 point unified field that is all created, or is all in this greater energetic circulation, which is the greater energetic circulation allows these high frequencies to come into the physical plane and do tremendous healing and help us to truly transform. And it is here. Every year we move through the 13th sign of Theicus between November and December, from Scorpio to Sagittarius. It sits right in there. So right now the North Node is in Gemini. It's actually ruled by the lungs. So we can't really obtain 5D if we're being muzzled. And the symptoms of even the virus are attacking the lungs, our breath. Gemini rules oxygenation of the blood. So if we're stunting our growth, that's going to make us vulnerable to viruses. And it doesn't matter if it comes in the form of bioweapons. The growth period right now is to get our 5th chakra back. And that's what Gemini rules, is communication. So if it's being suppressed, if we're being censored, if we're being masked, if we're being separated, it is stunting our growth. So we cannot put up with it. And we should refuse to comply and keep speaking our truth, because that is what's carrying us forward. So I don't have time to go through all this, but all these outer planets, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, take us through the initiations.
You have time to finish this, so just breathe. We can go a little bit further.
Yeah,
and
like 12, 13 minutes.
Okay, that's when I start to talk real fast, I know.
Yeah, so no, just breathe. It's great information.
Okay, great. So the North Node in Gemini, like I said, let's just go back. If you look at Gemini, shoulder, arms, hands, upper ribs, lungs, trachea, bronchi, capillaries, breath, oxygenation of blood. So the North Node, which is representative of what we need to step into and integrate. We all have a North Node in our personal charts, but the transiting North Node that we're all experiencing, which is in the sign of Gemini, shows the growth period that is currently underway for humanity. And it has to do with the 5th chakra, right? So we're dealing with 5G or 5D, and it all relates to our throat. Are we speaking truth, or are we spreading deception without realizing it? The mind viruses, the propaganda, the fear, the compliancy, where we're being pushed into acting as authorities. Where's your mask? Where's your vaccination card? They're encouraging humans to literally be fully taken over. And that's the 5G. That's where the tyrannical rulership of Saturn has worked on some of these individuals, when really the growth period and initiation has to do with taking the mask off, singing the truth, speaking the truth, being creatively free, and not putting up with this. And then, this will work wonders for our lungs, our ability to draw deep breaths, the breath of life, the vibration and activations coming from the Divine Mother, and just everything that comes with taking deep breaths. I mean, we know that deep breathing and focusing on the breath is everything to maintain balance and health and well-being. We want to draw in that deep breath. And this is a total targeting to put masks on us, to censor us and all this stuff. So anybody that's getting caught in that trap runs the risk of getting sick. And those that are really flowing with the energies tend to have strong immune systems and can face these sort of adversities, whether it's a virus, a bioweapon, negative technologies, nanites, chemtrails. We're able to transmute it and alchemize it because we're functioning on a higher dimensional level. And the frequency that comes through our voices that vibrates at a truth level can also manifest and generate things in our reality that is what that archetype magician is all about, which is connected to Mercury, which is the ruler of Gemini. The archetype connected to Mercury is the magician, and Hermes, who's able to travel between all dimensions, the underworld and above and everywhere. So when we speak quality words, we have the ability to help uplift people. We can help activate healing or inspire them to heal themselves. The power of our words can create cooperation and beautiful relationships and partnerships, you know? And when we see kind of like the trolling and how the voice is being used to deter people, to frustrate people, to stress them out, to make them feel trolled, to make them feel insecure, it's to get them down to a lower vibration so the AI can infiltrate. So Uranus and Taurus is all about the awakening, the shock and upheavals. And these are slow moving generational planets. These are the great initiators. So the dark side of Uranus, though, is like transhumanism and dark technology, because any shadow side of a planet is going to keep us in our unconsciousness, which means they can take advantage of the unconsciousness. So instead of upgrading and recognize that we're the advanced technology, they want to keep us like in a place of thinking, oh, these external technologies related to 5D or transhumanism is something we should say yes to, you know, and they try and make it look good so people consent. And so, you know, that's the shadow part we have to work out so that we can be in these higher vibrations. So the shadow side that we experience can often be panic attacks, PTSD, nervous breakdown. We lose connection to our higher guidance when really it's providing us activations to be directly connected. Just like Saturn, it wants to take us into being controlled when actually it's teaching us to have self-control and be in our self-mastery. So whatever it's trying to, it's weakening what the actual strength is. Neptune in Pisces is connected to consciousness, freedom, creative imagination. And the shadow side is fear viruses, mind viruses, disinfo, confusion, all designed to infect our creative channels, because Neptune helps us to connect with the multidimensional. But if they can haunt our imaginations with fear and propaganda and disinfo to the point where we're living in the lie and we're living in the distortion and we think it's reality, then we are in the shadow side of Neptune, which is known for self-undoing, illusions, delusions, and addictions, and just like, entity attachments, maybe, just the lower side of Neptune's not easy. So Pluto is all about death of matrix control. It's all about transformation, death, rebirth, alchemy, transformation. If we don't move that initiation and we fear death instead, or we're just like not able to breathe through a dark night of the soul cycle that's taking us into transformation. Very often people have suicidal thoughts. They can't handle the energy of it. It's heavy energy. It's darkness. You feel stuck in the birth canal. You can't understand what's really going on and that an initiation is underway. And so they're trying to keep us stuck so that we don't transform with this latest part of the agenda. And so it causes people to not want to get out of the cocoon to the point where they build a prison gate around the cocoon, so that when it's time to emerge, they can't. They're too imprisoned. They've lost the connection with the inner knowingness that when we've been in the cocoon or the dark night of the soul, we can emerge as a butterfly. So what happens when we resist these energies? Our immune system is lowered. We get hijacked. Our energies get siphoned. We feel hopeless, lost, and confused. We're in survival. We're reactive. We're ungrounded, and we're easy prey for AI and entity attachments. We need to increase our spiritual immune system, heal our mental and emotional bodies, and the physical will follow. True medical leaders will help guide this process too. So disclosure is to me about, and I've been inspired by other people and just and all the different things that are important to disclose in these times. It's important to understand different ET races and their guardianship and genetic modification programs and breeding programs. We have to know what we're up against, because we're going to be dealing with a lot of interesting beings and hybrids. Secret space programs. We want to understand MyLabs, transhumanism, and other ET agendas. malevolent and benevolent, involved in the grand Earth experiment, abductions and implanting, and what different agendas exist, and what is our relationship to them. We want to expose the crimes against humanity that are using humans as currency and the parasitic nature of those who are part of these Luciferian covenants. We want to understand our divine template and how harmonic universes exist in our DNA. We want to put attention on galactic wars, galactic history, and all this lost history that we don't get in school, and also hidden extraterrestrial involvement on Earth and how they have used the veil of secrecy to manipulate and influence all worldly human affairs, societies, and belief systems through mind control and social engineering. We want to expose hidden advanced technologies made available that would completely change the Earth 3D paradigm. Free energy systems, reverse of aging and disease, end of poverty and slavery, human trafficking and pedophilia, and removal of cabal members. Also, understanding quantum mechanics as the basic foundation to comprehend ascension and the reality of multidimensional consciousness existing throughout all living intelligent energy systems. Also knowing about the true nature of reality, such as truth about our junk DNA, stargates, ley lines, geometric structures, and the sacred geometry, and our connection to zero-point unified field. The sciences that remind us about how we can shift from carbon-based to crystalline, and that we are way more than we can imagine. So the Archonic Matrix is an imitation of the original creation. It actually doesn't hold any real power over it unless you personally allow it to. Our energy and frequency can be plugged into two things: source energy or the electronic controls that seek to pull one into an artificial world. The only real danger is that you give yourself over to it by buying into the theater. If we can detach from the money system, even though we're going to still be working with it to a certain degree, the media, the governments, and the distortions, you can unfold into your original form, upgrading and restoring your DNA and circuitry, which allows one to withstand and integrate the powerful energies streaming in, rather than the dark forces pulling one under and into chaotic emotions, fear, or unconscious attachments that are unhealthy. And that's it.
Wow. Okay, that last sentence was like there is a really very powerful, how we can actually step free from this matrix.
Yeah. And we're all going to work together. We're going to remind each other, and we've totally got this. And in a lot of ways, we stepped out a long time ago, but what we're witnessing is like, so insane, and how it tries to yank us back in, and all the different tactics being used. But I love this community. Right. And I'm so grateful we all have each other, and it's so wonderful to see you, because it's been a while.
It's been a long while. We have a few questions. Okay. So let's just, so the first question I have here is like, well, then who are the archons? Okay. I thought they were the ones that caused the stargates to close.
Well, the archons, arch as a prefix means ruler. So archons, when we see like entity attachment or archons, are kind of like mind parasites connected to tyrannical rulership or these lower creator gods. And so the archonic system or the archonic behaviors are a part of what these different negative groups are holding. But there's also kind of archonic forces that we're surrounded by with the AI and what streams through the televisions, and anything that's deceptive or distorted is based in sort of archons. I feel like they're generated from distortion and imbalance. They're sort of like the things that, it's like when we have a messy kitchen or something, it attracts germs, right? So if there's not purity or balance or connection with truth, and things are off kilter, there's going to be some sort of energetic result. And to me, that's where the archons kind of stem from the beginning of creation, when the differentiation of the masculine and feminine started to create a lot of imbalance in the greater creation, exploded planets as well, and how some of these fallen angelics work with these archonic forces and demons in order to make our life miserable.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay, so this is a confusing question. Someone was actually asking about a crystal that you were talking about, and some dark crystal, then a Nibirian crystal.
I didn't mention the Nibirian. Oh, Nibirian diodic crystal. Yeah, it's a dark technology that was placed in Stonehenge in order to create reversals and impact the ley lines in that particular area, and also Glastonbury, that have to do with sacred union. The Cathar and Albion connection was dismantled, and it's a major harvesting center. And this Nibirian diodic crystal is what the technology is called. I don't quite know how it operates or works, but I've got more information on that. Actually, if you go to Keylontic's dictionary, and you put in Keylontic's dictionary, I think you can find it there, or the Ascension glossary, and just, actually I would do the probably Keylontic's dictionary, and you'll see an option to push on a letter. So push on N, and you'll see that you can click on and learn more about it.
How do you spell that?
So Nibirian, N-I-B.
Well, not the Nibirian, but okay.
Diotic, D-I-O-D-I-C.
Mm-hmm.
Diotic crystal. So yeah, just Google Keylontic's dictionary and hit the letter N, and you'll see the link, and then you can read the dictionary definition.
Perfect. So that should give everyone that answer. And the last question, well, it's not really the last question. How do people reach you? And do you have classes coming up where you're going to talk about galactic history? So how can people interact with you, love?
Okay, so I have a new platform. It's on Conscious Vitality. I'm going to be doing a show 4 days a week. Right now, I'm just starting off bi-weekly for at least this month while I get sort of the flow going. It's got a social media network so you can interact, and it's all protected. They're private servers, no censorship, and you have access to other live shows and important information. And I will be doing courses. I don't have the courses set up yet, but it's the best place to go. It's $9.99 a month, which isn't bad considering how much information is there, and you'll be able to interact with me, and I can answer questions about your chart, and it's probably the best platform that I've been able to work with. I had to learn all my own tech stuff, so I'm encouraging people to switch over to that and give it a shot. They're going to have and be hosting all sorts of really cool people, but you can count on a show from me on Thursdays at 7 p.m. Mountain Time, and I get into all this kind of stuff. I have awesome guests and roundtables. And you can find it on my website, cosmicgaia.org. And I also encourage people to scroll down a little bit, and you'll see a Telegram link. If you can follow me on Telegram, I'll keep you guys updated with all sorts of stuff.
That's wonderful. Okay, and do you do any private sessions anymore?
I don't really anymore, but if a person has like a quick question or needs a referral, I'm better at that. If we book enough in advance, every once in a while, I'll do a reading, but I don't have like an active calendar, and I just have some projects I have to finish up, but once those projects are done, I'll start doing readings again.
Sweet. You were just wonderful. It's been, our audience has loved you. I've loved you. I'm just so happy to just love the information. It's been so helpful.
I'm so glad. Well, have a wonderful rest of the conference. Thank you so much, you guys, for putting this on.
And take a look in the chat room. People see, that I know that there's been questions if you want to take a peek before you leave.
Yeah, definitely get the replay. I did a really lengthy presentation. We all did 90 minutes. Look at the list of people. Everybody did such a fabulous job. You'll love hearing what they all had to say. And yeah, okay, I'll go. I know you guys have more to go. And thank you so much, Neil, for having me and for doing this and for everything you guys are doing.
Love you so much.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Love you so much. Bye.
Okay, take care. Talk soon.
So now we're introducing you, Neil.
Yeah, if you want to reintroduce me, that works.
One of my favorite people on the planet.
Let me just tell people. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll just take it over. Let me just tell everybody that it's been a really busy few days for us. Actually, it's busy all the time. But in the last 5 days, I spent 4 days on all-day conferences that were 10 hours a day. Wednesday was the day off, and then we started the Portal to Ascension conference. But the 3 days prior to that day, which was the 16th, 17th, and 18th, we were fully engaged in this 3-day conference that I co-produced with, I guess what is it if you produce it with 3 people? Is it tri-produced? I tri-produced with Agi and Laura Eisenhower, and it's 3 days. We've reduced the cost for this because it's the replay now, but it's just like nonstop amazing information, unveiling galactic heritage, unlimited human potential. It's been posted a few times, and if Omar or Tanya, if you're around and if you can post this for anyone, if you want to check it out, basically around 28 hours of content that we did in 3 days and 3 different panel discussions. And tonight, I'm actually going to be broadcasting the discussion that took place on day 2 on the YouTube channel. So if you're watching on YouTube right now, first of all, please do give us a subscribe and follow us there, because we have been limited severely by social media networks. I've been completely taken off Instagram for Portal to Ascension and Facebook. I've lost my personal profile. So YouTube is our #1 reach right now. So if you want to get updates for different events, almost every other day, we have something going on. You can go ahead and subscribe. And if you really want to get a lot more updates and want to click the notification bell, you can do that, and you can get updates for the next couple of days when we go live and all the other things as well. We've done quite a lot of events with Laura. If you go to our website and just sign in at portaltoascension.org, if you're not a member, just sign up for free. There's a good amount of free footage on there too, probably like 20, 30 hours of past events since we've been working with her for 10 years. The series of Laura's first few events were actually Portal to Ascension events, and she was actually coming out there and coming up in the awareness that she's sharing at the same time as Portal to Ascension, and we shared a lot of time together and created a lot of events. So take a look at that at portaltoascension.org. So what I'm going to do now is Chief Golden Light Eagle is not responding, so he's not going to come on, but I'm going to go ahead and do a mini presentation here for about 30 minutes. And then we're going to go into Paul HYNEK. And after Paul HYNEK, we have the Ascension panel for today. So here we go. So this presentation I'm going to do is a continuation of the presentation that I did just yesterday, actually. And Omar, if you're on right now, at any point, you can come on and have a discussion with me about this like before. Let me see if you are a panelist. Let me set you as a panelist. So I did a presentation just about the migration routes and kind of my journey and how I got into this and how Portal to Ascension manifested in the first place. And that was yesterday. And this presentation, even though it's a continuation of that, it's also a standalone thing that is just going to be information that is, relevant that you can integrate now. So let's see where we're going to begin. All right, we left off at the migration routes of India. This is what I was showing just yesterday. You can see my full presentation on this on Creation Stories of Ancient Civilizations on portaltoascension.org, and it's available there for free at this moment.
I'm here, homie. I'm just sharing some links from Laura, the one that you wanted me to share. So I'll be right with you.
Yeah, when you went, just jump in on this. I'm going to share some slides, and then we can have a little discussion.
Yeah, coolies, brother. I will do that. Just give me a minute, and I'll share.
Yeah. So yesterday I was sharing with everybody that the root of when I got into all this stuff, I wanted to know about the root of religion. I wanted to know about the root of all civilization. Was there something that we can track it back to? And in that process, I traced back a lot of Indus civilization heritage to the land of Kush, right? And the land of Kush, they crossed the Red Sea, went through Yemen, and they ended up in what is now known as, what was then known as the Indus civilization, which is over here. So the land of Kush, in just south of Egypt over there, and then migrated into this land. Many other tribes probably migrated there too, but definitely the descendants of the land of Kush went into Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, in the Indus civilization around this area, and probably took place around 3000 to 2600 BC. Then we have the migration also of the Aryans that came in from the north and came down into India. But this is where I want to start today. So that was just kind of just showing people what we spoke about yesterday. But let's talk about now, because this presentation is about origin stories, the origin of humanity. How did we all come to this place? By my exploration of over 180 different origin stories, I found a lot of similarities. But one origin story that really stood out to me was definitely the Vedic one, since that's my ancestry. Not only am I Indian from India, that I was raised Hindu, and Vedas was the origin of that, but even the sect of Hinduism that my family followed was actually exclusively Vedic Hinduism. In Vedic Hinduism, it has a specific name. I forget it right now. That's a Sanskrit name. And within Vedic Hinduism, there's not so much concentration on the deities. It's more about the principles and the philosophy. The deities really, even though they came about the Rig Veda time, really didn't start manifesting fully until Vedic awareness eventually became Hinduism. So in Vedic origin story, there is no one origin story in the Hindu text. The period when the Vedas were composed became known as the Vedic period and lasted from around 1500 BC to around 500 BCE. It was very ritualistic. So contrary to what many people might believe, is that even though there's a high level of spirituality, at that point, it became very ritualistic. That if you do this and this and this, the gods or consciousness or source or whatever would give you this in return. So after a period of, this being passed down by verbally for thousands of years, it finally started getting written down onto actual text around 1500 BC. And at that point, it became contractual that I do this, and then you can give me this. And Hinduism today has become very much like that as well. So there are many similar stories. Hey, Omar.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a question on this. The sacrifices that you were saying, now, are those animal sacrifices, or is there like human sacrifice happening there as well?
I'm not talking about sacrifice. I'm talking about rituals. So not sacrificial rituals. I mean, for example, when people go to the Hindu temple and they have a coconut and they have this fruit and then they offer it to the gods, right? Those are the rituals.
I see. Okay.
It would be like, it would be like, your family needs to get abundance in order to be able to do this. Well, this is the step-by-step process of what you need to do for God. You need to say this hymn 3 times. You need to walk around that fire 4 times. You need to bow on the ground 10 times, and then God will give you that.
Kind of like the Indian wedding ceremony, right? Where
exactly.
You put the knot when you walk around the fire in a circle 3 times, and then you do the opposite circle 3 times, and then the union is pretty much confirmed.
Yeah, there's many different rituals, so I'm just giving you a few, and those ones do line up with the wedding ceremonies, but that's exactly where it came from, actually. So all of the ceremonies that they're doing now really dates back to around 1500 BC to 500 BC when they were being written down.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. All right, so continuing here, there are many similar stories throughout the Vedas, Upanishads, and the Bhagavad Gita that show up in many other scriptures. In Hinduism, it is more common to find origin stories per deity. So rather than one full origin story, it's more common to find an origin story per deity that in many cases symbolizes the origin of what that being represents. For example, there's a god called Agni, right? Agni is the god of fire. So the whole story of the origin story is the origin story of how fire even came about, but it's personified in an actual deity. So whether that deity is an actual entity and a being or a star being, an extraterrestrial that existed, or if it's completely metaphoric, that's up to your own decision, really.
What are your thoughts on that? Do you think there was an extraterrestrial being that came down and passed this knowledge forward, or do you think it's more mythological than anything else?
It's so there are so many Indian gods, right? That it's kind of difficult to see, because I do believe that the Anunnaki story is connected to India, and the fall of Atlantis is connected to the Battle of Mahabharata, which is the Indian epic that the Bhagavad Gita, which is the Bible, the Indian Bible, is within. The Mahabharata is a huge text, and the Bhagavad Gita is just one section, and that's the Bible. So I think, and you look at all those Vimanas there, the UFO crafts, the lightning bolts. So it looks like there was some sort of extraterrestrial influence there going on. But whether all of these beings were extraterrestrials or over a period of thousands of years in a ritualistic society, people started creating more and more deities based on different things that they needed for themselves in their life.
Okay, I get it. Yeah, I follow you there.
So it's difficult to really track. You could probably become a scholar of this information and then maybe get some information, but with all those gods, to know whether there was some reality to them or not. But what I'll show you in a second, though, are the slides that show that some of these gods were the same as the Greek gods. And I believe the Greek gods were actually these star beings. So we'll get to that in a second and show you those slides.
I feel the same. I think it's the same gods that we have in India, in Africa, in Europe.
It is.
North America, South America. It's just the same entities, just different titles, different names, and look just a little bit different. But overall, they're all the same.
Exactly. And I'll show you some evidence for that right now. So in Hinduism, we have Brahma, which is an impersonal force. All of creation is within it. All deities and manifestations within it. And there's the Trinity, right? So Brahma is all that is. Brahman is an individual entity of all that is. Vishnu is an individual entity of all that is. And so is Shiva. And that's the Trinity. You have the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. It's the same thing within Hinduism, except the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost are all patriarchal symbols of masculine energy, where Shiva, Brahma, and Vishnu are both female and male.
Wasn't the original name for India before the British came was Brahma?
Oh, it was no.
Because I know India is not the original name. It used to be something different.
They called it Hindustan for a long time.
Yeah, I think
And
that's
so,
the British term, but I think prior to the British, when they showed up, it was something different, like Brahma. I'll actually Google it.
yeah, look into that.
I'll mute
Find that
myself
out right now.
and quickly look at it.
So to answer to what you were talking about earlier, actually the Greek and the Hindu gods are the same, and we're going to get into the migration routes of how this could possibly have happened. When I was looking into this, all of a sudden I came across this information that a lot of the Greek gods have the exact same story as the Indian gods. But how can a civilization that spearheaded the Western world, in which that we've been told is so separate and so different from the Eastern world, have the same gods, right? So I'll give you a few examples here. We have Zeus and Indra. Zeus, of course, everybody knows Zeus. Indra is the king of the gods in India. Both were the kings of the of gods, both king of sky storms and thunder and lightning and rain. Zeus used a thunderbolt and Indra used the Vajra, which is the same thing. Both lived on mountains and both were very promiscuous. So that's the connection between them. And if you look at all the other personality traits, they're all the same. Another two individuals, Hermes and Narada. Hermes was a messenger of the gods, and also so was Narada. So they were both known as tricksters. They both created music. They both created the instrument called the lyra, which was Pythagoras's favorite instrument. So we have Hermes, who created the lyra, Pythagoras, who was, from the Greek civilization, and we also have the lyra spoke about in the Eastern world, but it's specifically from a different god called Narada, who is actually the same person. And then we also have Surya and Helios, which are the sun gods, both driving chariots. Athena and Saraswati. Athena was the arts and industry. Saraswati was wisdom, music, and art. Athena born fully grown in armor. And Saraswati born fully grown in armor from someone's mouth. And you can see here.
Neil, do you know if Lyra is connected to the Lyrian?
Yeah, that's a good... okay, so the Lyra constellation is actually a symbol of an eagle playing the lyra. That's why it's called Lyra. Okay, so it's connected on that level.
I found the original name for India. It says in the description here, it was called Bharat. Look at it.
Yes.
We operate with two names, the original name Bharat and the given name India. The invaders of Bharat, who came up to the river Sindhu, somehow managed to pronounce Sindhu as Hindu, and then Indus, and then finally India is stuck for centuries now.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying earlier, is that the ones who changed it from Sindhu to Hindu were basically, they couldn't pronounce it, so they changed the word, and even now we're still utilizing it, but it's not even anywhere near what the original thing was. We also have here Apollo and Surya, and you can see both of them, they basically check out with all the same personality traits, and both of them are driving chariots. We have Rhea and Aditi, also two gods that are exactly the same. We have Zeus and Indra, as I shared earlier. They're the same gods. And then even when it goes to the Egyptian gods here, you can see that the similarities within these gods too, and also in the names, right? So I showed you how the land of Kush possibly migrated to the Indus civilization, but the land of Kush were what? They actually were following the Egyptian gods. They were a part of the Egyptian empire for many, thousands or hundreds of years at least. So the gods were definitely transferred over, but even the name, even Sanskrit, and that cultivated and started in the Indus civilization, definitely had a lot of connections to ancient Egyptian language. And you see here Ra, you have Brahma, right? You have Atum, who is also Shiva. You have Nu, who is Vishnu, right? And then you have Nu being a blue god as well, which is interesting because the color blue was not utilized until sometime in ancient Greece and not even spoke about. Then for thousands of years, no one would actually refer to blue as the color of blue. What they would do is they would refer to blue as a shade of black or the color of wine or something like that. If you look at a lot of poetry from the Greek times, when they're talking about the color blue, they're explaining it. They're never actually saying it. So the question is, were they blind to the color blue? And we don't think that ancient humans were blind to the color blue. It seems that there was some sacred awareness there that they weren't willing to completely label blue until later in our devolution in consciousness. So, but if you look at ancient hieroglyphs and ancient artwork, there's only two civilizations that use blue as an actual color and a pigment, a pure blue color on their artwork, and that was Egypt and India. And therein lies the connection to the fact that the Indus civilization, which is right here, most likely was first seeded by descendants of Kush, who were also connected to the Indus, to the Kemetic Egyptian civilization. So, and you can jump in anytime you want, Omar, but I'm just
yeah. Interestingly enough, I just Googled the color blue, and it says lapis first appeared as a true blue pigment in the 6th century, gracing Buddhist frescoes and Bamiyan, Afghanistan, around 700 years later.
Boom.
Traveled to Venice and soon became the most sought after color
exactly
in Middle Europe. And I believe the Egyptians called it lapis lazuli, where they imported it from Afghanistan into Egypt.
Well, you know where Mohenjo-daro is, right?
That's right.
Afghanistan.
Yeah, like north of
exactly.
Lahore.
This right here, this place is where that happened. They had pure blue here, and from here they went down to the east. So there is now the smoking gun in regards to the fact that this civilization did not just go south into India. This civilization also went all the way to Europe and seeded the religions of the Western world as well as Hinduism. So the Aryan, then we have that whole Aryan migration or invasion theory, which is that Indo-Aryans were part of an expansion into the Indus Valley around 1800 to 1500 BC. So at this time, the Indus civilization right here had been around for around 1,000+ years. 3000 BC is when it really started. 2500 BC is when it became something really big. 1300 BC is almost when it's completely evacuated. But from 1800 to 1500, you can see that the Aryans started coming in from the Caucasus Mountains and causing some sort of migration to happen in this area. When was technically the fall of Mohenjo-daro and the Indus civilization? 1500 BCE. Goes very hand in hand with the migration of people into that area. But what they did at that point was they actually... So the Indo-Europeans came down here into Mohenjo-daro and integrated with whoever was here, invaded them, whatever happened. And then they went further east into, what's currently Nepal, Tibet, and northern India states as well. And they started populating, which is the Ganges Plain, this over here. And while they were in this area, very lush area, very fruitful land that they could grow into, what did they start doing? They started creating the Vedas. So around 1500 BCE, they come into this area, and then the combination of the civilizations together starts the creation of the Vedas. And then they move into this area, and around all the way until 500 BC, for 1,000 years, the Vedas were being written down. An old verbal text that was just communicated verbally started being passed down to people so that it could be written on paper, and it happened over here. So the Indo-Aryans moved to the Ganges Plain down south, continuing the creation of the Vedas until 500 BCE, right when we left the Bronze Age, which is the Bronze Age, into the Dark Age, the Kali Yuga. So 500 BCE to 700 BCE was the time that the Bronze Age of man actually entered the Dark Ages, the Kali Yuga. So it went hand in hand with this happening. So it seems like the Vedas were being written because they knew that we were leaving one age and we were going into a darker age. So what they started doing is writing down all this spiritual wisdom to create a book and a template of how to go back to, enlightenment, how to receive moksha and liberation, even if though we're in such a dense age.
Do you know if the excuse me? Do you know if the Ganges River, because it's considered very sacred to the Indian people, if there's a connection to this somehow?
Say that one more time.
The Ganges River, it's a very sacred to the Indian people.
Oh yeah,
faith in it and things like that. Do you?
It is. Okay, so
to that somehow.
Yes, because the root of the Ganges River is supposedly where Shiva lives, right? Shiva, the text of Shiva was being written at this time in this area.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so it's completely what you just said. So there was the early Vedic time. So, okay, now see if you can track this with me, guys, okay? Because there's a lot of dates here. We have around 3000 BCE, we have the Indus civilization manifesting. 2500 BCE, we have the Indus civilization with Mohenjo-daro and Harappa actually becoming huge, beautiful states without any monarchy, without any hierarchy, but elected representatives, like a true democracy, right? Way before anything. Actually, the template for what? Greek civilization. So they started doing that. And then all of a sudden, around 1,000 years later, after they've cultivated this great civilization and had all this spiritual awareness there, the Aryans start coming down south, pushing them south, migrating with them, inhabiting this area. But what happened at that time was the early Vedic period had just finished. The early Vedic period happened in the civilization at 1750 BCE, but then there was a later Vedic area of 100 to 500 BCE. So during the early Vedic period of 1750 BCE to 1000 BCE, these individuals were dispersing all over the world. They were going to the Western world. They were going to current Turkey. They were going to North Europe, and then they were going into this area right here. So the early Vedic awareness was taken all over the world. But then after they dispersed, the later Vedic period from 100 to 500 BCE, which Hinduism was based on, right? The later Vedic period from 100 to 500 BCE that Hinduism was based on became the context of what created modern day India and modern day Hinduism. So my theory is that I think is backed up with a lot of evidence is that the early Vedic awareness from 1750 to 1000 BC made its way all the way east as far as Greece, maybe even further. But then the later Vedic awareness happened post-migration. So that awareness was exclusively for the people that inhabited India.
You know if the Silk Road has anything to do with this? That's connected to Europe and Africa.
Well, what is the years of the Silk Road? You know,
I can't. Let me quickly take a look.
Take a look. So, and then we have about 10 more minutes, guys, and then we have the next guest coming up. So, and then we have, of course, the migration routes that I was showing over here. So now let's go to this area right here, right, Mohenjo-Daro. So we're at 1750 BCE. We have the civilization of going into the Ganges plain. But at the same time, another group of people went this way. You can see this line right here, went this way.
130 BC.
Yeah, so that's completely different time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they started going this way and inhabiting this whole area. So my theory is that whatever was cultivated in here spiritually actually dispersed and went all over the world from that area around 1500 probably BCE. And they actually founded what became the Greek civilization. And just to give you a little context of the origins of Greek civilization is that the Minoans were the first Greek civilization. Okay, they didn't live on mainland Greece, but on a nearby island of Crete between 2200 BCE and 1450 BCE. So look at the dates again, right? So we have the creation of and the downfall of the Indus civilization around 1500 BCE. These individuals were, coming into that area at the same time. It looks like it was overlapping a little bit. They were known as the Minoans after the legendary king Minos. After the Minoans came into the Mycenaean civilization, from mainland Greece. They were fine builders and traders, but they were also great soldiers. They famously fought in the Battle of Troy, which may have actually been the exact same battle from the Mahabharata. Homer, as an important Greek writer, told stories of the Mycenaean age in his books in the Iliad and the Odyssey. They likely migrated. These individuals that eventually became the Greek civilization most likely migrated from Anatolia to Greece and Crete thousands of years prior to the Bronze Age. And here is an article. Yeah.
Would they be related to the Arcadians?
Yeah.
The Minoans? Because we know that before the Greek civilization, there was these nomadic people that were, known as the Arcadians, and then they existed. And after them, the Greek civilization came. So I'm wondering if the Minoans were after the Arcadians, or are they the Arcadians that turned into the Greek civilization?
No, I believe there were other tribes that were currently there that have even older ancestry, and some tribes that came directly out of Africa like thousands of years before that, right? And so these ones were probably taking the culture from the east to the west. And as they went west, they either merged with these civilizations, they either went to war with these civilizations, or they just shared information. Or they, but I think that they emerged with them over time. But I don't think the Arcadians were the same people. They were currently there in that area. So, and this
the Arcadians would be more like Aborigines.
Yeah, there's so many dynamics.
That they ate, berries and nuts and acorns and such. So,
yeah.
That seems like it's like a lot further back in time to where they would have been Aborigines.
Exactly. And there's so many dynamics, like you bring up a good point. It's so difficult to explain our history because there were people in areas already when others migrated. So multiple cultures intermingled all the time, and we can't really track all of those cultures. In some cases you can, but a lot of times they completely got integrated into whatever culture was coming there. So to track exactly how the culture spread, how religion spread over the world, it's not as easy to do, you know.
Sounds easier than done.
Yeah, exactly. So here's an article from physics.org that says ancient DNA analysis reveals the Minoan and Mycenaean origins. And what does their origins say? Well, their origins say that they come from a land that is now known as Turkey that was used to be called Anatolia around 2000 BC, the same time around, you know, when the Indus civilization that's all the way here in Afghanistan and part of southern Iraq right there started dissipating, because they took a good 500-600 years before they completely dissipated and started going west and east. So there could be a chance that either the Anatolian civilization that became those other civilizations moved from the Indus civilization and made their way east there, or there was some sort of trade going on between these civilizations in which they started adopting a lot of the spiritual practices and gods, because what we're talking about here is the early Vedic period in which these gods were defined and those gods were taken to Greece. So the question is, how did that occur? Okay. And we can look here. Yeah, we can look here.
There had to have been an exchange of communication or some
culture
sort of
exchange.
In order for that to happen, or these ETs or these gods were in multiple places at the same time. You know, they do a shift in Africa, then they do a shift in Asia, and kind of.
But the gods were probably here many thousands of years before this happened. So it was probably that a civilization or multiple civilizations had this awareness of these gods, and then they just took it with them wherever they went. Or like, well, if the Mohenjo-daro in the civilization did come out of Egypt, out of Kemet, and went over there and cultivated that landmass in Mohenjo-daro, it just makes sense that they would directly be connected to the Egyptian gods, which are connected to all these star beings, right? And the Egyptian gods went all over Europe, but different civilizations that came out of Egypt as well, or even other places, probably had those same gods too, and then went and created their own pantheon of gods or their own definition of what those gods are, changed the name, you know, like this is only 1% of the picture, because don't forget the Norse gods and the Viking gods, they are very similar too. So we can even track and look at the whole Viking civilization and what happened to them, and the fact that Vikings almost went all over the world. They went to America, US for sure. They went to South Russia, they went to Turkey, and everywhere they went, they took the gods with them. And they were such a superior race in regards to their ability to fight, right? That they actually embedded and infused their own spiritual beliefs into many, many cultures. So I want to just make a note here, and I'm going to end it right now. Actually, a few minutes.
Before you do that, I just got a quick question.
Yeah.
You were mentioning, excuse me, Mohenjo-daro. Now we know that the writing that's being found at Mohenjo-daro, it has been found in South America and also in Easter Island as well. Mm-hmm. Is there some sort of a connection happening here? Do you think the civilization that was at Mohenjo-daro ended up going to Easter Island, or the Easter Island civilization came over to Mohenjo-daro?
Yeah, well, I'm starting to lean on the fact that there was probably a worldwide civilization, and there was a lot of communication happening before we fell from certain ages. You know, definitely in the silver, definitely 3000 to 6000 BCE. I think that we were at the level of consciousness where we would have that. So there was a lot of information shared, but there's many different options there. Like it could be that thousands of years before there were extraterrestrials on the planet that left this same information across many different civilizations. It could be that maybe the land of Atlantis, people started dispersing all over the world and just took their information there. But I do think that there is a connection.
Hey, Neil, why don't you join us on the Ancient Civilization panel for Sunday? And just kind of both of you maybe drop in. We're not going to go so much into extraterrestrial civilizations, but we're going to go into like what have been the roots of ancient Egypt, like where did that come from? And some maybe speculation on extraterrestrials. So that might be good to add all this research from both of you into that.
That sounds fantastic, Alan.
We got a researcher who just wrote a book called Under the Sphinx, this guy Manu, and he's saying the original Sphinx was a lioness. That was, and then what we see today as the Sphinx was recarved by a different dynasty. But basically, the lioness was protecting the Hall of Records that Edgar Cayce talked about, which is probably Atlantean, that is under the left part of the Sphinx. So I got the Hurtaks, I got this guy Manu, and what's both of your backgrounds on Egypt there?
Yeah. I love that. And actually, do you know Paul Anthony Wallace at all? He created a book, The Scars of Eden. He has a show
right now in the world.
He has a show on Gaia, and he's also going to join us. So it will be a discussion with us. But he has a lot of awareness on biblical history and how it relates to our,
what's his name? What's his name?
Paul Anthony Wallace. He's pretty well known. He has a show on Gaia, and he has a YouTube channel.
Paul. Okay, great. This one guy's a real Egyptian. He actually can read hieroglyphics, Manu. So.
Oh, no way. That's amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing. And there's a whole different way of thinking. Language dictates thought, and the Egyptians thought differently. So in order for us to really understand what they're talking about, we have to understand their language.
Alan, let me ask you, do you think the hieroglyphs that are in Egypt, they're more written as, I don't know what the word is called, but like FBI, CIA, DEA?
I think they're more symbolic. They're not as specific. These images mean more than the words. We put words and we think, but images have multiple meanings. Is that
acronyms. I think that's what I'm talking about. If they could be acronyms.
Well, some of the cartouches are acronyms, I think.
Laird Scranton talks about that a lot, and then he suggested that they could be acronyms rather than like the stories as Egyptologists are trying to pass on.
Oh yeah, I love Laird Scranton. What a genius. I had a whole interview with him about the whole idea about clusters of meanings and how language needs to be reinterpreted as in a wider understanding than what we make words mean. And so I think hieroglyphics have, like what we're using as emojis today. When you have an emoji and you give someone like a thumbs up, that just doesn't mean yes. It can mean yes, but it can mean a multiple of different meanings. And I think hieroglyphics and that kind of symbolic language is more, it may be less concrete, but it's more felt. It's more sensed than saying this means this and this.
Like an emotional connection, an emotional response.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. And I think what I think the Hebrew alphabet was a abstraction of those symbols in Egypt, and they created then words and
Sanskrit
sounds. What?
And Sanskrit too.
And Sanskrit, but I think the Hebrew actually is derived from Egypt. I don't know where Sanskrit's derived from.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I was talking in my presentation there, that the Indus civilization that cultivated and created Sanskrit were direct descendants of the land of Kush, which was the civilization south of Egypt that was a part of the Egyptian empire for thousands of years.
Well, if you listen to Ramtha, though, if you know Ramtha, the channel was, he says the Indus civilization started from the Lemurians uprising against the Atlanteans. This was 35,000 years ago, and marching east to the Indus Valley and settling as basically Lemurians in the Indus Valley.
Well, it's been See, you can't carbon date non-inorganic matter, but you can carbon date all the skeletal remains in Mohenjo-daro, and it does go back to around 3000 BC.
Well, I'm talking about 35,000 BC.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that the remains that they're finding in the city date back to that. So I wonder what the connection would be in regards to 35,000 BCE and how we can track that,
Well, there are waves of migration. This is what human civilization has been about. It's been about, look at the last 100 years, all the different migrations that have happened around the planet, and it's accelerating. So I'm sure there are phases and waves and peaks of civilization and then decline.
Definitely.
I wonder where we are right now. Are we in a peak or decline? But that's another conversation.
You guys might be really interested in this gentleman I've got coming on pretty soon. His name is Patrick Giles, and he just recently wrote a dictionary on the Egyptian hieroglyphs. I'll forward that link over to you, Alan, so you might be interested in that.
Well, maybe he wants to join us too. I mean,
I'll shoot him a message and see if he's interested.
Okay, it could be a real focus on Egypt and
yeah, we have an hour and we have around 5-6 people right now. So as long as you can curate that energy well and facilitate the energy well, let's do it.
Isn't it at the end of the day? We could have more than
no,
an
it's
hour.
not. It's not. It's
it's not.
we have someone after that.
Oh, who do we have after it?
Let me see. We got
because it'd be nice to go more than an hour.
we have 2 people after that. We have Costa after that, and then we have Steve Mera.
Oh, all right. Well,
I'll see what I can do. Maybe we can shift things around to make it longer.
Maybe we can have an after party after all's done, and
but we can't start earlier than 2:40. So let's see, because the Hurtaks are doing their event. So are we interviewing is Paul HYNEK coming on?
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to come in. He messaged me yesterday saying, see you there, but he's not in the room and not responding right now. So
let's look at what the chat says. Anyway, please share links. Thanks. Sleep is asking about Sleeping Phoenix. Sarah Shore is asking about a Sleeping Phoenix. What does that mean? A Sleeping Phoenix.
Well, what's the question? Say that again.
No, in the chat, Sarah Shore is asking about a Sleeping Phoenix. That sounds interesting. What does that have to do with anything?
Not sure. Need more context to that.
It says,
I'm just scrolling up to see if I can find context to that.
Yeah, so let me read this question from Eric's right here.
Maybe you want to retype it into the chat, please?
Yeah, please do. And I'll read this question. Since the same themes, in particular, the Trinity and similar deities across the board, are appearing without being disrespectful, what gives? Do you have any ideas to what is the underlying agenda? Example was, this is a way to harvest human energy power across culture while keeping them divided. Control is not very creative, so told the same story to everyone and changed up the names to suit different tongues. Yeah, so I think, Eric's, what you're asking is that was this whole, one original pantheon of gods, and then how it split all over the world. Was this kind of done in order to create some division? That kind of goes to the Sumerian story, right? That the gods basically gave us language in different types of cultures so that we couldn't communicate and get back to the oneness. And then there's a prophecy that when we get over the communication barrier, when we conquer the communication barrier, that the evolution of consciousness would be exponential. And Alan, I've been saying just the last couple of years that now they have those devices that actually Sol and I have coming in the mail next week, that you can put in your ear and it translates in real time when you're speaking to people.
Oh, those are incredible.
Yeah. So I'm like, oh, that's the sign of the times. Where part of the Sumerian prophecy was that, we're going to have different languages and not be able to communicate. And until we can communicate, the new world will emerge. And I believe part of it is that we now have technology to communicate with each other. And pretty soon, it's just people who are crowdfunding and because it's a crowdfunding campaign and I'm doing it. This is just the beginning stages. Within 10 to 20 years, I feel everybody's going to have one of those devices and we can freely communicate with everyone.
Well, there's a Google Translate app you can get on your phone where you hold it in front of a foreign language and it translates.
Right.
I know.
The other one, literally, as they're speaking, it tells you what they're saying in your ear, in their language.
Yeah,
yeah, I'm going to get it.
And then go on a bus.
What is that called, that device?
It's called the time kettle. I'll tell you what it's called. It's the time kettle thing.
I had to come on. Didn't want to be in the silent corner back here by myself. This is so exciting to hear what you guys are talking about. Didn't they have those translators at the United Nations and all of the international,
Hey, Haley?
Beta versions.
In our hands.
Yeah, those are the beta versions of it all. And now the technology is evolving,
I just looked up the Sleeping Sphinx, and from what it looks like, it says the Sleeping Sphinx was first published in 1947, is a detective story by John Dickinson Carr, which features Carr's series Detective Gideon Fell. This novel is a mystery of the type known as a whodunit. That's all I have on the Sleeping Sphinx. So maybe if whoever asked that on YouTube, if you can please clarify, and then maybe we can.
So we have another question here. Chris is asking, what's under the Sphinx? I think that is the good question for Sunday. Come back Sunday. You guys can speculate on it right now if you want, but on Sunday, we're going to do an hour talk with the Hurtaks, Paul Anthony Wallace, Omar, myself, a few other people. and a lot of them have a lot of information about the Sphinx, especially J.J. Hurtak. He actually
especially this guy who wrote the book, a new book called Under the Sphinx, and he goes back to pre-dynastic Egypt and says what the Sphinx really looked like. It was a lioness.
Yes, I've read that.
Protecting the Hall of Records. So I don't know if the Hall of Records was built first and then they created this lioness to protect it, the god protecting it, or the lioness was there. I don't know. Let's see what he has to say.
Yeah, who's this person? That's the one coming on Sunday?
Yeah, his name is Manu. Let me give you his last name.
I'm excited to hear about.
He's going to be also at Contact in the Desert, which I like to promote because that's okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, good. Because I think
is that his name? Manu Ginobili?
It's Persian. Let me see. Let me look up Contact in the Desert. He's on the roster there. He's giving a whole.
Yeah, that's going to be a great conversation. I'll try to see what I can do with the schedule to maneuver it around so we have
so it's a little longer. Let me just see what. Let me. Do you see him? Let me see a Contact.
Yeah, Dr. Manu Vazidia.
Yes, he's part Persian, but he's a real brilliant guy, and he came to Sedona to just have me interview him for Contact in the Desert for a promotion, and I just learned a lot from him about the culture of ancient Egypt, what these people were like, and the mysticism. There's definitely a mystical energy to it. So,
this the gentleman you're talking about?
I don't see it yet, but yes. And for people who are interested, Contact in the Desert is a really amazing 4-day event. I'm going to be there speaking, and lots of great people. Linda Moulton Howe, Nick Pope, a bunch. But this guy, Manu, wait, can you put that up for one more second? I just wanted to show.
It's online, right, Alan?
Yes.
Contact in the Desert. It's not.
One more time, Omar. Just wanted to see. Yes, Contact in the Desert is a great event. Now, see, this is Manu here in Egypt. And let me see what I can see here. Anyway, he's giving a lecture there, but there he is. Yeah, so he has a new book out called Under the Sphinx, and on Sunday we're really going to go into a little bit of a discussion with the Hurtaks and with some other people we just named about what was the significance of Egypt. Why should we? Well, I guess you just talked about that now, Neil, right? How Egypt was a source of civilization.
Yeah. So it's just a timeline really that people disagree upon,
What do you mean? Which timeline?
Of ancient Egypt, when it was around, and how long ago seeded civilization. But it seems like there's there's multiple schools of thought, but two of them specifically. One is that it was in its heyday around 13,000 years ago. And the other one is that it was around 36,000 years ago. And I know Billy Carson believes it was that old too. What are your thoughts, Alan?
Well, if we go back to the fall of Atlantis, the end of that time was about 35,000 to 10,000 years ago. So there were waves, but I think 10,000 years ago, the knowledge went from Atlantis to Egypt. And I think that's what the Hall of Records is about. And that's what the weathering on the Sphinx shows, that according to Robert Schoch, that the monument was built or existed before the Sahara moved east. So it was a lot more jungle there. There's all these old pictures of lions, even on papyrus that's part of the Ramses era, which is probably only 800 years ago. So, or maybe 1,000. I think it was 800 BC, Ramses II. So
300 years.
The Sahara really changed everything, and the Nile actually shifted its course by 20 degrees, according to some. So,
right.
When did the ancient ones, the ones that came before the Egyptian, were they the descendants, say, from the destruction of Atlantis or Lemurian?
I think so. I think Lemuria, of course, was destroyed first by the flood. They migrated to Atlantis. And then as Atlantis sunk 10,000 years ago, according to the Platonic dialogues of Crito, do you know about that? The dialogues, he says, you know, that's where really the source of Atlantis comes from. These
Plato, yeah.
Plato's dialogues. I think it's Crito.
Oh, Plato, yeah.
Yeah, Plato says in legend, according to his uncle Solon, who was one of the lawmakers in Athens, he went to visit the Egyptians, and this was 400 years ago, 400 BC, that is. So that's 2,400 years ago. 400 4 to 500 BC, Plato writes that his uncle went to Atlantis and Egypt, sorry. And the Egyptian priest told Solon that about 9,800 years ago, there was a fall of Atlantis. So it goes back, it averages out to about 10,000 years.
Yeah, exactly. So actually that's around 13,000 years.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So that's 11,900 BC around about.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have exact.
Yeah, exactly. So that was the end of the last ice age, basically, right?
Yeah, interestingly enough, the age of Leo was 10,006 BC.
Well, that's related to the lion facing.
So that's the end of Leo. So the Sphinx was facing that for 2,000 years. So that's 12,600 BC to 10,600 BC, plus or minus 1,000 years.
Yeah,
roughly.
Yeah.
The age of Leo then led to that flood, right? What was before Leo? It goes backwards, right?
Yeah.
So it was around that time. The age, Cancer, Gemini, Taurus, Aries, every 2,000 years. So we're at the end of Pisces. We're really at the beginning of Aquarius. I mean, actually, we should get Sergio Magana, who says May 26th is the beginning of the sixth sun. This is like
interesting.
You
mean in a few days?
What's that? In a few days. He has an incredible cosmology. We should maybe even do a special program with Sergio.
Yeah. Well, this is a good time to announce the fact that we're starting 2 series on Portal to Ascension that'll be on our website and channel and on YouTube. One's going to be called the Disclosure Agenda series. It's going to be a weekly series for the next few months. And then the other one's going to be New Archaeological Discovery series, where it's going to be something around ancient history, but maybe he can be on one of those episodes.
Well, he's talking about Mayan, actually, which is a whole different system. But Manu should be on that ancient archaeology series. Definitely. Definitely. What is the Disclosure series?
So there's just, there's a lot going on and there's a lot to share. And there's a few people I want to feature. And I have multiple presentations on.
Who are you featuring?
Well, I'm still creating my list. This is only an idea I kind of drilled out 3 days ago. So right now, like, I was going to definitely have you on there for one of them, but there's just a few other individuals I work with. But the first one is just going to be myself. And it's going to be just like, some of them will be just declassified documents searching, right? Some of them will be showing the historical timeline of what's occurred right now.
You should get John Greenwald on there.
I messaged him. I can't get a hold of him. Can you get a hold of him for me?
I actually never met him, but
yeah, I emailed him. He's a busy guy. He's running the vault, so it's not easy to get a hold of him.
He's a guy. What's that?
Sorry, go ahead, Alan.
No, I'm just saying he's one guy. No, go ahead, Omar.
I was going to say there's a good question here in the chat. Maybe Neil can address this. It says, will a link to the chat from this day be available so one can obtain all the links spoken about after the webinar? Please and thanks.
Yeah, you can just email me, and here's my email address. I just put it in the chat room right there. Email me and I'll send you the chat for this. So, okay, since we don't have the next guest, we might as well just continue having a discussion until the Ascension panel begins. But we can just keep talking, or I can put up a couple slides and we can speak about these slides. What do you guys
I'm sorry I missed your lecture about what you just covered. Can you just give me a little rundown? You could, not to repeat yourself, but just the highlights if you want.
Yeah. Well, okay, so I was basically showing how the Greek and Indian gods are pretty much exactly the same, if not all of them, the majority of them. And I was showing the similarities between what the gods were. And then after that, showing the migration routes from the Indus civilization to current.
The Greek the Indian, the Egyptian, and the Norse. I heard you mention Vikings. They were, I mean, we get our days of the week from the Vikings having conquered the whole, Western Europe there, or England, the, British Isles. That's where we get Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, those days of the week are the Nordic translations of the Roman gods.
Right? Isn't that beautiful? So interesting how it worked out. So I was just showing the Greek and the Hindu gods here and showing
Neil, I was just going to say,
I love this.
Get into your slides here. Do you want to address a couple of questions from?
Yeah, ask the questions and we can all answer them.
YouTube audience here.
Wait, go back to that Athena, and also you get the Egyptian lioness god Sekhmet to be equated to Athena as well. The warrior goddess. Yes.
So Eric's had asked the question. So is it my theory that these are all independently kind of manifested, or was there one original source that all of these religions came from? And I believe that there was civilization that cultivated and maybe had these gods in ancient times, and then it actually kind of maybe went out from there. But it could have also been, if the Anunnaki story is a reality, that there were different gods all over the world for different civilizations.
I think they all came from a similar source, actually. I do. I think there was a much more trading and commerce among the ancient world. I mean, look at pyramids are everywhere on the planet. I think someone was traveling and said, well, pyramids, that's a good idea. Let's bring it back to my country.
Especially pre-3000 BC. I think there was a lot more trading of ideas and culture around that time too, before we went into such a warring time when there was so much battling and everything. But just like an open source kind of exchange of ideas, maybe even more of a peaceful way than what
I don't know. The oldest books in the world are about war, the Iliad, the Bhagavad Gita. So I don't know. I think there's probably
in Mohenjo-daro, well, in the Yuga cycle class I'm taking, for example, they say that war in other ages doesn't look the same as it does in lower ages. But when you get to lower ages, you define it and actually create imagery as if it is part of your age. To say if these are actual depictions of what occurred, but maybe there was some sort of ET kind of extraterrestrial war that occurred on the planet. What's your thought about the Mahabharata and all of those, the depictions of chariots with lightning bolts and golden
those are definitely advanced aliens. And but wait, go back. I wanted to just absorb the who are you saying the Aryans are?
Well, they were the Indo-Aryans. So
who are they?
This is conventional plus alternative awareness, but the Indo-Aryans came from the Caucasus Mountains. The
Caucasus Mountains,
Iran. Yeah, so they migrated into the Indus civilization around 1800 to 1500 BCE. 1500 BCE is also when the majority of the Indus civilization was evacuated. 1300 BCE, almost the entire Indus civilization was evacuated, and they went.
Wait, why was it evacuated?
There's a couple of theories. One of the theories is that, the two of the theories involves the Indo-Aryans. They believe that they either invaded them and, they dissipated because of that, or they integrated and migrated and became part of that civilization. It became too huge for that area. There was climate change going on. They couldn't grow crops. And then they started migrating to the south. So that's just one reason. Another one is that maybe they just wanted to expand their empire and they started taking their awareness down into different areas of the world.
Don't you love the ancient histories, like trying to understand that and figure it out?
Yeah, no, it's just an exploration of it, because I thought at one point I thought I could figure it out, but now I just know, every time you figure something out, there's just more questions, really.
How is it more questions?
Because there's so many tribes that existed that we will never even know existed or don't even know their names of.
Right,
and they may have had
lost languages and lost cultures. I mean, go back to that last one. What do you show? What's in red here?
Okay, so this is the Ganges Plain. After the Indus civilization dissipated, this is where they migrated to. So this right here is a combination. And the reason why I did this, Alan, is because I wanted to know what my genetic makeup was, because Ancestry.com told me I was 100% Indian. So I was like, okay, I'm 100% Indian. What am I? So I started looking and trying to figure it out. And by doing that, I realized that some of the first DNA that donated to who I became was probably from Egypt and from the Caucasus Mountains of Iran. And the first genetic soup, this is like the pre-India. So these Indians here that were Vedic Indians, right? They weren't really Indians yet. These individuals aren't even anywhere near the full genetic soup of what I am, yet they're my ancestors, because they were just basically Indus civilization descendants from the land of Kush and Egypt, and they were Indo-Aryans. The Mongolians hadn't come yet, the Persians hadn't come, and the Khans didn't come yet. Those all came later and also mingled with those people. And then also Alexander the Great, there's a civilization in North India, a Greek colony that was left that also mingled with North Indians. So what I found out is that I am Caucasus Mountains, Indo-Aryan. I'm Mongolian, Khan Persian from thousands of years later, and also people from the land of Kush.
Wait,
So
what's Kush? I've never heard of Kush.
Kush is, boom. Kush is the untold, unspoke of empire that actually conquered Egypt and ruled Egypt for over 1,000 years, and also was a part of Egypt peacefully at sometimes, but they probably were around for thousands of years, almost alongside
Is that the lower kingdom? You know,
yeah,
there was a unification of the upper and lower kingdoms that began the earliest dynasties. Actually,
Kemet, Egypt wasn't just this area. It actually spanned across the Sahara Desert. The Sahara Desert is actually the least explored, archaeologically explored place in the entire world.
It wasn't even a desert then, though.
Exactly. That's what I'm telling you. So it wasn't a desert back then, and it's the least explored archaeological place. And during the last ice age, the area that wrapped around the equator was the most lush and beautiful area to live on the entire planet, because most of the north and the south was completely covered in ice. And that spans over right through the whole of North Africa and the whole of the Sahara Desert. So one of my theories is that if we ever take the time to start looking at the Sahara Desert and what's there, we're going to find some of the most profound pieces of archaeological evidence.
Well, are we organizing a trip to the Sahara in 2 years?
Yes.
Okay, good. I also want to go back to Kush. Do you think Kush could be part of the Israelites from the Old Testament? Could they be part of that kingdom?
That's a great question, because what year would we be talking about?
Well, I don't know. What year was the Kush Empire?
The Kush was there for thousands of years.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just throw that out. It might be too recent for that.
Yeah.
Who calls them Kush?
Was not that.
So, okay, let me tell you this story then. So right here in this area, this is called the Hindu Kush Valley. So all the way from what's current Gujarat and Afghanistan, all the way over the Himalayas to Nepal, the whole area is called the Hindu Kush Valley. The reason, when it was given that name was around 2500 BCE. The reason why it was given that name is because the people that came from here were descendants from the land of Kush. Kush is a Sanskrit word. Kush means happy. So when it went over here, it's Hindi and Sanskrit. So that the happy people basically left this area. They went across Yemen. They went across the strait. They inhabited the Indus civilization, and then they called the area they were at the Kush Valley. And they called a plant that they found in the Hindu Kush Valley Kush. They named it Kush. And it was cannabis, because cannabis was growing wildly in this area. That's why the first ever strain of cannabis was called Kush, Hindu Kush, because it was discovered here.
I didn't know that.
So that was 2500 BCE that Kush started getting cultivated.
Well, I want to ask these Egyptian scholars on Sunday about Kush,
Yeah.
I got a question here on YouTube from
Chris
Harris. Maybe we can start with Joan on this one. I think she would be the best person to answer this, and maybe even Alan. It's from Chris Harris. He asks, how can we activate our light DNA?
Well, go ahead, Joan.
Well, that's so interesting. So you can really activate it by doing different breath work processes. You can activate it with the sound healing processes. You can activate it with your tuning forks, with intention.
I think the biophotonic potential within the DNA is also activated by joy, by being at peace, with everyone. Actually, that was the building of the rainbow body, is to activate the light DNA and build what the Taoists say, the double of the body. Oh, here's Paul HYNEK. We finally.
Yep, great news.
But I think that's what we're all here to do, is activate the DNA.
Hey,
Thanks.
Paul.
Hey, Paul.
Hi, my apologies. I had a bit of a crisis here in the home front.
Are you okay? No,
I'm okay, thank you.
Good.
I'm so sorry to be late.
Nice.
No worries. Thank
that's
you. Thank
okay.
you
We're
for
having
being
a
here.
good conversation.
So, okay, I'm going to go silent then and leave it to you guys, Ellen and Paul.
Okay. Well, okay, this is me. And okay, so do you have slides, or do you want me to just interview you? Because I'd happy to talk to you.
Let's just have a discussion.
All right, great. Well, today I've met you before at a couple of different conferences.
Right.
Contact in the Desert. Also, I just came out with a new book called Making Contact that
I see that. Yeah.
I'll send you a copy or a PDF of that. And
Cool.
if you like it, write a blurb on Amazon, because your lineage, shall we say, was the beginning of it all, the modern day understanding of the UFO phenomena. This is Paul HYNEK is the son of J. Allen Hynek, the guy who put together the close encounter categories, close encounters of the first kind, second, third. Of course, now it's gone to fourth, fifth, and sixth. So how much were you aware of your father's work as you were growing up, and were you interested in UFOs?
Yeah, so yes, I was aware. I don't remember life without UFOs. We had flying saucer ornaments on the Christmas tree. It was part of the fabric of our lives. So I was always aware of it. And my interest level varied. It sort of ebbed and flowed. I think when you are just handed something on a silver platter, you don't always value it because it's just there. You don't have to do anything. It's like speaking your native language, right? I can just sit here and English washes over me and I understand everything. But when I'm, rocking in Spanish or Japanese, I have to get the keywords and all that. So I was always interested in UFOs and science in general, because it's hard not to be interested when you are exposed to sort of the cherries on top of the ice cream regularly. So there are 5 kids in our family, and we're all interested, and we all have pretty much the same attitude as my father did.
But just to go a little backstory of your father, he was an astronomer in Chicago, I think Northwestern University, and he wasn't always interested in UFOs. Actually, I liked you to describe that moment where it goes from swamp gas to, oh my God, because, he's always said he's been embarrassed about the swamp gas thing, but where did so he was hired by, I guess it was Project Blue Book, to debunk the whole UFO phenomena. And then, of course, he sees this lights in this swamp and he says, oh, that's swamp. Yeah. What was that moment? Because I don't think it was in the Blue Book series, that moment where he goes, oh my God, this is real. So talk about he didn't believe it at all. And then that progression, I've never really heard the specifics of that.
Right. So you're right. He was, as were most mainstream astronomers in the 40s and 50s, didn't think much of the flying saucer phenomenon.
Right.
I don't think scientists use the word belief so much. It's really about whether they accept the weight of the data. But yeah, he didn't think there was anything to it. And I'm pretty sure that when the Air Force approached him in the late 40s to help them explain things, he probably thought it was a couple weekends worth of work at best. I'm sure he had no idea that his 4th born child would be sitting here talking to you guys some 60, 70 years, 80 years later about this stuff.
Right.
So he didn't think there was anything to it. Project Blue Book was not a serious scientific inquiry. It's just to tamp down public hysteria.
Right.
And my father once likened it to the Society for the explanation of the uninvestigated.
Right. That was Bud Hopkins' favorite sort of phrase, was like, the role of science is to investigate the unexplained instead of to explain the uninvestigated. So yeah.
That's right. That's right. And so, but he had a front row seat to.
He was hired by Blue Book, right? Wasn't he?
Yeah, for 20 years, he was the official technical scientific consultant for Project Blue Book. And again, not a serious, especially after 1953, not a serious scientific effort. And for him, you know,
wait, just want to back up. After 53, but there was those sightings in 51 over the Capitol. I mean,
yeah, 52, right. The Washington, D.C. flap. Yeah, which are well documented. It's one of the best cases that's ever happened, where President Truman actually scrambled fighter jets into the air because there were these ships going over Washington, D.C.
Right. I just want to read one quote by Truman from April 4th, 1950. He said, "I can assure you that flying saucers, given that they exist, are not constructed by any power on Earth." So there it was, right? But then what happened? Sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
Yeah. So in 1953, there was what they called the Robertson Panel, which was there are two events that Project Blue Book had: the Robertson Panel in 1953 and the Condon Committee in 1969, which basically shut down Blue Book. And they were both attempts to have sort of cover fire from academics so that they could say, nothing to see here, folks, please disperse. And in 1953, Project Blue Book became that much more PR based, and the Air Intelligence Service Squadron really picked up the reins of serious scientific investigation, going after like crash retrievals and things like that. And so my father, it was really kind of like the frog in hot water, getting more and more exposed. And by the time 1964 came and there was the Lonnie Zamora case in Socorro, New Mexico, I think it was, in addition to the fact that it was a very compelling case. You have an on-duty policeman, very sober, very earnest, who didn't want any part of this, and other evidence to go with it. But it was also the accumulated evidence that happened before that was, in Jacques Vallée's words, a real turning point for my father. And I actually had the pleasure of going to Socorro with Jacques about 2 months ago.
What was the accumulation? So he, like most scientists, didn't believe, like most scientists today, didn't believe any, but what was the accumulating evidence, and what was that moment of awakening? Well,
if there's a singular moment, it would be 1964. But by that point, he'd already seen so much. For a scientist, it's not really about one case. It's about patterns that you tease out of the data. And when you see umpteen cases that pass through all the screening, they're not Jupiter, they're not Venus, they're not a Frisbee, and all these other things, and you see what he would call highly credible witnesses, Air Force pilots, for example. So he thought it was kind of hypocritical for the Air Force to deny the reports of their own trained employees.
Right.
And you have enough of these over time, and there are certain things that emerge that are commonalities that the individual witnesses wouldn't have known about in other cases. You really have to say, you know what, this inconvenient set of data doesn't fit with the grant I'm going for or my beliefs, but I can't really just, brush it under the carpet anymore. So he started to really look at it in earnest. And like I said, I don't think he believed in it, but he accepted that there was a phenomena. Now, that's a far cry from saying it's extraterrestrial or what the provenance might be, but he was convinced that all the evidence, the credible witnesses, the radar, the films that he saw indicated that there definitely was a bona fide phenomenon.
But his speech at the UN, I think it was the UN, or maybe it's from Congress.
Yeah, in 73.
Right. That is a powerful talk about levels of reality. And, it's more than, so talk about that moment, because that I would love everyone to hear what he has to say there. I can't find it now, but talk about what he says there.
So it really was a watershed moment. Jacques and my dad, Lee Spiegel, spoke to the United Nations, sponsored by Guyana, I think. Mm-hmm. And spoke about not only that there is a phenomenon and some evidence, but then sort of went in the deeper end about where they may come from. And one of the things that I don't think is news to anybody watching here is that the UFO phenomena does not seem to be encapsulated in entirety by the idea of nuts and bolts craft coming from other planets.
Right.
For many people who report an encounter, and we call them experiencers, we don't call them witnesses. And there's a reason for that, because the sighting of a craft in the sky is as often as not the signal or not the single most important aspect of that experience for people. There's many, many reports, as we know, of communication before, during, and after the visual sighting, and a feeling of, deep level communication. Then you have the fact that so many of these things, sometimes captured on film, exhibit behaviors that aren't consistent with our known understanding of physics. Right. So he talked about how the extraterrestrial hypothesis, as foreign and exotic as it may seem to some, isn't foreign and exotic enough to really capture the whole phenomena. And, also there's, I won't delve into that, but things like perhaps interdimensional travel or even time travel, they are not, you can't really rule them off the table. I mean, this is one of the most enigmatic phenomena around. And my sense that I got in part from my father is that it's a multivariate explanation. I think there could well be extraterrestrial components, but that's not only that. And Jacques once said, look, when the dust settles, if the UFO experience phenomena is explained only by extraterrestrials, I'm going to be bored.
Yeah. No, I love that line. I think that's a great line. And what you just said, and we can get into that in a little bit, is the reason I think the Pentagon and also the UK Ministry of Defense have relabeled the phenomena from UFOs to UAPs. It's sort of a hint that it's not objects, it's phenomena, and they're two different categories altogether. From object,
That's a good point, Alan, because they are rebranding. And people don't rebrand things when they don't care about them or they don't have editorial schedules, right? You do that in front of a launch, and people talk about disclosure. We've already had a lot of disclosure. And I think even if we do have that signal event of a ship landing on the White House lawn, a lot of people won't believe that anymore. And if we do have even more white hot disclosure moments, many people will say it's about time, as opposed to, oh my God, they're real.
Right. Well, before we get into disclosure a little more, I just want to go back to the swamp gas because...
Okay, end closure. Okay.
Yeah, no, right. Just one more thing, because it's still being used. I'm sorry that your father had regretted that whole thing, but talk about the swamp gas moment, because...
Okay, so it was like Hillsdale, Michigan, 1966. And there were a variety of sightings, but the ones that are most notorious were girls in a dormitory looking out over sort of a brackish area, seeing some lights and objects in the sky. And at the press conference, footage of which I've recently seen, by the way, my father described part of the phenomena as perhaps optical distortions caused by swamp gas. And, the press ran with that. It's not always helpful in the media to say, hey, this doesn't represent the whole thing. It's swamp gas. HYNEK says swamp gas. And so that went well beyond what he had intended. And he, like you said, he's very regretful. And if we ever wanted to get my dad riled up, we just said swamp gas, right? It was sort of a cheat code to piss off the old man. And it's when he realized not so much about believing the phenomena or accepting the phenomena, but of the import of his words and how he was perceived. And that led to a lot of really soul-searching conversations with a lot of Jacques and many others. And one of the things that happened was that the local congressman in Michigan got really angry that he felt his constituents had been dissed by this, Pentagon consultant. So he wrote a letter saying we need to have a committee to investigate this, and that became the Condon Committee. And that local congressman was Gerald Ford, who became president.
Right. It's interesting. Gerald Ford was really interested in the whole UFO phenomenon before he became president. Once he was president, you didn't hear anything about it. Do you know why that was?
Well, we hear all these stories of presidents saying, hey, I wanted to find out and I was told there's nothing there.
Right.
And something that I learned recently, which I didn't know, is that there are really 3 different categories of classification. And 2 of them that are germane here are like the White House and CIA and NSA. And you have, secret, top secret, super duper top secret and all that. And that's what the president has some access to. But then the nuclear side has a completely different classification system of P, Q, and R. And why that's important is if you go back to the 1940s in New Mexico, Roswell, and there's a new case, a case that's being talked about now that happened in San Antonio, Texas, or San Antonio, New Mexico, just south of Socorro in 1945, which is the subject of a new book out called Trinity by Jacques Vallée and Paula Harris.
Right.
And so you had a lot of these sightings around the White Sands nuclear missile testing range. So and there was reports in San Antonio of a crashed saucer being hauled away. Now, that was under the purview of the then Atomic Energy Commission. So they would have scooped up any evidence, any crafts, any beings, whatnot, that was around their facilities. And they would have kept that and they are under mandate not to release that to anybody. So the successor agency to the Atomic Energy Commission is the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Mm-hmm. So they have whatever evidence they collected, they have, and the president simply has no access to that. Right. So presidents can be very interested, but they can be rebuffed for a variety of reasons. And one of them is that there's a whole bucket of security and confidential information that no matter how much the president has interest, they're not going to get access to.
Well, that goes to the central point that we're dealing with now as disclosure, or whatever we want to call this thing that's coming out in June, which has really repressed 75 years or since 45 or maybe 41.
Yeah. Right.
Well, first, what would your father say about the progress we're at now? And who do you think is holding the cards? But anyway, yeah.
Wow. Okay. So I think my father would be thrilled. I mean, contrast the official stance in his day of the Air Force saying, we got this, there's nothing there. Mm-hmm. You don't really believe in little green men with ray guns, do you? Mm-hmm. So the Navy now is saying, yeah, we've seen hundreds of these. We've got gun camera footage. We've got radar corroboration. We have hundreds of seamen seeing them on the craft with high-powered binoculars and naked eyes. Mm-hmm. And we see these all the time. We don't know what they are. And frankly, we're a little concerned for our aviators. Right. Can you help us out? That is 180 degrees different from the Air Force of my father's day. Now, who's playing the cards you mentioned?
Yeah.
We have a tendency to think of the government as this one big monolithic entity working coherently. There are all these turf battles. I mentioned the Air Intelligence Service Squadron. That's where I think the Men in Black came from. And that was working at cross purposes with Project Blue Book down the hall, for whom my father was employed. So the Navy has a different stance. And to me, I think in part it's because the Air Force is their job to, exert threat through the air, but to protect us against threat through the air and to create the perception that we are protected from, expressions of force through the air. So for the Air Force to say, oh, there's all these UFOs, we don't know what to do, that strikes at their central mission. The Navy, the water is their domain, and they tangentially patrol the air, but it's not a big concession for them to say, oh, by the way, there's these things in the air, we don't know what to do. Now, they weren't completely willing to do this, and my friend Chris Mellon and others helped kind of force the hand that's playing the cards to do this, but we see this steady drumbeat, and to me and others, disclosure really started in October, November 2017, when the New York Times, the newspaper of record, who had historically poo-pooed UFOs, published these Pentagon accounts of the Tic Tac and other sightings. So you now have official organs of the United States government saying, yep, oh, and by the way, that video is legitimate too. We don't know what it is, and we're still scared for our aviators.
But what about you? You missed, you skipped over the whole MJ-12 Majestic. Was that a reality? I mean, there's a lot of mythologies around all this. Weren't there those central people, and I don't know, in control of the secret?
I have no idea.
Okay. I don't know either.
I've heard so much on both sides from people that I believe and are very credible. I just don't know.
But
let's say it's instead of Majestic 12, let's settle on Pretty Cool 6.
I don't know. There's all these documents by Robert Woods with type, and it seems like more than, yes, of course, it seems like the Navy and the Air Force have their different agendas, but behind all that, there seems to be one central, it seems that way, I don't know, controlling factor. And maybe that is in conflict now. One, not person, but one deep, I hate to use the word deep state because I don't even believe in it, but let's say one deep below, what Clinton said, well, I asked about UFOs and my people said there wasn't anything. And then he says, well, maybe there are career people in business in line who just don't give me the information. He says that.
Sure.
And, Obama's saying, he just said it the other day, well, seriously, there are things we can't explain, but I really can't talk to you about aliens. So
right.
So someone is telling these guys, presidents, and not that they're running the show, but what to say and what not to say. Who is that?
I have no idea. Next question. No idea. Next question.
Okay. I mean, I'm just wondering. I'm not saying, but so what was your father's idea? I mean, he said, yes, there's this phenomena. Did he ever mention the A word, aliens? Does he ever speculate? Well, what did he think? Not that, I mean, what was his, was his hypothesis about who was driving these ships and where they came from and what they were?
Okay. So, he would sort of, in a conversation, he would kind of separate his confidence that the phenomena of UFOs was real. And he didn't study UFOs, he studied UFO reports. That's what gave him the insight to make the Close Encounters classification system. But of course, as any individual would be, he was curious and wondered where they came from. And I mentioned that, the extraterrestrial hypothesis, as sort of nice as it is, doesn't really seem to be encompass all of it. So he thought a lot about, and another thing he thought about was he would say that if you liken the continental United States to, or the size of the known visible universe to like the continental United States, we are less than a speck of dust in Kansas. So first of all, how do aliens from other planets even find us? Yes, we've been beaming episodes of I Love Lucy out into the ether for these many decades, but still it's a non-trivial thing just to find us. Mm-hmm. Then if they find us, why do they care? If they can come here in a craft, they've had a technological singularity, they got everything they need. They don't need gold, they don't need water. I don't think they're interested in our concept of human love. And I don't really think they'd be interested much in our nuclear capabilities one way or the other. I don't understand that. Plus, we have very sensitive instruments to detect objects entering and leaving our atmosphere, and they exhibit comfort with our Earth gravity and atmosphere, et cetera. So for me and my father, the extraterrestrial hypothesis just doesn't really work that well. Mm-hmm. So interdimensional, for me, answers the two thorniest questions right off the bat. How do they know we're here? Well, they are us, prime. They're right next to us. How do they get here? Okay, some kind of wormhole. It's not, a 30,000 light year trip through radiation-filled universe. Mm. And why would they care? Well, they're our cousins, let's say. So that answers the most vexing questions of all. And it could also explain why we have this kind of Cheshire cat phenomena where you see the ship here and it's gone and it's here. Okay, are they blinking in and out of the dimension?
Yeah.
So he liked that quite a lot. And, although he was a nuts and bolts astrophysicist, he was a Rosicrucian at heart. So he had spiritual beliefs. And for him, an interdimensional hypothesis just seemed to ring true for some aspects. It doesn't mean there aren't crafts from, Zeta Reticuli, or it doesn't mean that the things that we see could be manifestations, remote manifestations from another planet too. There's all sorts of twists and turns on the theme, but he was adamant in thinking that, one of the phrases that I really like is that there are some who prefer questions they can't answer, and others like answers they don't question. Right. And here, like me, I'm not a religious person. Someone asked me, how is the universe created? No idea. And I'm perfectly comfortable leaving it at that. So my father felt in science and in UFOs in particular, leave the door open to the possibility of the phenomena. But once you decide there really is a phenomena here, don't settle for grabbing the best available answer and shoving it in. Keep your mind open after you decide there's a phenomena that maybe you don't know the answer, as frustrating as it may be. So for him, it wasn't so much where do they come from, as it was where don't they come from in entirety.
No, I really think that's such an important point, because obviously, as Jacques Vallée said, there's more than going on than little green men visiting us from some other place. There's too much synchronicities and strangeness. So, it comes down to, could it be that we have been not heard the truth because the government doesn't understand it? They don't know how to tell us. We don't know what's going on. Could that be behind the cover up?
Yeah, in Project Blue Book, the TV show that you mentioned, I became friends with the cast, and it's not super creepy at all to have the super villain from Game of Thrones play your TV father, just for the record. I talked to the guys that played the generals, and one of them liked my father. He read about my father when he's in college, and loved the UFO phenomena. But he was playing that general not as a bad guy, but playing him as somebody who is safeguarding the fabric of the fraught and perilous and tender fabric of national security. So for him, and I talked about this with him in the context of the show, if my father goes off the reservation too much, he could easily have my father killed and sleep easily that night and play with his children, because he has saved the United States from an internal threat. Right. So the government, if you're in possession of these top secrets, you can easily understand how you personally could become cultured to the point where you say, I can't release this information. Our enemies on the other side of the ocean can benefit from it, and it could lead to chaos, complete breakdown in society. And we don't have a computer model that can adequately predict this. So I don't begrudge the government, should they have deep, dark secrets, from keeping them deep, dark secrets, because it's a real wild card as to what could happen. And then maybe they are reverse engineering propulsion systems, et cetera. But it's a real risky proposition. And then, like I said, if they do decide to go full out disclosure, open kimono, what percentage of people simply won't believe them anymore? Disclosure is a much more tricky, challenging business than it used to be when we thought about a flying saucer landing on the lawn of the White House and Walter Cronkite narrating the event.
So just to wrap up, because they want us to wrap, although I can talk to you for hours, I just want to know, what do you think? What's your line of interest? Are you just fulfilling your father's legacy? Or do you have your own personal interest in this? Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I can't fill his shoes, even though my cloddy feet are a little bit bigger. My interest really is the interdimensional angle. And, my father was a scientist, and he had to be sort of measured in what he said. I'm not a scientist, so I can freely say I'm interested in the intersection between DMT and UFOs. Mm-hmm. I think it's fascinating. And so that's what I'm doing personal investigation into, and trying to see if I can make a bridge between those two communities, because they're just, my spidey sense just tells me there's something there.
Well, actually, you're going to be at Contact in the Desert. Anthony Peake, I think, is talking about that intersection as well between DMT. Have you talked to Anthony Peake about that?
Not Anthony Peake, but I'm very interested in the work of Andrew Gallimore as well.
Oh, maybe it was Andrew Gallimore that was talking.
Yeah, alien information theory.
Right. Yeah. So it's a brave new world we are entering, it seems like, isn't it?
It is. And, no matter where we are in the spectrum, I think we're all kind of front-ended in this audience on the spectrum of UFO acceptance / belief. Mm-hmm. It's gratifying to see this increasing drumbeat of lowercase d disclosures from various organs of the government and, heretofore skeptical organs in the media.
Right. No, it's very exciting. Thank you, Paul, for your time and interest and your willingness to go deep into what the truth is and sharing with people. I really appreciate you and your father and all the work. And I'm going to send you a PDF of my book. So
all right, thank you. I look forward to reading it. And thank you for the insightful questions. It's really nice to have a high level discussion.
Well, you're part of history. Your father, it's lineage. We are now at the kind of end of this cycle that really began with his early investigations. So we'll see where that goes. Thank you. Thank you so much. And
pleasure.
I'm so happy to see Deborah Giusti on there.
And we'll be back for the panel tomorrow. All right, Paul?
We'll
see you at the
UFO
disclosure panel.
Oh, right. UFO panel. Right. Deborah Giusti is dedicated to the ascension process. And
great to see you, Alan. Great talk you both give.
Which is sort of what we're talking about with Paul a little bit. He's focused on the interdimensional qualities of it, but I'm always interested in what you have to say. So Neil, do you want to say anything about Deborah? And she's always on top of things. Saturday Night Alive is something she does every Saturday night with Scott Katamas. I'm going to be on the next, Making Contact with the Galactic Family show, May 29th. So anyway, go ahead, Neil. I'm just gonna.
Yeah. I'll just hand it over to Deborah, but I'll just say a couple of words that Deborah and I believe we've known each other for, I don't know, five years now.
More than that.
It's been time doesn't exist when it comes to our friendship. But Deborah, it could be a really long introduction because I have to tell you the story about it. When she first connected with me, I told her about the awareness that we're sharing. And then after a period of a few years, our relationship continued to evolve to where it is today, that we are both not only great friends and supporters of each other, but definitely have aligned missions in regards to upliftment of humanity, and especially when it comes to the ascension of humanity. So Deborah is just one of my really close colleagues and friends that I was just so honored that, not only that you support us, but just the work that you do and how many people you connect with and all the efforts that you do to assist in the shift that we're going under right now. So I'm extremely honored, everybody, and excited to introduce you to a good friend, Deborah Giusti.
Yeah.
Thank you, Neil. And yes, we work in high collaboration, which is really what we're all doing right now for our common mission. So I love you for that and support Portal to Ascension very much. So thank you.
Okay, it's all yours.
And welcome everyone to what's going to be an amazing evolutionary panel discussion with some very experienced experts on the topic of ascension, sharing with you about Ascension 2021, Time of Planetary Awakening. So happy to have you here. And as predicted by many sources in 2020 by astrologers, psychics, and channelers, it was predicted to be an escalated time of ascension with increasing earth changes and upheavals in society. And little did we know what was in store for us. We've experienced a worldwide health crisis and lockdown that's touched almost every single being on the planet. And there's been major societal consciousness breakthroughs in regards to racial injustice, disclosure of the many issues that have been hidden in society, like child trafficking and the existence of UFOs, and the interest of spirituality has skyrocketed. So it's proved to spark an escalation of a major planetary shift, as well as a spiritual dark night of the soul for all of humanity. And these dark nights are always spiritual cauldrons that expire purging of what no longer serves to allow space for the new to be born. So the collapse of the old paradigm serves as a major catalyst to the ascension process, which is happening now on a collective level. And I think most of our panelists would agree we are just beginning this accelerated process. So now humanity is in the process of integrating huge personal and collective lessons, insights that they have gathered from the last year. and they're in process of creating a new life in this new world. So not only has many of society's major dysfunction come to the surface to be revealed and is in the process of being healed, almost every person in the world now has gone through a very personal, intense journey that's caused them to deeply reflect and tune in to themselves and lives on a soul level. So whatever's not in the highest alignment to support the soul's desire to evolve in this time is still coming up clearly and strongly to be dealt with in the collective and personally. So each person has the opportunity to clear whatever's holding them back towards the goal of raising their frequency to the next level process in their ascension process. And also, the support for the planetary ascension has never been stronger than ever during these highly activated times. The veils are getting thinner and thinner as we move towards the new paradigm. And we have access and support from our guides, from the Ascended Masters, from the Galactics, and all that are here to support us if we just ask. Also, our abilities to evolve have never been stronger, such as utilizing deep intuition, demonstrating the power of manifestation, or experiencing unity consciousness. And synchronicities have gone off the charts in everyone's lives if you tune in and you become aware of them. Also, what's really amazing that's happened in this last year, communities and soul tribes have been gathering, and this has been escalated of all of us connecting online. So groups of people that have a similar mission to assist the planet at this time are finding each other and coming together to support this potent ascension opportunities and to support their own ascension process, like we are doing right here now this evening. So we've assembled an amazing panel to dive deep to share the information into this transfiguration process that is just beginning to escalate. We have with us Meg Benedict, JJ and Desiree Hurtak, Camille Maurice, Billy Carson, and Mirabai Devi. And not only will they address the bigger picture, they're going to reveal step-by-step instructions that you can apply personally in your daily life. So it's going to be amazing. Thank you all for joining us, and let's get on with the panel. So I am going to start with a question to all of you. I'd love to know what you think is going on with the planet at this time in relationship to the accelerated ascension process. I'd love for you to share personally your experience in the ascension process and whatever you feel called to address to explain this phenomenon that's happening now and the escalation that's taken place in the last year. And I'll introduce you personally to all the people out there. And I'm going to start with Meg Benedict, who is one of the top ascension teachers on the planet now. And she's here specifically to support the planetary awakening that is happening. She's an author, a teacher. She's founder of Quantum Access. She's experienced a profound Kundalini awakening in 1994 that activated her spiritual ascension. And since then, she's been manifesting her mission to help the accelerated and supporting everyone's ascension. And for me, she's been one of my primary ascension teachers, inspiring me and enlightening me to my next levels of my ascension journey. And I love her very much. So welcome, Meg. And you should unmute and share with us your overview of what's going on now with the ascension process.
Thank you, Deborah. What a lovely introduction. It's always great to do these panels with you. It's been a few years that we've been doing these, and every year it's just amazing what's happening. And what Deborah's describing is what the ancient Mayans created the calendar actually to track the 2,000-year galactic cycle. They called it the Great Purification. And in the New Agers, they call it the Great Awakening. And so everyone has gone through a certain personal awakening to get us into this incredible transformational journey that we call the ascension process. As Deborah mentioned, mine started in the Northridge earthquake in January 1994 in Los Angeles, and it opened up and allowed my angelic soul to come in and ground in. I'm a walk-in, and so it kind of redirected my whole focus into 2012 and this ascension process. So it's been almost 30 years. But what we've been noticing, especially since 2012, is this powerful surge of galactic photonic plasma light waves. These are really bombarding the planetary system, and it's morphing and weakening and adjusting the electromagnetic field of the planet. And on December 21st, 2012, I was at Mount Shasta doing a big event. This is, the big 2012 event, and was able to witness the actual unlocking of the matrix simulation and cancellation of all power control agreements that are now null and void. And so this changed everything, and it's just has been, so you think 2012 and 2021 and anagrams, they're like bookends, and so we're from 2012 till now, it's been a continual collapsing of the control program on the planet, and it's an acceleration of the spiritual process that's happening for everyone, if they're aware of it or not. With this photon light's coming from the galactic center, and it's affecting us. It's opening us up to higher consciousness. It's affecting us on the biocellular level. It's transforming us in ways we could never have imagined. It's very much an inside job in a way, and how it's transforming us. But as we go through this kind of step-by-step process, we continue to up-level into higher dimensional existence and more quantum consciousness. And so as the process that I've been going through for all these years, and then also working with clients to do as well, it's a gradual healing and clearing and transmuting of past trauma and ego control and victim mentality. We're clearing ancestral patterning and programming. We're working on resolving past karma. And as we go through these processes, every layer that we clear and transmute, we're able to evolve into higher and higher dimensional frequencies. And the goal is actually soul embodiment. Think of it like we're purifying our vessel so that we can actually embody our soul. So that's the goal of the ascension. And just real quick for 2021, we just had the powerful 555 gateway. This is the most powerful gateway of 2021. In numerology, 5 is the number of change and freedom and progress. And so after last year, where everything went to a standstill, this is the year that we really can begin to build the new Earth timeline and start to activate our own ascension lives in this new Earth timeline. So I see it as very positive and exciting. And we have some eclipses coming up here, and next week they start. And so we're seeing more and more of the old Earth timeline collapsing under the pressure of this new Earth timeline that is really here and accessible, and we can ground into it. We can start to live in it. So just a very quick summary, that's what I'm seeing we're really embracing in this year of 2021, Deborah.
Wow, thank you, Meg. Beautiful, beautiful opening. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm so honored to introduce a couple that works tirelessly together. The magic of them is how they work together, and they've worked together for years towards the shift to support the shift of consciousness and the evolution of the planet. Doctors JJ and Desiree Hurtak. JJ is the founder and the president of the Academy for Future Science, and he's a social scientist, a futurist, remote sensing and space law specialist. He's author of 20 books. His best-selling book is The Keys of Enoch, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. And Desiree, who partners with him nonstop, is a social scientist, futurist. She's also the co-founder of the Academy for Future Science. She's also an author of several books. Her most recent work she co-authored, which is The Oversoul Awakening, and it's already been translated into 6 languages. And they work together as divine masculine and feminine. They're amazing. So happy to have you with us. Welcome, JJ and Desiree.
Thank you, Deborah. It's been great. You were out with us. We're in Sedona, which is really one of those vortex places. And it's just amazing how many people are now flocking to this area because they are awakening within themselves. So I think this is really what Ascension and this process is all about. People are getting the call. They're being able to transform in some cases and see through the veils of energy that we're not alone in the universe, not only in terms of extraterrestrials, which I know Alan Steinfeld just talked about in the previous session, but also in terms of what we call extra celestials and ultimately ultra-terrestrials or the angelic beings. So we feel part of this ascension process is really meeting our own divine family. That's not only upon the earth as all the people, coming together and being in oneness now. I feel at least the spiritual people are doing that, but also with our spiritual brothers and sisters in higher realms.
We're sitting before this great mandala of this very famous artist, Aya, here in Sedona, gigantic mandala with the different phases of ascension work as we combine the esoteric, the inner, with the exoteric, the outer, going from the self-realization of how we must, first of all, evolve within ourselves of inner space before we can proceed to outer space and the different cosmic families that are on our doorstep. And so we combine the artistic mandalas or sacred geometry with sacred mantras or sacred expressions of divine balance and extension, with a cosmology of consciousness that reaches all people, all cultures, all dimensions. And we've been privileged to work many years ago with Ravi Shankar and more recently with Stephen Halpern in bringing about the vibrations of the East and West into the human vehicle, which is a musical instrument.
So we feel this is also part of the ascension process where we no longer see ourselves as really individualistic realities or of one belief, but we really start embracing the globe and embracing the cosmos. This is really because we can't break out of where we are now if we don't see the larger picture. So part of that ascension process, we believe, is really being able to see the larger picture, and other levels of intelligence are now coming in to awaken. I mean, those who really just put out the call, we saw this in some of the lectures we've been with other people saying, hey, I'm waking up. It's amazing. I just started realizing, we're not alone in the universe. There's a cosmic family. And then my whole consciousness, my whole reality started to change. And I think this is really what's happening to the people all over the globe because of the veils are getting thinner and there's more contact.
It's interesting, in the previous section, Ellen Steinfeld was talking to Paul HYNEK, the son of the famous Dr. HYNEK. And Dr. HYNEK and I were together in Brazil, working with some of the shamans. We were investigating with Dr. Shoa, famous Brazilian parapsychologist, how the natives seem to have a much easier time of ascension contact with the higher worlds. And Dr. HYNEK said, this is what it should be back home. We should begin to understand the great sense of healing and love that is personified in many of these great teachers of shamanistic awareness.
Well, we feel that is exactly what's happening now. Go ahead, Deborah, back to you.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you for that confirmation for all you're experiencing. Very true. And I'd like to invite now Camille Maurice to speak. She is an activator, way shower, spiritual medium. She's really here for the ascension of planet Mother Earth, the planet. And she's actually one of my primary ascension teachers and guides as well, and has helped me on my spiritual journey. She teaches ascension skills, spiritual and psychic development, crystal healing, and transformational work in classes, workshops, and group settings. And again, I appreciate her and her mission so much. So welcome, Camille. Can you enlighten us from your perspective of the ascension process that's happening now?
Hello, thank you for inviting me on the Ascension panel. So for me, I really have been working with individuals to consciously co-create heaven on earth by clearing their unconscious memories and records that are keeping them stuck. I think of ascension as a descension process where the light that's coming from the universe is coming down and through the human body into the earth. And as the light enters into the body, it will often blow up the unconscious records that are keeping us stuck. We're really intended to be the co-creators of heaven on earth, and humans are both light and form. Our soul is eternal and our body is temporary, and the human body is a miraculous vessel that allows us to heal the galactic wars and rifts of all times and places by unifying our cosmic history as extraterrestrials, angels, humans, animals, and all the different beings through the unified heart. And I come from a theosophical point of view, and that's been my background. So I believe that humans are eternal souls in temporary forms. We're really angelic beings. For humans, ascension is a conscious choice to engage in the natural evolution of life. And in psychology, we call this self-actualization or self-mastery. Humans are intended to be the ascended masters directing all the other energetics. We have free will and we have dominion over the spirit world. Angels traditionally have not had free will, and neither have the elemental beings. And the elemental beings are the matter of Mother Earth. Mother is the word matter. Mother equals matter, and everything in physical form is matter. And matter is bound in place often, the elementals, by what humans think, say, feel, and do. Therefore, when a human acknowledges an unconscious energy or soul contract and releases it, we're freeing the elemental world. And this is called the spiritualization of matter, where we restore the sacred white fire center at the center of every atom of the being. At the center of every atom of the human is the full potential of our unlimited ability to be conscious co-creators. And so we are activating these full potentials, and humans can activate all the energies that are intended to be on the planet. Right now, we're in a collective monadic activation, and that means that the 12 cosmic rays or the 12 solar hierarchy of the cosmos are coming down and activating in every man, woman, and child. Traditionally, humans have to learn the 7 rays of God, which is the rainbow prophecy, where we're learning the 7 rays of mastery, which activate the 7 endocrine glands. Once those 7 rays are mastered, then we're propelled into our cosmic consciousness. So right now, the humans are really waking up to their cosmic consciousness, and they're becoming aware of their extrasensory abilities that are becoming heightened, and they need the roadmap. I say that it's the golden age of enlightenment, and it's the new day with a new way. So the light frequencies are hidden in our inner knowing. Fohat is a theosophical word that means the primordial light force energy and the divine intelligence. And it is the electric gods, and it speaks to me. So the rays, which are the 7 rishis, are literally energetic substance and consciousness that humans can tune into. And as humans tune into that awareness, it activates their DNA to bring forward the new things. In theosophy, there is a list of traditional things that humans have to master for their ascension process. So I teach ascension skills, the daily place for enlightening life, which are the daily energies that humans can use to be free and to work through their own ascension process. We unify all the energy through the one unified heart. And many times humans believe that their job is to take care of others outside of them. But when we feel responsible for others, it sets us up for obligation, and we carry their energy in us. So the first thing that we have to do is be in our strong column of light by being individuated and saying yes to our God knowing in our own heart first. As we say yes to source in our heart and follow our own ascension process, that begins to shift the critical mass consciousness of all humans on the planet. So when every human is showing up to say yes to their soul knowing in their heart, then they're saying yes to the one ascension of Mother Earth. It is unfortunate that there has been a negative agenda that has limited humans. And a lot of the work that I do is identifying where that negative agenda has been and beginning to clear that, so that the human can regain their freedom, their dominion, and their ability to be an eternal soul in a temporary human form, consciously choosing to create heaven on earth. Humans are karmically responsible for every thought form they have, every emotion they have, and every action they take. And 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, we can say yes to what serves our own soul's highest good, or we cannot say yes to it. And right now we're being pressurized to say yes to that which serves not only our own soul's good, but when it serves our own soul's good, it serves the one heart of Mother Earth, the one heart of the universe in the coherent field of one, and the one ascension of Mother Earth. So we're really working with the organic timelines of restoring what is the evolutionary process of Mother Earth and supporting it in becoming whole, ascending back into its right. A lot of times we have to really work with moving up to the higher levels. So I teach a lot about the 13, my internet's unstable, and the power of the 13 as claiming our magical birthrights versus looking at that 13 as the death card in the tarot. So when we're working with the 13, we're really moving into the awareness that we're eternal and we can activate the codes of immortality and we can restore our magical birthrights prior to the fall, which is the ability to know the truth and have it and share it, instant manifestation that supports our soul's purpose, and miraculous healing, restoring the life force that's been captivated by death, inertia, illusion, and disease. All beings are unifying into the one heart of love, but humans are the conscious co-creators giving it direction. So what happens to me is many of the dark beings will come and stand in front of me and ask to shift sides. They would like to work for the organic timelines, not against them. And when the human invites them into the one heart and asks the angels to do the work, then all of those energetics can shift because everything's ascending in the now.
Thank you, Camille. Beautiful. Thank you so much. And now we have Billy. Thank you, Billy, for coming back. Billy has joined us on several Ascension panels with Meg. And thank you for coming back, Billy. Billy is a host of several programs on Gaia TV, Deep Space, Ancient Civilization, and he's traveled the world on a quest to find out what's going on our planet from the ancient to the future. And he's also the author of Compendium of the Emerald Tablets. And Billy, would love to hear your viewpoint of what's going on now with this radical, unprecedented times on the planet and our ascension process.
Absolutely, and thanks for having me back on. A little bit touching on what Meg was talking about in reference to our solar system undulating up and down that galactic equator as we orbit the supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy, which is emanating a lot of highly charged particles and cosmic rays. And these charged particles and cosmic rays have a direct effect on DNA. Mm-hmm. And so at this moment, including all the new generations of children that are being born and in the embryonic state, they're being bombarded with these high energy cosmic rays. And I really believe that it's having a direct effect on their physiology. I think you're going to see a lot more indigo children being born now. A lot of people coming in with a lot of born talents that, you know, we should all have, but they're being born tapping into the extrasensory perception. I think it's going to be, you know, a lot of superhumans coming out, which is really the human that we really truly are, actually. And I think it's having a direct effect on our consciousness right now, the people that are already here walking around. And this is well documented in science. If you look at astrology, some people try to say, oh, it's just, you know, it's hocus pocus. But if you understand astrology from a physics standpoint, then you'll understand gravitational alignments, and you'll research the gravity experience and zero gravity experiments done on embryos by the U.S. military, NASA, and the European Space Agency. And you begin to find out that different alignments, different star alignments, and different gravitational fields have a direct effect on the development of embryos. And so when we're in our embryonic state, depending on the alignments of the moons and the suns and the stars and galaxies and so forth, it will create or generate a specific type of personality because of the way that it's impacting the DNA. And so right now we're having an experience where We're getting bombarded for the first time in 26,000 years with this many cosmic rays. And another amazing thing has happened as well, is that our solar system is not originally from the Milky Way galaxy. Our solar system hails from the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. This is now new peer-reviewed science that is in all the science write-ups and has now made it into actual college classes and rewriting all the astrophysics books. So there is a small galaxy, not the Sagittarius constellation, the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. It is a very small galaxy that collided with the Milky Way galaxy a few 100 million years ago. And since then, the Milky Way has been gobbling it up. And we now have new imagery that shows where the impact point is, and exactly where our solar system is located is the actual impact point. And so for the last few 100 million years, we have been gobbling up and absorbing this other galaxy, which is the origin of our solar system. So we ourselves are the aliens in the Milky Way galaxy. And, so it's really amazing. All this stuff, all this information now, for the first time in our modern era, on this particular cycle of life, is all coming to fruition. It's all becoming available to us. And we're able to dissect it, digest it. We can actually discern it. We can actually study it and actually understand it. Now we're intelligent enough to understand this information. And so now we have the knowledge, we have the wisdom. Now we have to apply it. This is where we are now in the stage, applying all this knowledge, applying all this wisdom, walking around with all this wisdom and knowledge and not doing anything with it is still a waste. And so that's why we have panels like this. We're here so that we can actually begin to teach people to apply this wisdom, apply the knowledge, and get the understanding of taking a journey to inner space, understanding knowledge of self, understanding the true power and beings that we really truly are. And then now, how can we exercise this in the world? How can we change and affect the world? Well, what we have going on the inside is going to manifest on the outside. Like I always tell people, if your office is junky and your house is junky, it's what's going on the inside. You have chaos, you have entropy going on inside of you. When you clean up the inside, what manifests on the inside, what's on the inside is going to manifest on the outside. If you look at the state of the world, the collective consciousness, you see the manifestation of what's going on inside each individual being collectively manifesting on the outside. That's where the turmoil and the entropy and the chaos comes from. So now we have to teach people, look, we have to all take a journey to inner space. We have to clean the trauma and the drama out of ourselves and make space to fill ourselves back up with unconditional love for one another, respect for one another, and being of service to one another. And when we begin to do that, this whole planet is going to change even more rapid than what we see right now.
Thank you, Billy. Thank you for that very out there assessment and the very in there that's so important of the love that we need to have in our heart. Thank you. And we have one more panelist, Mirabai Devi. She's a new paradigm spiritual teacher. Her teachings emphasize the importance of spiritual practice for self-realization. She was trained by different avatars since 1990, both telepathically and in the dream state, on how to transmit divine light through darshan. And she has been going around the world sharing this transmission and teaching about this. And this is definitely part of the ascension process happening now. So Mirabai, welcome, and love to hear your perspective on the ascension that's happening right now.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you so much for inviting me onto your panel. It's wonderful to be here and to listen to the other speakers. And really my main focus is on serving the divine light and bringing about the divine light into manifestation on the earth and helping humans realize their divine nature and the light being that dwells within them and uncovering it. And what I think that is happening on the planet, or what I feel is happening on the planet right now, is that this planet is one of the densest or darkest planets in the physical universe. And it's certainly been, over the history of time, a pretty dark place. And yet we as light beings are, and teachers and leaders are coming here to transform consciousness in this very ripe or fertile ground where humans come here to awaken in this earthly school. And in the time of ascension, this very exciting time that we're in right now with the global pandemic and the global reset that's happening to humanity, is we're really in a sorting between the wheat and the chaff, and those souls that are choosing to stay unconscious and asleep or in the darkness, and that those souls that have come in now that are ready to wake up and that are awakening and that are actually really tuning in and remembering why they're here and why they've come. And we are here to help with their awakening and to help those souls that are ready to come back to the light and come back to their true nature to realize this. And so it's not just happening with one or two or a few. I'm sure many of the teachers that are present here are finding that it's happening with large, very large groups of people around the earth. And that is very, very exciting, because what we're seeing is that the darkness or the duality that is provided in this earthly school or in this very dense planet is a wonderful fertile ground or a kickboard for really pushing people to, through suffering and through pain and through limitation and lack, to the realization that they've had enough and that they don't want to suffer any longer until they finally surrender. And when an individual finally surrenders, it gives the golden opportunity to see there must be something more. And that's where we have more light frequencies, as the others were talking about, on the planet than ever before. And so through these light frequencies that are coming in and assisting and aiding this ascension and awakening, it's happening very quickly. So we actually thank the darkness, we thank the duality, we're grateful for every role that every being plays in this grand cosmic show, in the sense that it's bringing us closer to the awakening in a rapid way. And so this is really what I feel is indicative of what's happening on the planet right now. And we're a big part of it, and we were born for this. We came here for this time, and we came here for this work. So we're very much on purpose with our mission. And so just being an example, all of us as speakers and teachers and authors and leaders, we're showing others how to walk in the light and to be internally focused on this God self within, on this awakening, and to utilize the negativity in a very positive manner that's happening all around us to serve the ascension and the awakening process. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Mirabai. Thank you so much. Wonderful. So now I'm going to go back around, go a little bit deeper into your specialty and what you have to share. And I'll start with Meg again. And Meg, you could speak on so many topics. You've been really teaching us for such a long time, but it's so exciting now because things are really quickening and happening. And you've been teaching about the fifth dimensional reality that people are going to start to evolve up to, and that is starting to shift. And so many things are clicking now, and you have a worldwide perspective because you do major planetary sessions with people from all over the world. So you have a great perspective of what's happening now. So please share more about the quickening, what's happening now, what's really happening in the shift to fifth dimensional reality, and whatever you feel inspired to share about all that.
Okay, as you mentioned, I guess the first global activation I did online was in 2011. It was 11/11/2011. And so it's been about 10 years doing these every month. And so I work very closely with Archangel Metatron. I teach his technique of working with Metatron's cube, and it's a powerful tool of accelerating your ascension. And so I'll just share what what's been coming up over the last 2 years that really is the notable events that I've been observing in this planetary ascension. As I mentioned, since 2012, we've been experiencing like two parallel timelines, for a better term. I just call it the old Earth timeline and the new Earth timeline. Not very fancy, but at least you get the idea. And the timeline bifurcation it's finally occurred on December 12th, 2019, and 2019 is a 12 year, so it was actually a 12-12-12 portal gateway. It was a very powerful day, and this has been literally, in a way, you think about what was happening on December 12th, 2019, and this is when we first started learning about the COVID pandemic. So this is where that gateway just kind of opened everything up and threw the old Earth timeline into a tailspin. And this is when the shutdown began. And so you have to think about, I mean, everybody in the planet pretty much experienced this. This isn't just, spiritually awakened people. This is something that affected all of us, and it stopped everything. And we were all home, and we were all in our own privacy, right? And in our own quietness, and we didn't have distractions anymore. And so it totally pushed us back inside to be focused internally and deal with what's inside there. We couldn't escape it anymore. And so I found that this has been a really powerful reset on not only what we're dealing with in, let's call it, our social systems, systemic racism and sexism and all of this abuse programming running rampant in the field. This is where we all were home, and we're all able to focus on what needs to change, what needs to be completely eradicated, and what needs to replace it. And so 2020 was a huge shift as well with the COVID pandemic. I actually got COVID in February 2020 at the Conscious Life Expo in Los Angeles, and I've had it for 15 months, and it has been, so I've been living with it, and I've been observing it. And so I am a quantum healer, and I'm a decoder and an encoder and a deprogrammer, and so I look at it through that lens, like, what is this? What is happening here? And the more that I was investigating into the origin of this virus, I kept getting pulled back to the invasion of the reptilian race during the Orion ET wars, and that this virus has been brought here. And the beauty of the antibodies is decoding, breaking down the reptilian human hybrid code that is in all of us. And so this again is another big upscale or rapid transformation in the genetic code that's happening in us, so that, think of it like it's cracking the shell, it's breaking it open, it's allowing us to replace it with our own crystalline soul codes. So it's been devastating for loss for so many families. I do not want to minimize that. I am still dealing with, my body still fighting it. It is not something to dismiss. This is very major. And also it's in a way triggering the trauma and all the light workers who have very devastating Atlantean timelines that have not been healed. They have not been dealt with. They are acting out with their trauma all over the place. And so it's a huge opportunity to focus inside and do your trauma clearing, especially this Atlantean past life trauma, because we do not want another repeat to happen again. This is why we're here. We're here to avoid that. And think of it like a course correction. We're here to avoid another Armageddon Atlantean repeat. We're here to really replace it with this new Earth timeline. So then I also began to watch as we got to December 12th, 2020. So this is just 6 months ago or so. And this again is where the global pandemic reset really began to anchor in this new Earth timeline. So it's now really active, and it's holding in the Earth plane, and the old one is really starting to break apart and collapse. And so what I do is I just recommend to people to not focus on anything that is fear-based or trauma-based or victim persecutor type of polarity. I mean, like, let's really begin to clear all of that out of our unconscious. Let's clear that out of our biocellular makeup. We want to get this cleaned out. So this has triggered deep trauma clearing. You're going to hear everybody talk about this. This was not so much we were talking about even a couple years ago. It is everywhere now. Everyone, because of the shutdown, we're having to face this and deal with it. And I think it's really fabulous. It's time to heal this. And so that then we can take the benefits of what has happened with the shutdown and start to envision how we want to live our ascension life in this newer timeline. Like, start focusing on what this year is about. This year is a 5-year, and it's a year to build. And so last year was the build, the year to collapse. It was the stall. It was a 0 point. This is the year that we begin to build our new ascension lives in the newer timeline. And we're also having just an astrological impact of this Uranus-Saturn square. It's happening through the whole year, and this is in a way compelling us to a drive for greater freedom, but that freedom that is socially responsible. This is where we cannot be all about me, and what I want to gain. This is where we're starting, as you mentioned, Deborah. What is 5D? 5D is moving into living in unity consciousness, where what we experience ripples through the field. Like, we cannot disassociate and say, I'm just going to get what I want, and it doesn't matter what it does to the world or to other people. We are all interconnected, and this unity consciousness that's spreading through the planetary field is helping us realize, if I'm hurting someone, I'm hurting everyone. So this is where we're starting to become more conscious in all of our choices and more compassionate in all of our actions.
Wow, beautiful, Meg. So comprehensive, so deep.
Good.
Appreciate you very much. And I'm sure all of us can agree with all that very deeply. And now I'm going to go back to JJ and Desiree, and they've been on the path for a long time as well. And I know JJ has had some very definite experiences of the ascension process. So
yes,
they've seen, as they've begun way back when teaching this, how it's escalated. And now I'm sure they're seeing also this escalation taking hold and moving forward with all that they're doing. So welcome back. Give us your viewpoint again at the next level of what we need to know from what you're seeing.
Yes, I had the opportunity as a young teacher, professor, to review the ancient sutra or spiritual text of India and the Far East. And I was always intrigued by the references to light beings. We would call them angelic beings in the Western tradition. And I could not reconcile this with traditional science, even though I had a doctorate in social science. I felt the need to explore in prayer. And as you see this gigantic eye behind us, it represents really the opening up of a cosmic eye, a vision that we're all connected. We are one human being on this planet that has the opportunity to see the universe live within and without. And so I began a quest of using sacred mantras, the names of God. And in one particular circumstance, the angelic figure known as Metatron, whose Hebrew name is El Shaddai, manifested. And I was taken into a higher dimension, as Billy Carson mentioned about Sagittarius. That was already written in 1973 in my book. And so I was given 64 areas of future science, things that would come about, even the year 2004, with the events of the government recognizing there were literally extraterrestrial and ultra-terrestrial life forms about Mother Earth. And so we are in the magic time moment of getting, so we say, a balance between the inner and the outer. And this requires really the qualities of great love and great dedication to the entirety of the human race. And that's what I love to hear from the lips of Meg and others like her, who recognize that we must go beyond the old paradigms and see that our incarnation is just the greatest moment of history, to allow the evolutionary ascension process to take place through this gigantic cosmic eye that sees ultimately, as you see on the edges, the hieroglyphic signs and the symbols of other world cultures.
Well, we also consider that picture behind us like a vortex of energy. And if we feel that energy coming over us, we become part of the, we'll say, non-local awareness that takes us into other levels of intelligence. So it comes first from within, as many of the speakers today have said. You have to have that space within. You have to also have the open-mindedness and the wisdom to move forward and to know what's taking place within your lives. And then you have to let go and let God, if one wants to say, and move into those other reality spaces. And I think the new reality spaces are what's taking place in our lives. We're literally letting go of the shoreline. This is a Hopi prophecy, and going with the flow. And that's taking us into new wisdom, new understandings, and also a greater understanding of how we are attaching ourselves to other realms of intelligence, the fifth dimension being only the first. We work with Elizabeth Rauscher in a book we co-wrote together called Mind Dynamics. And it was talking about the eighth dimension. And many scientists are seeing the eighth dimension is really part of the third and fourth dimension, that we're all linked together, except in that space, there is no past, present, and future. So we can have precognition. And people are starting to get this. They're starting to get that awareness of past, present, and also future, not too far into the future, because we all do have free will, but basically that kind of higher understanding that we're connected.
It gives us great happiness to see a new generation of young educators and even scientists who begin to understand the power of remote communication, remote healing, remote viewing, all of these realities that were pioneered by Ingo Swann and Russell Targ. All of these are now changing, as it were, the inner structure of both the world of science as well as traditional religion into a new spirituality. And so for us, this is the great ascension process. As we see here in the mandala behind us, all colors, all shades, all ethnic traditions, all spiritual visions are converging in critical mass. And we must be very careful as we begin to open up the next page of what John the Divine calls the Book of Life, the Bibliotheis Zoes, it was said in ancient Greek, to realize the music of the spheres, that we are vibratory beings. And as we sing the names of the divine, the great master teachers come and work with us as we sing the names of the divine, we have a greater creativity of our heart to reach out and to heal across traditional barriers and boundaries. And as we feel the dance of the cosmos within us, we realize we are being prepared to be cosmic citizens in this great ascension process.
And we certainly are really light beings that are momentarily experiencing this energy here, but it's time also to help transform this planet, because we were given the role of being caretakers of planet Earth. So it's very critical at this time that we put our energy here, but also link ourselves up to the higher identity of who we really are. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you both. Thank you both for all your work for so many years. And I'd like to go back to Camille, who is really on the ground working with the ascension process on a daily basis. She works with all kinds of people in personal sessions, and I know she can see evolution of what's happening now because she facilitates that evolution and has worked for a long time as well on the planet for the ascension process. So Camille, what can you tell us about the next level of the ascension process, and also through working with so many incredible people like you do personally in their own personal process? Need to unmute. Unmute.
My background is a background in psychology, and in that work, I do in-depth transformational clearing sessions with individuals. I really help people to clear the unconscious mind and the unconscious records, because that is the womb of creation. Individuals come through me in waves. There's a healing that happens in an individual, and everybody like it comes through at the same time. I help people to anchor their solar light body and to activate their solar light body. And we do all the work through the Sacred Heart. The Sacred Heart is the ascension chamber, and it unifies past, present, and future, because it is all here, all now, all are one, and one are all. I'm a representative of the Karmic Board of Record Keepers. That's how Spirit says through me. And I bring the unknown into the known. And right now there's this collective monadic activation where people are being asked to awaken and become consciously aware of their multidimensional consciousness. And that, at a human perspective, might be experienced as past lifetimes, childhood places, and future lifetimes. And so I help them to stand in the center of, like, the Metatron's cube, in the center of the 13, and look into all 12 dimensions at once and clear all 12 lifetimes in each of the 12 dimensions. Right now, there's been a collective energy of hundreds of people having to clear wounded lifetimes in Dimension 2 as animals, wounded lifetimes in Dimension 9, and wounded lifetimes in Dimension 11, like a divine 9/11 clearing, emerging from crisis conscious into emergence of divine consciousness. So when people come to me, we begin by healing the sacred heart. Divine Mother came to me and said that every human has a wound in their heart, and Mother Earth has a wound in her heart, and that we have to stop sacrificing ourselves and take up our stewardship of Mother Earth as co-creators. Therefore, we need to open ourselves to receive the infinite supply and the infinite plan, and activate it and anchor it in our bodies by restoring our sacred power. And our power is the power to create and uncreate. So through the power of the spoken word, we can uncreate and release and let go and rescind and undo and forgive the negative energies that are keeping us stuck, such as the traumatic memories from childhood or a previous lifetime. And then through the power of the heart, we can choose the new reality and activate it and ask it to be activated, understood, demonstrated, made known, revealed, and bring forward the new frequencies to bring into form. In this work that we do, we're working on hitting a critical mass consciousness. So what that means is we have to heal more than 51% of our sacred heart by moving into the place of recognizing that all are one and one are all, and that only love is real, and to choose love in every moment. And then we have to heal the sacred mind by giving ourselves permission to choose thought forms that are aligned with the divine plan, recognizing that every thought form we have, every word we speak will go out ahead of us and create what it is in form. Therefore, I teach deliberate conscious intent 24/7, that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, we only choose to speak and say that which is divine and that which is aligned with the divine plan. That we always love ourselves and others and never collapse on ourselves, and choose love in as many ways as possible. And then we take back our power to know as Source knows through the Sacred Heart, the wisdom, the omni records that allow us to access all the lifetimes, past, present, and future. Because the shadow in multiple dimensions has been being used against us. And so we want to go into that place. The shadow is where our greatest treasure is. So as the cosmic radiation, the gamma waves and the light comes from the central universe, activating us, it's lifting up the unconscious into the awareness, and that will manifest what it is outside of us. So many times people will experience traumas that are repeating because karma repeats itself over and over until we identify it and begin to create a new reality and choose that. And so when we clear the traumas, then we're clearing the records out of the DNA, but we have to create the new reality by choosing what to put back in, and that is the divine plan. So we're going to clear the old energy, we're going to consciously choose the new, and we're going to set ourselves up for success by thanking our higher self and source for bringing that to us and doing the conscious everyday work to build momentum to that frequency. The unconscious mind is the womb of creation, and it is reprogrammed through repetition and through energetic psychology techniques. So these techniques are just really moving into the sacred heart, moving into the DNA, moving into the body parts through somatic conscious awareness, talking to them, communing with all that is within and all that is without, and really stepping into our stewardship to restore the divine life of the living light, the Sophia Christos, the living light of the ascension. Every single thing on planet Earth has consciousness, and humans are the communicators with it. And as a human communes with the plants, the animals, the air, the wind, the fire, the earth, we can give it permission to shift form and shape and come into its higher form as intended. And that is part of what we're intended to do, to not only talk to the energy within us, but the energy without us, but all in alignment with the divine plan and that which serves the highest good of all, which is the highest good of one, which is the one ascension of Mother Earth. And this is the work that I do every day in depth with individuals in intense sessions to bring the unknown to the known and to heal and do, especially those individuals who are manifesting serious illnesses and diseases. Because many times when we're experiencing trauma and disease, we're storing other people's energy in our body. We're bound to soul groups from other timelines. And so when we identify those and clear those, then we are free, and the light body is able to anchor, and our light quotient increases, and we experience eternal peace and bliss. And finally, we get to just have that samadhi, that bliss, that experience that we're intended to have. There are as many ways as there are people to do this work. And I'm just very thankful that Source has given this gift and allowed me to be the representative of this energy to support and help people. And I'm thankful for all these other panelists too. They're amazing. So thank you.
Thank you, Camille, and thank you for all your work, your amazing healing work that you do. So much appreciation. And now we're back to Billy. All right, Billy. What I love about you is you have such an incredible knowledge of the past ancient civilizations that have gone through escalated periods like this. Maybe not quite. And so comparing what's happened in the past and comparing what's happening now that's very similar to those highly escalated times. And so I'd love some perspective on that and whatever else you feel inspired to share now at this time of the next level of ascension information. And you have to unmute. Thank you.
So thank you. So what's happening to us now is part of a cycle. Everything, including the global warming, is actually part of a cycle. And we know this by looking at the ice core samples. We discover that we're right on target with the global warming cycle. As a matter of fact, this is not even the hottest cycle of global warming that this planet has ever seen. And so as you go deep into the ancient text, the further back you go, you start to recognize the signs of rise and falls of civilizations. And you can see where there have been some peaks of civilizations going back about 36 to 40,000 years ago. There was another peak where the people of the land of Kem, which actually were the Dogon tribe, where they originally started out ruling over the land of Kem, or living in the land of Kem, had achieved a golden age early, a little bit ahead of the rest of the world. As a matter of fact, so much so that the other peoples of the world, other tribes and other peoples, started to observe them, and all they did was focus on enlightenment, spirituality, arts and sciences, astronomy. And they realized that these people didn't have a military, they didn't have police, they didn't have crime, they didn't have a jail. And so unfortunately, they took advantage of that and took over the land of Kem. And the people that did survive ended up migrating out to Mali, Africa, which is where the Dogon are right now. And then much later on, you get into the dynastic era, but Egypt had been overthrown 7 times, since its inception. A lot of people didn't really know that. But each time, not almost every time, but at least 4 of those times, they had achieved their own mini golden age. So many golden ages can kind of exist without the rest of the population of the planet actually even being a part of it. But outside of that, the Mayans had alluded to the fact that there had been already 4 worlds and we're heading into the 5th. And so we're talking about now a global cycle of rise and fall through the yugas, which is what the Indians or the Vedas talk about. We're talking about the rise and fall of civilizations, all from the bronze going all the way back up into another golden age. And so, but what's interesting is when I research these texts, tablets, cylinder scrolls, I've gone through over 1,000 of these things now. and, all the books and scriptures and papyruses and everything that I've researched and gone all around the planet, what it seems to me is that there is this rise and fall of civilizations, but there is nowhere written that you have to fall again. I haven't been able to find it. There's no universal law that says this civilization, when it reaches a certain point, it's got to collapse. And so I think our mission right now here is so vital, because we have at our fingertips the ability to really look back into the ancient past, which is why I'm so passionate about it, and really begin to discover and find out all the little intricate things that went wrong back then, all the things that we didn't do right, or the mistakes that were made by our ancestors, so that we can correct them. Another thing that we have to do as well is, which is like why I like a lot of the panelists here today, we have to clear out these past traumas, because those past traumas are also keeping us in this cycle, this loop. And so when you look into the science of epigenetics and you discover that your ancestors' memories are in your body right now, peer-reviewed science, 15 to 20 generations of your ancestors' traumas and even the environmental conditions that they experienced are inside of each one of our bodies. And the thing about that is they will continue to persist if we don't clear them out. And to do that, you have to rewrite your DNA. And to do that, you need to take a journey to inner space. You have to learn meditations, and you also have to do positive affirmations. Positive affirmations 3 to 6 times a day, vocally out loud for 21 days, begins the rewriting process, getting into a high frequency vibration. We hear people talk about that all the time. The ancients knew exactly how to do it. They understood physics. They understood light wave propagation. And so light waves propagate through the universe, and they have an amplitude and a wavelength. And so every thought that we think creates a wave of what? A wave of light. An electromagnetic wave leaves out of your skull, just like radio waves from I Love Lucy shows in the 1960s are still propagating through space right now. Those are waves of light. We call them radio waves. Same thing happens when you think. And the proof of this is if I put a cap on your head with electrodes on it or sensors, I can connect that cap to a computer and I can see what's going on in your brain. And so because of this, we have to be careful of all of our self-talk, because even when we're not speaking aloud, the things that we're thinking in our mind are escaping out into the universe. And the beautiful thing about the universe, and the not so beautiful thing in some weird way, is it will give you back whatever frequency you're at. So now when we put these caps on and we test people's minds for emotional states, and we see when they're in the mindset of fear, which is what primarily the media uses to keep us in a fear mode, fear and fight, fright and flight, anxiety, PTSD, begging and hoping and wishing, and all these mindsets, they keep you in a low frequency vibration where you have the amplitude very high, but you have the wavelength spread out very far apart. So as these light waves leave your skull and undulate through space, they actually are creating or linking up with or entangling with other low frequency light waves. And in my opinion, that's where you see a person that continuously has low frequency law of attraction happening. You ever call somebody and every time you talk to them, they've always got a bad news. They always got a bad story to tell you. They never have anything good to say. That's because they're stuck in that low frequency mind state. That frequency is low. That oscillation is low. It's quantum entangling with things in the universe that are bringing back the same exact low frequency result. And so to get into a high frequency state, you got to be vibrating at a high frequency. To do that, you have to be in a state of unconditional love. You have to be in a state of service to others. You have to be happy with yourself, self-knowledge, self-love, and these things, and also commanding and being empowered, understanding the true power that's inside of you. Not that you're commanding like as if you're the creator of the universe, because we're all co-creators, but commanding and understanding that your prayer shouldn't be begging and hoping. Your prayer should be understanding that divine power that's already in you is part of you. That spark is part of you. And so now, instead of hoping and begging, commanding and seeing the end before the end, like the ancients knew. And that's a high frequency vibration mind state that will create an amplitude and wavelength that's very short and close together, creating what we call a high frequency. And that high frequency is going to attract to you other high frequency things. The law of attraction is going to bring back to you high frequency things that are going to happen in your life. Opportunities are going to open, doors are going to open. All kind of great things are going to happen when you're in a high frequency mind state. And this is all backed by what I say, neuroscience and spirituality. are together. They both describe one another. And so I really think that the ancients had this down pat. These are some of the things we can learn from them, from some of the cultures that had achieved these semi-golden age, time periods within a reasonable, not too far amount of time in the past for us. And we can learn from that, and we can obtain or help usher mankind back into a golden age that could be sustained and break this loop.
Wow, that sounds fabulous. I think we're all up for that. That's what we came for this planet at this time.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Billy.
Thank you.
And Mirabai, you specialize in frequency. That's what Divine Light is all about, to really raise people's frequency up to the next level. So I'd love you to share more about that and about your Divine Light and how that blends with what's going on now with the ascension on the planet.
Thank you, Deborah. Well, first of all, I've had the great blessing to, since I was a very young child, to work with these divine masters and ultra-terrestrials and light beings and angelic beings. And so what I was trained in was in frequencies and adjusting the human energy grid to upgrade it to a higher grid of energy to be able to receive more light frequencies. And of course, part of that is through the rewiring and regridding of the human electrical system. Part of it is that I was taught how to transmit light into the human anatomy and physiology and upgrade the frequency of a human being, as well as transmute negativity or darkness into light. And part of that transmutational process is working with these beings that are really in higher dimensions and yet are beaming through into this third dimension, and that are working with many different aspects of light codes and light frequencies to upgrade human beings to be in a more positive consciousness, to be more blissful, to be in a more open-hearted state of unconditional love, and to work with the higher intelligence and higher consciousness. And so part of my work is to not just to open the heart, but also to expose human beings through the light frequencies to higher states of consciousness or samadhi, or uniting with oneness or the God self within them, or the accessing the state of heaven within them. Because heaven is not just a place, actually, or a location, it's a state of consciousness. And the higher worlds or the higher realms are very much within. And they are also states of consciousness, and the angelic beings and ultra-terrestrials that live in these realms also dwell in states of consciousness and are aspects or qualities or vibrational frequencies of the divine. And these beings build planets, they create universes. And so when we come into human form, and as we have come into the third dimension, many human beings are coming from different planets and different galaxies and different realms, and certainly some are coming recycled through different incarnations on Earth, but some are coming through recycling through different incarnations on different planets, and some from higher worlds. And so we've come here together with contracts to specifically awaken during this time. And so I feel that transmitting the frequencies of higher consciousness and divine light, and bringing humans into contact with these divine beings and ultra-terrestrials and light beings and angelic beings and awakened beings, it's giving humans the opportunity that have come here from all over the universe or from different realms to go through this particular moment in time in our history of awakening. And so what I'm seeing is the acceleration of the awakening and the acceleration of the ascension has been contracted to. And as some of the other speakers were saying, the acceleration of the ascension is happening because so many have contracted to come during this time to experience this awakening, not only within themselves, but also this awakening of Mother Earth. And we're coming here collectively to steward and support Mother Earth to help her through this ascension process. And so it's a choice for individuals at this time to stop focusing on their negative belief systems, to stop focusing on their conditioning, and to actually make choices to step into new belief structures and into higher consciousness, and to choose bliss and peace and love and joy over these negative patterns and programs that have recycled across lifetime after lifetime, incarnation after incarnation. And so one of the tools or techniques that I utilize to help people to transcend these stuck blockages or these places inside of them where they have forgotten or they're unable to transmute themselves is through the transmission of the divine light, and also bringing in these very high frequencies of these qualities of the divine mother or the divine feminine that are self-love and self-nurturing and self-respect and self-acceptance and honoring oneself, through forgiveness and compassion, and opening the heart, and finding that many beings are able to quickly remember why they're here and why they've come. And I'm certainly witnessing that it's happening very fast collectively around the planet, and the choices are being made for humans to wake up now. And we give thanks and gratitude for everyone serving their part, because everyone is playing their role. The forces of darkness are playing their role, and the forces of light are certainly playing their role in this global awakening of really forcing souls to make the choice to step now into the ascension process and into the light, and to raise their vibrational frequencies into the light. And so this is something I was trained for from really a very young age, 3 years old, for this work that this mission that I've been serving for the past 30, 35 years to awaken humanity. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Mirabai. Thank you so much. So much wisdom from all of you, such high level wisdom and such incredible work that you all do. Appreciating you all so much. And we'll go one more round, and I'd like you to bring it to the practical, because we're here for our own ascension process as well as understanding what's going on. So what tips and practices and direction can you give to all of us here now that can really facilitate our ascension process, especially with this incredible opportunity that we have now of this accelerated times? And then also, before you leave, give some information about what you offer, so that if people want to study with you or do sessions with you or get your books, please share that. I'll also be posting your links in the chat room again, so people can connect with you if they want to continue with you for their studies of the ascension process. So Meg, we'll begin with you with best tools and tips that people can utilize at this time.
Okay, yes. Well, as I mentioned, I had my awakening in January 1994, and very quickly I realized that my light body blueprint was activating, and I had a whole different life plan than I thought I was going to be doing, and it was going to be ascension work. And I had some personal visitations with Archangel Metatron, and he was guiding me how to use Metatron's Q portal in a way to activate the quantum vortex around our energy field and use it as a tool to be able to use it to spin out and clear energies, and use it to pull in more light and more of the soul presence. And so it's connecting, of course, with the 12 dimensions and the 12 feet harmonics and the 12 crystalline light beings. And so it's been a whole process that I've been doing for almost 30 years. And applying this, I have been applying it on myself all this time, and then also offering it in self-study courses, helping people be able to learn how to apply it, and then also training, certifying practitioners so that they can also use this gift that we've received from Metatron to be able to help and support all the souls who are really passionate about this ascension process. I've been given the name is Quantum Access of this modality. And so some of the things that we've been doing, it really seems to be kind of coming up in the last couple of years, as we've been mentioning, is getting into, it's kind of the different levels of trauma. We have the kind of the psychological level of trauma, and then getting into the emotional level of trauma. We're finally getting into the biochemical level and getting into the physical body, where we're holding it literally in our organs and in our chakras, and getting the physical cleansing, the physical trauma clearing happening as well. This is a whole process of learning how to kind of pull away from the ancestral programming and patterning and operating systems, and starting to activate your own soul code, your own soul blueprint, your own soul operating system, starting to live according to your life plan and not what's been enforced on us from birth. So we focus on trauma clearing. We work on dismantling and disentangling from the family systems. And we begin this process of integrating the soul presence into the body, bringing the human self and the soul self together to live as one. And this is such a game changer, because once you begin to learn how to master the ego and kind of give the life over to the soul wisdom now, the soul guidance, the soul passion and purpose, everything starts to move into more of a coherent flow. You're not in all of that kind of battle zone with the polarities anymore. The flow really starts, the quantum flow really starts to support you. And you're opening and receiving the abundance from the universe, whereas before, when we're in that battle, we can't receive anything. So everything improves, but you start to speak the soul. You start to see through the eyes of your soul. Your heart's radiating the soul. This is where we're converting literally to become divine humans. It's an incredible process, and the benefits are immeasurable. And so I offer the services in several ways. I do one-on-one private sessions. I do a monthly global activation, international global activations, where we work both with personal healing, clearing, and then we work on the planetary field and the planetary consciousness. We do a lot of gateway work in the planetary activations. I also I have a book that's at my website. I do download meditations as well, that you can work with this technique on your own. And then of course I have my academy. And so it's the Quantum Access Academy, where you can do deep dive self-study courses, or also take a look at my practitioner certification course. So this is all there. It's like Metatron has gifted us this powerful tool. I call it an Ascension tool, really. It's such a gift that we can jump right in and get started. And if you are interested in learning more, you can just go to my website, megbenedict.com, and there's all kinds of information there for you. You can sign up and get a free download of a meditation in my ebook. So lots there to get started with. But thank you again for having me on the panel, Deborah.
Thank you, Meg. Amazing as always.
Thank you.
And JJ and Desiree, I know you have a lot that you offer people and a lot of advice. So share with us.
Well, I want to start with the fact that love is really the key to everything that we really need. But we add to that, because to be able to sustain that love and project that love and to receive that love, you also need wisdom. I think Meg was also kind of indicating some of that as well. So that wisdom is really what we're working with. It's an ancient wisdom, and it's also a divine wisdom. It's wisdom because Dr. Hurtak had this unique experience where he was taken beyond this planetary system, beyond the extraterrestrial, into the ultra-terrestrial, connected with Enoch and Metatron, and seeing really what is up there, and coming back in the 70s, of course, and talking about, past, present, and future of this planet. And that the fact is, we are in a time of change. This planet is going through changes. We're going through changes. So once we're aware of that, we can really take that understanding and figure out, what can we really do to improve not only ourselves, but the collective. Because what he saw when he was on the other side was that really these ultra-terrestrial beings work in collective harmony. you have groups and orders, and you have Trinity powers, and you have all these different aspects. And we work how on this planet? We basically work as individuals. So it's that transformation of seeing how we are more really, if we're going to grow, if we're going to be part of that divine multidimensional reality. Yes, we develop our soul. I think that's a great thing. We also, in our cosmology, relate the soul to the spirit to join together, because we feel soul is one thing. This is an ancient Kabbalistic notion, and spirit, and the two need to relate together. It's, in a sense, connecting with our higher over self body. That's one of the books you mentioned in our introduction. We wrote a book called The Over Self Awakening. And we feel that's what people are doing, because the physical self is like this big, and the over self is much, much grander. The consciousness self is even more grander. And the higher dimensional realities we connect with is even more vast. And we have access to all that reality. But we've been told, you know, we're just an individual, we're just living in this three-dimensional reality, or fourth dimension, if you look at time, and that's all we are. And so our cosmology is really to try to awaken people to realize their higher selves, but also their collective family. The spiritual family is really what's developing right now, we believe, as well.
That comes through the light body, the activation and the ascension of the light body. And Desiree and I have had the privilege of working with some of the best artists and musicians throughout the world to raise global consciousness. This is so important because we are trained literally to use only one half of our brain. One interesting realization from Stanford Research Institute scientists was that we are multidimensional, but we are also non-local here as well as throughout the universe through a higher vibratory consciousness. And it's the activation of that we feel will eliminate the tragedy, the pushback, the negativity that will happen if we do not see the gifts of divine spirit working within us. And this is why Archangel Metatron said, concentrate on the sacred names of God, concentrate on the Kadosh, Kadosh, Kadosh mantra. Kadosh meaning holy and holistic of all humanity that wants to awaken from its sleep. And so we were an opportunist, in unique opportunities, I should say, to see things of the future before they happen, including the finding of the pyramids on Mars that confirm ancient African teachings that we had at one time civilizations between the inner planets of our solar system. We have had the opportunity to work with great orchestras throughout the world. And this is so important to raise consciousness that we must weave this great DNA, RNA music in the hearts and minds of people in all cultures, because this is authentically the great ascension.
And we believe it's really important to work on ourselves, as really many of you have said, and to get rid of the negativity and the lower thought forms. But at the same time, what do we replace them with? And I think that's what we're also working with, bringing forth the higher divine mind that can indwell within us. And it's thought forms from the greater realms of the divine cosmos. And that's why we use meditation, which really I know Billy also mentioned is key, and also sacred expressions. You can be in silent meditation, that's fine, that's also perfect, but align yourself with your higher self that has that knowledge. And I often say, what's in the 8th to the 24th dimensions that the Keys of Enoch talk about? It's not just us, it's myriads of other beings. And those beings are also here to try to help us, to bring us into a higher awareness within ourselves, and to also guide and lead us, really spiritual guides, on a moment by moment basis. And we use remote viewing. That's part of our work and our teaching, but also we can do that on a higher level where we literally are connected with our higher selves to know every moment of our lives what we are to do and how to align with the Most High. We give that Most High multiple names, and we also ask people to call upon those divine names in their meditations. We've put out many musical pieces, one with Steve Halper in the past that's been very popular, and also a new one that we're coming out with Steve as well, but many other music meditations.
In fact, we work with one of the great teachers, Mirabai is connected with Howard Wills, and we orchestrated the music of healing through what is called the wings of healing.
And which are affirmations, positive affirmations, even connected with the Ho'oponopono.
So it's music plus sacred expressions, plus divine utterances, plus divine names. It's a whole teaching of this great mandala of life that's behind us, the opening of the higher mind, the opening of the inner eye allows us to see and to know and to quicken, as it were, the proper knowledge in balance, what the ancients called peace and harmony, pax et concordia, must reign supreme in our hearts if we are going to see this change into global ascension.
And literally come into that peace that passes all human understanding.
The Christ figure taught us, who said also, my Father's house is a house of many mansions. We began to see these other dimensional realities as something that opens us up to cosmic citizenship. What happens through ascension is we are prepared to go to the greater divine families and work and celebrate by the language experience, by the life experience, by the healing and forgiveness experience we enjoy here in this body of incarnation. So this is the larger tree of life. This is the larger cosmic eye. This is the larger scenario that brings us all together on this program.
And so realize we are all one being of light. We can all interconnect. We're all entangled with one another, but we also are entangled with our spiritual family, with the divine. And so that's part of our work, to look in both places, literally on this planet, but also and within, but also in the higher realms.
El Adonai, the sacred name that Metatron used, bless the divine within us.
And so you can find more of our teaching at keysofenoch.org, all of our music, our books, and our videos.
Thank you both. Thank you for your tremendous work for so many years. Wonderful. And Camille, so what are the best tools, tips, and practices on the Ascension path? And share us about what you offer.
Thank you very much. So in the process of anchoring the light body and moving into our higher consciousness as our divine mind, one of the tools is to practice freedom and sovereignty, where we're doing our work to recognize when we're holding other people's energies in our bodies, or we have psychic cords. So we're doing the work to send home to other people their energies and bring home to our own energy, so we're in our own strong column of light. For us to be free and sovereign in communities, we have to be free and sovereign as individuals. The next thing is really working with the Rainbow Bridge, and the Rainbow Bridge is called the Antakarana. So we're really opening up to receive the fullness of the downflow of the life force energy in the practice of being fully embodied and inviting the higher self to reside in every cell and every chakra equally and take up the space by bringing that higher consciousness down, and also the process of higher self and source, the energies that have been sitting inside of us for transmutation and clearing. In addition to that, really taking up our personal power as co-creators, where we're doing our work to set our intent and thank our higher self for bringing it into form. No longer do we have to do the same ways, means, and measures, because there's an update of all ways and means and measures, moving from our ego mind to our higher mind, where our purpose is to co-create by thanking Source for bringing something into form. So thank you, higher self, for the love I have today. Thank you for the freedom. Thank you for the joy. Thank you for going out ahead of me and removing the obstacles and anything that is untrustworthy and bringing to me that which is trustworthy. Because it's an immediate manifestation of your sacred heart desire if there is no unconscious energy blocking it. So in that process, I teach people how to use their body pendulum and really ask their God self in their heart what their yes is and what their no is. And by tuning into that inner body pendulum, we can access the records of past, present, and future, because many humans have to clear lifetimes as negative agenda beings, or lifetimes with family members, community members, where in another lifetime they had a negative interaction. So today that is being used against them, but it's really not valid in the now. So when we go into the past lifetimes, present lifetimes, and future lifetimes, and invite that part of our soul to unify, to free the other souls, to forgive them, to release them, and ask the souls in those lifetimes to free us, forgive us, and release us. In addition to that, we're unifying the lifetimes where we play the part of a negative being and the lifetimes where we play the part of a positive being through the one unified heart in the now for the highest good of the one ascension, or for the organic timelines, because all are one and one are all. And in addition to that, I teach people how to do that daily work of setting their intent, of bringing their higher self into their body. Shifting the 8 to the infinite, being two people at once, the person experiencing your reality, which may not be joyful, but loving it and accepting it, and the person choosing to create the new reality, sitting side by side. We are never powerless. And in fact, divine justice always comes with opportunity. So if we feel like there's no power or no choice, we can open the door to the infinite universe and ask that multiple answers, solutions, and options reveal themselves for the highest good, and then begin to take that. When we're doing our affirmations and asking for the new energy, a lot of times we have fear, skepticism, doubt. So if we acknowledge it when we have it, I open myself to forgive. Part of me doesn't believe it, but I'm still open to it. So I thank my higher self for doing it. So really allowing ourselves to be the human who may not be experiencing the divine plan yet, while we're standing in our divinity as our higher self, choosing to co-create the divine plan and just sitting them side by side. Heaven is not intended to be above earth. It's side by side now. So we're going to shift that heaven above earth to the infinite, to the infinity symbol, and be the two people at once. Really working with transmutation and the violet flame and teaching individuals how to transmute by releasing and letting go and giving up the old energies and asking them to be shifted in form and shape and be brought back into the highest form in the now. So we can activate that golden age of enlightenment. Claiming our cosmic sight and taking back our power to see as source sees. Really aligning the chakras every day and making sure that they're clear and aligned and a balance with our highest good. Because if there's an unconscious energy in our body, it's manifesting in our outer life, and karma repeats itself over and over. So when we become conscious of a pattern, we can transmute it and activate the new energy that is aligned with the divine plan. The new energies aligned with the divine plan are often considered the 12 virtues of source, which comes through in many spiritual philosophies. And anytime you're working with those 12 virtues, those are your divine birthrights. The divine birthrights are intended to happen. So teaching individuals how to claim and activate their divine birthrights of unconditional, eternal, transfiguring love, of the power to create and uncreate through the power of the spoken word, and of the divine wisdom to know as source and tune in to the omni records of all space and time. Working with the immaculate concept, where one part of life holds the thought form of purity for and on behalf of another part of life. Now, Divine Mother, as Queen of Heaven, has asked me to teach the immaculate concept to individuals because it is our opportunity to hold the space of purity for those who do not have that yet. And oftentimes people come to me and say, well, how I can do this for myself, but how do I help my family? And one of the ways to help our friends and family is to activate the divine plan. So if somebody is suffering, or we can activate harmony, peace, and understanding in them. We can thank source energy for restoring the divine plan and activating unconditional love or any other of the divine qualities and asking it to be demonstrated there. And then really upgrading ourselves, calling forward our original innocence in its upgraded form. It is very important that we realize that we are originally at some level divine and pure, and we are intended to be divine and pure and not to hold on to the negative frequencies and qualities that we have bound ourselves to. And then every day is the new day with the new way. So every day is the new day with an opportunity to choose again. Do you choose the divine plan or do you not choose the divine plan? In this work, we gain mastery of mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual mastery. The soul's records are located in the mental records, the emotional records, and the physical records. So really going in and finding out where the unconscious energies are, identifying them, and then thanking them for being transmuted and replacing with the divine plan. These are some of the skills that I teach every day to individuals. I do a class once a week called the Daily Place for Enlightening Life, which teaches basic daily self-care routines and rituals to be free and to consciously co-create and to be aligned with the divine plan. I also teach an in-depth course called Removing Obstacles for Success, which teaches a multidimensional healing technique to clear the soul's records for all past, present, and future lifetimes, and to restore the divine plan. And the book that I've written is Heaven on Earth, Just for Being. It's a light activation playbook. We're really intended to play and have fun, not work. And our manifestation happens just for being. No longer do we have to work extra hard and run that marathon and prove ourselves. Rather, we just need to center in our heart and choose what serves the good, and then thank higher self for bringing it into form, and then be receptive to receive it and take action on it as guided. Every human is valuable, sacred, and worthy, and part of the plan. Each of us is storing a piece of the records, a piece of the puzzle. And when humans wake up to the awareness that they were in Atlantis, or they were in Lemuria, or they are an angel of a certain ray, that they were betrayed in that time, not only does the negative energies repeat. Cosmic history. The cosmic history is in the process of being turned on in every human. So we can activate the 12 psychic antenna, restore our sacred heart Taurus, and turn on that heart Taurus, the star Merkaba, as our light ship to be a whole and sacred being. And these are some of the things that I teach every day, including spiritual and psychic development. And I just love the ascension of Mother Earth and working for the Divine Mother. It's my passion, and it's the only thing I do now. It's all for the one ascension of Mother Earth. Everything in the now is important for that process. Only love is real. Every day, choose more love, not less. If you don't know how, just be open to it and thank your higher self for doing it. Love yourself, love others, love yourself. Only love is real. And Spirit always says all is revealed in light, all is healed in light, and all is liberated in light. So when you do light affirmations every day and you ask that light, 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 I am light, light is produced at the center of my bones. It bursts forth from every molecule of my being. I radiate light, I emanate light, I magnify light. Light, 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 I am light. That turns on the codes of immortality. That restores your body to its intended form. It helps you to be resurrected, transfigured, and brought into your highest intended form in the now. Only love is real. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Bless you, Camille. That's beautiful. All of you are so amazing. Thank you so much. And we've got Billy again. All right, Billy, what are your words of wisdom for the now?
Well, that was great. Everybody on this panel is so amazing. You know, one thing I keep hearing resonate with everyone is the fact that seek the light, and we are light beings. And that really truly is accurate on a scientific level, on a quantum physical level. We human beings are made of light. Matter of fact, everything in this entire universe is made of light. But because of wave particle duality, we truly understand and know now that we are truly beings of light, literally. Mm-hmm. And not only are we beings of light, literally, but we are extremely powerful. We have 37.5 trillion cells in our body. And each one of those cells actually holds 0.07 volts of electricity. That's a total of 2.63 trillion volts of electricity in one person's body. We are literally a walking nuclear explosion. We are truly powerful beings. And a lot of people don't realize how much power that really truly is in them. When you say the power is in you, sometimes we don't really understand what that means. So if you understand the power truly is in you, this is where the energy for Reiki healing comes from. These volts are stored around the cell walls, and through Reiki and Qigong, you're able to maneuver that energy through the body, up and down the chakra system, into the hands, and actually utilize it for healing and other things. So The power literally is in us, and we have to understand that the power is in us. Also, I would tell people to forgive yourself. Don't wait on an exterior deity to come down and forgive you for anything. Forgive yourself. You were sent here to forgive yourself, and you were sent here to also save yourself. I learned this myself as a child growing up in the ghettos of Miami. There was nobody coming to save me until I made an active, conscious decision to change my reality and put action behind that using Hermetic principles of cause and effect. Then and only then was I able to get out of my situation or start to pave the way to get out of my situation. Save yourself and forgive yourself. Until you forgive yourself, you're never going to truly feel healed on the inside. Forgive yourself for whatever it is. Admit your wrongdoings and admit openly, be honest with yourself and forgive yourself. And if you do that, I think you're on the path. A lot of us are already on this path to true enlightenment, and ascension is a process. We will be born again many times in this lifetime, because being born again has nothing to do with getting water on your body and getting dipped in water and oceans and so forth. Being born again has to do with achieving a higher level of consciousness and being able to look back on the previous level you were at and see it from a higher dimension of thought. And when you do that, that means you were born again, and you'll be born again as long as you stay on the path many, many times in this lifetime. So everyone, just have an amazing, blessed ascension process. And I'm looking forward to seeing where humanity goes as we enter into the true age of Aquarius. Thank you. By the way, let me tell you where you could find me. You can go to forbiddenknowledge.com. And also, I do have my own TV network, Forbidden Knowledge, with the number 4, forbiddenknowledge.tv. It's on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, iOS and Android apps. And currently, we have 6,000 shows up there now. And by this time next year, we should be at around 15,000 shows, all conscious, all safe shows and content for the entire family. Thank you.
And his link is in the chat box. Thank you, Billy. All right, one more. Mirabai, we'd love to hear your tips for us now and what you have to offer.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you. So in 1992, when I was in India and I had my awakening, my biggest spiritual awakening in Goa, I really left the third dimensional world and went into a unified state of consciousness or oneness, and merged into, I could honestly say, merged into the universal self. And at that point, I was able to see that everything is an expression of divine love, of pure unconditional love, and that there's only one being, and that one being is experiencing itself in a multitude of different forms. And as that one being downgrades and descends into and through the dimensions, ultimately into the physical worlds of duality, the soul is gathering and gaining experiences and lessons and learning about itself in a whole myriad of different forms. And through that process, we certainly pick up an ego, a personality, a lineage. We pick up karma. Even taking on a body is karma. And for all the incarnations that souls rotate through, gathering more and more and more heaps of karma, we reach a certain point where we come into this world and into this lifetime to do the work. And so really my work and what I would share as tips are that the first one, and the work that I share with my people, are transcending the ego. So moving beyond an ego-based identity, thinking that you are what your ego's plan is for your life, what your ego tells you are in terms of limitation, and how the ego drives the bus. So when we transcend the ego and we come into the realization that we're not limited to this individual self, but that we are this cosmic self, we are this divine light being, that we are incarnated into form, and being able to embrace this higher consciousness and recognize that there is, like you said, this small self and big self, these two senses of self, and that when we can listen to the soul's guidance and access the truth of the soul and the inner guidance that is coming directly from the God self within and from our team of guides, then we're able to actually move out of this separation, duality-based ego suffering, which brings so much pain and limitation. And in order to do that, we need to cleanse the lineage karma. We need to, of our ancestors. We also need to cleanse our past life karma, and we need to cleanse the karma of this lifetime. And that happens through past life regression. It happens through soul retrieval and accessing the different aspects of the soul that have gotten stuck in trauma, locked in time and space, and freeing the individual from those traumatic timelines. That is extremely helpful because we get belief structures coming from other places, other realms, other dimensions, other family members. We carry illness for family members that is not even our own. And so all of that needs to get cleansed and released, and through those practices. And then we also need to remove many different implants and entities, negative energies, and so forth that we've gathered across incarnations that are attached to us, whatever you want to call them, lineage patterns and so forth. So releasing and identifying and clearing those belief structures and energy attachments is a huge part of the work that I do, whether it's through light transmission to break up those patterns and structures, or to actually access that soul's awareness or intelligence to release what it's been holding on to from multiple timelines, because we are multidimensional beings. And certainly when I had my awakening, I went into multidimensional reality. So I no longer see just the third dimensional frequencies, but I see the individual on all their multidimensional levels, including the level of their higher self. So uniting the individual or uniting you with your higher self, clearing the multidimensional traumas and structures that are attached, and then being able to supply enough higher light frequency and enough higher light consciousness in training the individual or you through guided visualizations and meditations, which are very powerful restructuring practices, because the subconscious mind doesn't know the difference between whether you're visualizing you're in a place or whether you're actually there. So we create through our visualization and cleansing the subconscious mind of a lot of the sabotaging structures and belief systems, as well as those multiple lifetimes and timelines that are pulling us into other distractions or negative realities. And then training the individual on how to manifest through positive thought, word, and action, through the practice, continual daily spiritual practice of forgiveness, not only forgiving those that have hurt you, but especially forgiving yourself, and releasing all the perpetrators from all timelines and the whole victim perpetrator model, which is so up right now during the ascension process in 2021 and the whole pandemic, and releasing these structures of victimization and coming into becoming a co-creator and actually operating from your higher self and from your higher creativity and the aspects of the choices you make to live in freedom and sovereignty and to operate from the higher self and soul and from these new positive energies. So that takes practicing a lot of daily compassion with self and continuously doing practices like forgiveness prayers, mantras, affirmations, guided visualizations, listening to sound frequencies, receiving light transmissions, and opening to the ultra terrestrials and the light beings and the divine beings and masters, Buddhas and archangels that are around us that are constantly guiding us to a higher level of operating from. And so uniting individuals with those teams that are around them and releasing the negative contracts so that we can operate from these higher levels, specifically through teaching individuals these practices to maintain after I help support them in cutting the cords, releasing the contracts, opening their heart, connecting with their higher self, cleansing and clearing and transmuting that mountain of karma that we are here to transmute, and remembering our soul's true divine blueprint and our true divine nature, which is where we come into these higher frequencies of learning how to create through joy and love and an open heart, and even coming into bliss and realizing that we can live in this state of heaven on earth because it's a state of consciousness. through freeing and cutting these webs with these negative models that we've been carrying. So it's time to let go of the old, come into the new, and let it all go and surrender to the divine light, to the higher consciousness, to the divine mother. And I am certainly in service to the divine mother, the great cosmic mother, and her will and her plan and her agenda for the earth during this time of the ascension. And that includes Mother Earth. And so as an instrument for divine mother and the divine light, I am certainly surrendered to working with individuals all over the world to learn these tools and spiritual practices, and to do the work on them, not only to give them the techniques for ascension and the spiritual practices, but I also include individual spiritual readings, as well as very specific energy work sessions where I'm working with a very large group of light beings to clear these kinds of things that I've mentioned and transmute these past life karmas and personal karmas. So I would just say that after working with individuals for over 30 years all over the world in the process of transformation, both individuals and groups, I'd say the most important thing of all is to really realize you've suffered enough and that it's time to embrace the process of turning inward and listening to your inner guidance and following step by step the guidance of these divine beings and of your God self, and to really activate this new way of living where you can make a conscious choice moment by moment to live in love and to actually let go of the past. So I'd say that those are really the foundations for awakening and the foundations for ascension. And through divine light transmissions and these other tools and you know, many other things that are being offered, you can accelerate your evolution very rapidly, which of course brings up all kinds of karma from the subconscious and from the being to be released into the light. And so you're never alone. There are teams of light beings that are there to aid and assist you, and to know that you are an embodiment of love. And there is no, actually in reality, there is nothing but love. Only love is real. Thank you.
Thank you, Mirabai. Thank you so much. And thank you, everyone. This was amazing, as I knew it would be. Thank you so much for your undying service and work and all your wisdom. We're definitely going to have to do this again, because this really inspires hope and clarity of the birth canal that we're really in, instead of what we might assume otherwise. So thank you so much. I also want to share with people that I do with a team an incredible show every Saturday night called Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe. Everyone here has been on the show before, and it covers so many different topics. On May 29th, the theme will be making contact with our galactic family. And we'll have on Whitley Strieber, Alan Steinfeld, Daniel Sheehan, Mark Sims. I'll post this in the chat room right now, so I invite you to join us. And again, thank you and so much love to all of you for your work, for your mission, for our community, for the consciousness. And thank you, Neil, for this conference and this opportunity. And I will pass it over to Neil again.
Thank you so much, Deborah.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Deborah. Goodbye.
Great job.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, so amazing. Thank you so much for just that energy and the inspiration that this event is really all about, you know, and having the Ascension panel today, I feel was just, you know, intuitively guided. Definitely had to happen like this, because we're dealing with so much information here, right? And ultimately, I like to say so often, what's the foundation of everything that we're doing in regards to disclosure, exposing truths, exposing sometimes difficult to accept truths. It's not about installing fear or making us feel we're hopeless. It's about giving us inspiration and awareness and information so that we can reclaim our sovereignty and be the caretakers of this earth. And that's what I feel we just did right now, Deborah. So thank you so much.
Yes. Love you, Neil.
Love you too. Okay, we'll talk soon. All right, everybody. What a beautiful day. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Day 2 is almost over, everybody. That was great. We had a long day here. We're going over because the content will just keep coming. In about 30 minutes from now, we're going to have an after party live stream that's a premiere, a pre-recorded one on our YouTube. So if you guys want to go and check it out, it's a discussion between Agi Nost, myself, and Laura Eisenhower. That's going to take place in about 30 minutes here. But before we close out for today, I'm going to go ahead and show you the schedule for tomorrow. We are starting at 11:40 tomorrow. So every day it starts at 10 a.m. Pacific, which is 1 p.m. Eastern, which is 6 p.m. London time. But tomorrow we are starting at 11:40 a.m. So you'll get an email tonight if you signed up for this event with the replay for today, and you'll get an email in the morning with the access information 1 hour before we go live. For all the people on YouTube, we had a lot of people on YouTube. Please do click the subscribe button. And if you want, go ahead and click that notification bell too. But if you can help support our YouTube, that would be great, because it is one of the few social media networks we still have left, because the other ones have been limited in regards to our reach. So go ahead and help us and support us there on YouTube, and you can go ahead and do that as well, anybody in the Zoom room. So now I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and let's talk about tomorrow. So day 3 of the Portal to Ascension conference is starting tomorrow, and we are going to start off the day one more time, 11:40 a.m. Pacific time, with Adam Apollo. And this is going to be a conversation. He's going to show some slides, and he's also going to have a little discussion with him. But specifically, this is going to be in regards to our galactic family and the technology that Adam Apollo has come to realize that exists through his astral travel experiences. And that will be for the first hour tomorrow. Followed by him will be myself, Neil Gore. I'm going to do a mini presentation. Either I'll do a presentation, 20-minute download, or I might just do poetry. So it might be 20 minutes of poetry. If I do poetry, maybe 1 or 2 people might want to come on and do poetry too. We can work something out over there, but it's going to be my time at 12:40 tomorrow. After me comes Grant Cameron himself, who's going to give us a lot of information and updates in regards to the current UFO/UAP disclosure, his research through declassified documents, and we'll also be speaking to him. Alan Steinfeld will be speaking to him about contact modalities, different ways that we can have contact with interdimensionals, ultra-terrestrials, extraterrestrials, whatever you want to call it. And then after Grant Cameron, at 2 p.m. Pacific, we have Kathleen Martin, who is the niece of Betty and Barney Hill. And she's a ufologist, a researcher, and she's going to be discussing a few cases that she's been going through, because she is literally a UFO researcher. She finds cases, she examines them, researches them, interviews people, and comes up with a consensus and reports on them. So she's going to be here tomorrow from 2 to 2:50. After that, we have Tricia McCannon. Tricia McCannon is going to give us an ancient civilizations, a worldwide pyramid culture slideshow. She says she's got around 100 slides that she's going to go through, and she's going to be giving us all this information and research about the fact that there was a worldwide pyramid culture and where we can find evidence of this. After her, we have Phil Gruber, who's going to be giving us an Ascension download for tomorrow, funneling us in to all the awareness that we're going to share tomorrow. So tomorrow we're doing a lot of UFOs. We're doing a lot of extraterrestrial information. We're doing some ancient civilizations information, but then the night is going to end with Phil Gruber as the last presenter, who's going to give us a great upgrade and download with his Ascension information. And the grand finale for tomorrow night, day 3 of the Portal to Ascension conference. The grand finale is the UFO disclosure panel that will be hosted by Alan Steinfeld. And it will be also Paul HYNEK will be on that panel. JJ and Desiree Hurtak will also be on that panel. And we may have a couple of other people. So I'm going to see who we're going to actually have on that. But at this point, we have Paul HYNEK, we have JJ Desiree Hurtak, and we have Alan Steinfeld. So that is it for tomorrow. So the reason why we're starting, let me bring Omar on, actually, if you want to hang out for a second, brother. So the reason why we are starting late tomorrow is because I'm actually doing a workshop in the morning with Michael Tellinger. Some of you might know who Michael Tellinger is. And if any of you want to actually attend this workshop pre the event tomorrow, this is the workshop that we're doing with Michael Tellinger. It's the One Small Town Intensive 2-week training course. It's part of a 4-week training course, but every event is standalone. So if you're really into all this awareness and you want to attend a workshop, just like how you would do if you went to a live conferences and they had breakaway workshops, you can join us for this one tomorrow. It's a 2-week workshop. So if you sign up, you're signing up for this week and next week with unlimited replays. Michael Tellinger is going to be giving a lot of tools on how we can cultivate and create one small town initiatives in and around us, so that we can basically create these beautiful towns that are owned. All the businesses are owned by the people and so much more. So I will leave that link in all the chats right now. But if you want to attend tomorrow, it's going to basically go from 9 a.m. LA time, which is Pacific time, and it's going to go till 11:30 Pacific. So 9 a.m. to 11:30 Pacific. And then after that, 10 minutes later, we jump into this room and we begin the conference. So let me go ahead and just put this link in the room if any of you guys are interested in attending. And Omar, if you could actually share that on YouTube, that would be great. All right, and last thing I'm going to share with you guys before we end it. Today I'm going to end with a poem for everybody. But I want to show you all, since we have so many people on YouTube and in the Zoom right now, I want to show you all our new website, especially for the individuals that are here right now in Zoom, because this is how you're going to navigate replays of the event, because this website's about to launch any day now. And if you're on YouTube and you want to sign up and receive, 1,000+ hours, it's actually over 3,000 hours of footage. Got to update that number there. You can go to portaltoascension.org, portaltoascension.org, and you can sign up there and you'll receive access. But this is our new website. I've been showing it to a lot of people over the last few weeks. You're one of the groups that I'm showing it to, and this is going to be launching any day now. And this is pretty epic. It's taken me a good 10 to 12 months to create this and put this together, but you can see how it looks here. If you are a new subscriber, you would just click here, put your username, email, and start watching. And that will take you directly to a page where we have thousands of hours of footage. There's 3,000 hours of presentations currently on this site. Still working on adding some and adding the thumbnails and all that. Not only can you continue watching, you can read more. You can add things to your list, just like you do in Netflix. You can open up seasons and series and watch entire episodes. We're going to be adding Saturday Night Live here, the one that Deborah Juicy was just speaking about shortly, as well as some other amazing individuals that do podcasts. And then say that you want to go into one of these categories, okay? And you click True World History here, and you can go deeper into this awareness. So all the videos on your True World History is here. But what if you want to know True World History, Ancient Technology? All you want to know is about ancient technology. You can click that tab there, and all of a sudden you have all this footage here that is specifically about ancient technology. Let's say you wanted to know Asian history. All you want to know is stuff that's related to the Asian continent, right? Click right here, and boom. You would have all of that as well. So it's just an amazing amount of information. I'm also working with documentarians now in order to feature their footage on our website. So it's going to be a lot of new content, hundreds of hours added every single month, plus a lot of these events, all of these events. This replay is going to be up in there, not only for all day, like the full day, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, but we're going to split them up in presentations too. And then you can add them to your list. You can do all types of cool things with it. And just to show you 2 more pages on this website here, this is our online events page, our upcoming events. Take a look at the categories that we have. So we've outlined 5 main categories that you can click on and then split into multiple different categories there. So say you want to go to UFOs and ETs, but you only want to know things about experiencers. You would click UFOs and ETs, experiencers. Now you have upcoming conferences, the hybrid online conferences, Gray Hernandez, a greater reality consciousness webinar, Mary Rodwell, Key to DNA Activation. These are all some of the upcoming ones. And then you could also go to the past events page. And on the past events page, there's over 1,000 productions, multiple day workshops, 5-day summits, 2-day conferences, 6-hour courses, 5-week courses, so much. You can go here and also dissect all types of information and just go deeper and deeper. Say you wanted to go to conscious science, but all you want is people talking about unified physics. Boom. Of course, we got Jamie Janover. We got the Science of Ascension conference. We got Sound of Vibrational conference that talks about unified physics. So it's a great resource for everybody. I'm extremely excited to launch it. This last page here is our speakers page, and you can see one of the thumbs is broken. I got to fix that. But we have all of the speakers we've ever worked with here, hundreds of speakers here with profile pages that go to their pages that give you all their information, their social medias, their websites, the connection to them, and say that you want to find a speaker that specifically deals with evolution of consciousness. Well, say that you want to find a speaker that specifically does energy work because you want to get a session with some energy healing. Boom, click that right there. And then you start looking through the people that are related to that. What if what you want to do is just sound and vibration? People speak about sound and vibration. Same thing happens here. You can open it up to that. And each of these pages will open up their profile, and those profiles will open up to their videos and just or an amazing amount of information for them. So I'm really excited to launch this website and to offer it to all of you. And for this event is kind of like an anniversary event because our first webinar was in June, but this is more like a pre-party event for our new website because you guys are going to be some of the first people to experience it. Omar. Hey, brother.
What's up, buddy?
Good, man. So yes, today is about to be wrapped up. How you feeling?
Fantastic. Wow, that panel really absorbed a lot of energy out of me in a good way because there's so much information was coming in. But not only that, but the entire lineup for all day today was just fantastic. Just so much great information that we're going to have to come back and watch this replay a few times to really digest what we learned here today.
Exactly, man. And that's why it's available for everybody immediately on our YouTube. So if you want to watch the replay before tomorrow, go ahead and check it out at youtube.com/portal2ascension. But that was amazing. I really felt that the Ascension panel was exactly what was needed right at the end of all that day of information. And it's cool too, because yesterday, even though it was really intense yesterday, it was a shorter day. And it was almost like the pre-show to today. And now today we've been spiritually activated, and tomorrow we're going deep into galactic awareness, extraterrestrials, and then Saturday and then Sunday even more so, we go into ancient civilization. So it just keeps going deeper and deeper as the days go, you know?
Yeah, you know me, I'm right into the ancient civilization, so I really can't wait for that. And also, I just want to mention that you guys, we have day one on Portal to Ascension's YouTube channel, so you guys can check that out from yesterday. And as well, I think Neil is going to timestamp the entire video, so you guys can jump from speaker to speaker, and it's going to be set out for you. And same thing we'll be doing with day 2 here and 3 and 4, so it make it a lot easier to view it, right? 'Cause when you have an 8-hour stream, really don't know where to begin, right? So we will chapter all that up for you so that it makes it easier to view and share, because if you like a particular speaker, then you're able to share that segment from that video out to whatever social media that that you're sharing out to.
Yeah, and thank you for that, because I had no idea about the timestamps until you told me. So
yeah, no worries, no worries. And also we were streaming on pilled.net. It's a new platform, and we had a really positive, robust response from there. We've had solid viewers pretty much all day long ever since we started streaming there. It went from like 3 viewers to like 18 and just kept on growing. So very good response from that platform as well. So, really, really happy about today's progress.
Yeah, me too, brother. All right, man, I think it's about that time.
Yeah, for sure, man. My ass is turning into a block.
You're supposed to get up and stretch every
I did a 20, 30 minutes. Yeah, for sure. I did a few times. Much love, my brother. Thank you very much for involving me in this, and much love to everybody out there. And have yourselves a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. 11:40, Neil, right? 11:40.
Yeah, 11:40, brother. Love you, man.
Cool. Love you too, brother. See you tomorrow.
All right. So everybody, I'm going to close it out for today with 2 poems. It's a good way to close out the day with some poetry. So this first poem here that I'm going to do is called "Empower Thyself." And if you want to connect with more of my poetry and my spoken word and conscious hip hop, you can go to youtube.com/mcresonance. Mother Cat Resonance, youtube.com/mcresonance. And you can find me on Instagram at instagram.com/I_am_resonance. I_am_resonance. On Instagram, we share a lot of stuff about events that we're doing. So follow me there. And on YouTube, you can see me at all these ancient sites around the world performing poetry.
I'll post the link for MC Resonance in the comments.
Thank you, brother. Okay, empower thyself. The moment draws near. For years, we've been purging all fears, letting go of the old energies, making room for the new frequencies. I know we all feel these on some level. Higher multidimensional entities, embracing our galactic families, emissaries of unconditional love. It's the one vibration that fits all creation like a glove. I know sometimes in this incarnation, it can seem tough, with Masons illuminating manipulations, facing, tasting, wasting our life away. We must remember the lessons that we're here to play. We chose to be here today. Nothing external to you, to the self you pray. There is only one speck of light, experiencing itself in multiple forms within our sight, taking us to new heights. So go against the norm, no longer conform. When one transitions, there's no reason to mourn. Don't scorn, take out the thorn. The crystalline children are now being born. There is no devil waiting for you with horns. There is only love. The vibration showering us descended straight from densities above. We must stand up and say enough and take our power back. With peace and understanding, there's no reason to attack and energize fear. As they are reflections of us, it's time to trust our brothers and sisters. This is a self-imposed test. You got the job, put all your concerns to rest. Through the darkness, the light will firmly nest into the dimension that is next. The moment is now to resurrect the Christ consciousness. The moment is now to resurrect the Christ consciousness. The moment is now to resurrect the Christ consciousness. So let me ask you a question, everybody. Are we one yet? Going back to source. No remorse when we reinforce the course that we all endorse. Unconditional love. It's the highest vibration, a gift from above. Desolation or separation, we must be the ones to say this is enough. You see, the third dimension, it was meant to be tough. There is no captivity, so unlock the cuffs. Move away from hate and trust. Move away from hate and lust. No more anger or lust. Our thought shifts the Earth's crust into a straight axis. Just like in Atlantis, stop causing damage and learn to manage self-realization. When people start to vanish when we change our intentions and join the like-minded souls in the fifth dimension. This is the beginning of our oversoul mission. What is it that you envision for the future incarnations? The Christ consciousness has arisen. Tear the perception of being in a prison, this industrial system, slumber of opposites. Duality where we got lost and forget how to circumvent and achieve liberation. The curiosity won't last for long at all. As we move to the aquatic age, break free from the third dimensional cage of limitations, Freemasons being misplaced in this illusionary reality. This illusionary reality. Governing authorities, there will be no more war. Co-create a love ambassador, open the doors. Life isn't supposed to be a chore. No getting on your knees, worshiping entities from the floor. The message is simple, man. You don't need to know anymore. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. Love you all so much. Have a beautiful evening, day, wherever you are, on or off planet. And we'll see you tomorrow.